This is the story of a boy, Ardell, who was born in a small Ardell territory. He is the new hope of his family for being a great magician. But all of their hopes fell into despair when Lewin found out about his magic disorder, which means he couldn't cast magic. One night, when he was hopeless, he was bestowed upon a player system by the great magician of the past, Draka, who overcame his magic disorder. He obtained a quest system, and with each quest, he became stronger and brought new hope for his family name. When a child is born in a small provincial estate, which is no different from a magic wasteland, Ardell territory, the nurse congratulates the father and says the heavens have really favored them. A nurse talks to his mother, says he looks just like the landlord, and asks her if she has decided on his name. She looks at the kid with a smile on her face and says his name is Ardell. She hopes that he could be a light to this world. Lewin was different from others ever since he was a child and had some special abilities. One day, he heard two servants talking to each other about bringing maritime resources. He calls one of them Mr. Beggins and forbids him from going to the street near the South Mountain because the flow of mana there is weird. They don't understand what he is talking about. The next night, there is a heavy rain, and the servant is waiting for Mr. Beggins. He apologizes to him and says he took the long path. He also reveals that he was able to dodge a misfortune thanks to the young master Lewin. He avoided the street near the South Mountain because of what the young master said yesterday. Now, he came to know that the place was attacked by a beastman. The other servant is also shocked to hear this and wonders if the young master can feel the mana in the air. They come to know a little bit of his talent and think that if this is true, he will be Ardell's future. Starting that day, he kept on showing a talent for magic, sensed mana at the age of 6, and was able to manifest it at 7. The year he turned 10, he surpassed countless children of prestigious families at the Ignite Magic Academy, the best magic academy in the Radiant Kingdom. He enrolled as the valedictorian with the title of genius. It was a little overwhelming for him, but he thought his name would raise his family's status. But he wasn't aware of the facts of his life. The professor asked him to demonstrate his valedictorian skills, but on the first day of the class, he found out that he wasn't the best, not even the second best. He tried to implement the magic but failed, and the students and teachers were shocked to see him. He discovered that he had magic evocation disorder, and his body lacked the innate ability to release magic even 1 meter away from his body. He was shocked and sad to know that his body was literally the worst as a magician. It only took a moment for the people to discover that he came from a common family and didn't have any talent. Therefore, the attitude of the people around him changes quickly. The student teased him for their fun and made fun of him, saying they would get disabled if they touched him. He was quiet and thought himself a very unlucky person, a person incapable of magic. He was a blemished man who couldn't even perform magic in the Magic Academy. He just stares at the student who hit him, but he gets angry and punches him, saying how an arrogant student who can't even perform magic can look at him like that. He feels like the best toy they could have ever had. After getting beaten by him, he comes outside with tears in his eyes, wondering if he can even become a magician. His name was Ardell, the name that had enrolled into the academy with the best grades, the name that was more promising than anyone else, the name that was more diligent than anyone else. But thanks to the curse, the magic genius that entered the academy with the highest grades turned into a magic cripple. This is how everything ended for him. More precisely, this is how Lewin thought it ended. At that moment, he never imagined in his dreams that there would be a miracle at the end of despair. One day, the system pops up in front of him, informing him that the status window has been unlocked. Another window says the artifact player has been activated. Lewin feels like he is deep in the water and is at the point of drowning. He wonders if the world is destroying. He then sees a huge mage in front of him, and a sharp red light is emitting from his eyes. Lewin wonders if he is watching a dream, but it looks too vivid to be a dream. He then observes the mage is trying to say something to him. A few hours ago, in the Ignite Academy's training hall, the combat magic professor, Ardell, called Lewin and asked him to perform magic by casting a fireball and hitting that scarecrow in front of them. Lewin thought this was a magic that any student of the academy should be able to handle easily, but for someone incapable of magic like him, it was a difficult task. He seemed worried and wondered if he would be able to do it this time. Professor Ardell again called him and asked him to begin. Lewin was determined to do this time at all costs and cast a fireball in his hand. The other students were shocked to see the size of his fireball and wondered if that amount of mana was even possible for a human. Professor Ardell was also hopeful this time and Lewin was about to release it, thinking he would be successful this time. But suddenly, his body started shaking, and in attempting to control the fireball, he felt nauseous and vomited on the ground. Professor Ardell called him and asked him to hurry and release, but Lewin gave up and said he couldn't do it. Professor Ardell asked him to remember that he was now a graduating class student, and if he still couldn't handle such a simple magic like fireball, he wouldn't pass the graduation test. He made him clarify that he was destined to fail, and Lewin sadly thought the professor was right about him. He apologized to him and said he would practice more. In this practical shooting test, they are supposed to create 10 fireballs and hit the target multiple times, and at this rate, Lewin, who can't even discharge magic, can never become a third-rate magician. The students gossiped about him and asked each other why someone like him even entered the academy. Since a humble local nobleman like him entered the academy as the valedictorian, it caused feelings of inferiority and jealousy among his peers who hailed from prestigious families, which became a sufficient reason for them to be hostile toward him. Lewin could handle their bullying, but the reality that he had no more hope began to break him down from his very foundation. The curse has been shackling him down for the past 6 years. Although he had held up well until now, he began to frequently wonder about how long he had to hold on in the future. After some time, he goes to the academy corridor, where students are talking about their exams. They call him Duncehead Lewin and ask him to pack his bag since he will fail for sure. They make fun of him and say they call him Duncehead Lewin, and because of him, the standard of the graduating class has fallen. They ask him to just go back home to his rural territory. Lewin stays quietly while they continue to make his dun. They insult his family name by saying they are just fools who act aloof despite having nothing. Lewin gets angry at his family's humiliation and punches one of them hard. The boy falls to the ground while he angrily warns him not to take back his family name. The boy is also angry at his attack and asks him how he dares to hit him. Lewin advises him to be careful when taking his father's and family's names. In the meantime, the other student rushes to attack him, but Lewin also punches his stomach and throws him away. However, the first student uses combat magic inside the academy, and Lewin wonders if he doesn't care if he gets expelled. He casts a spell on Lewin and tries to kill him. Lewin is unable to move his body when Professor Ardell appears there and asks the boy to stop immediately. He also casts a spell to save Lewin from his attack while he thinks everything is over for him. But now, the system has appeared, telling him that he is the incarnation of Draka, the destroyer of worlds, and that the artifact player has been activated. The huge mage is still staring at him, and Lewin can observe that he is calling his name, Lewin Ardell. Lewin doesn't understand what is happening out there. After a while, he opens his eyes, and the high-class healing magician, Helen, stands in front of him and inquires about his health. He gets up immediately and asks her where he is. She asks him to lie down again and tells him that he is in the recovery room. Lewin feels a little dizzy and wonders if he passed out and what he saw was a dream. However, he clearly reminds himself of it. He asks Helen how long he has been passed out, and she replies that he woken up after a day. However, it's fortunate that it wasn't worse, and God has helped him a lot. Lewin asks her if he can go now, and Helen replies they still have to check further, but he looks too good for someone who was directly hit by a lightning bolt. There is no wound burn, not even a damaged organ. This is surprising for Helen since she has never seen anything like this. Lewin is also surprised because he knows that lightning bolts are a scary magic that burns the entire body in a second, but he is perfectly fine after getting hit directly. Meanwhile, Professor Ardell appears there, and Helen leaves them alone, asking him to ask for anything he wants. When she is gone, Professor Ardell asks him how he is feeling now, and he also tells him about a professor's meeting about that incident. First, Ben Folt will be expelled, the student who attacked him because of the use of offensive magic with a strong intent to kill, spreading false rumors about the Ardell family head. Furthermore, the unfair treatment and bullying towards him. All these acts were considered to come up with this verdict. Lewin lowers his eyes and says he also hit Ben, and Professor Ardell replies there will be a punishment for him as well. Considering those facts, he will be doing the Academy's volunteer service for 1 month. Lewin agrees to the sentence, and the professor asks him if he has the artifact. Lewin refuses and says if he had something like that, he wouldn't have been bullied like this. Professor also agrees with his argument and says that judging by its worth and rareness, the Ardell family head would have already used it for his people. Lewin asks him why he is asking him that, And Professor Heidel replies he is sure that a red light shrouded his body before the lightning bolt touched him. It seemed like a high-grade artifact was protecting him, which bounced off Ben's magic. Lewin doesn't understand what he is talking about. Suddenly, something clicks in his mind, and he wonders if it is related to the dream he just had. He doesn't understand what happened, but is sure he doesn't have an artifact. Professor Heidel leaves, advising him to rest, and Lewin thinks he told him the truth, that he has no idea what happened. But the professor doesn't say anything more. He has no idea what is going on in Professor Heidel's mind. His experience can't be differentiated from a dream, and he also remembers that strange voice calling his name. He remembers artifacts, Draka, the best destroyer in the world, and players. He tried to remember one more thing, and it was a status window. As soon as he takes this name, the status window appears in front of him. Helen comes to him and asks if he isn't feeling well. He asks her if she can see this, too, the blue window in front of him. Helen seems worried about him and says there is nothing there. Lewin discovers that he is the only one who can see it. His profile has appeared in front of him, and his name is the incarnation of Draka, the destroyer of the world. He also has the ability to increase his power through quests limitlessly. He then first excuses Helen that he must have been mistaken, and she allows him to return to his dorm since the result is perfectly normal. Lewin thinks about the events of today, that he is perfectly normal even after getting hit by a lightning bolt, and the man with the red eye he met in the other space, and the status window only he can see. There is only one possibility that the artifact of the magician called Draka was transferred to him. After some time, another weird window shows up in front of him, and this time, there is a quest asking him to train his body in preparation for his increase in strength. He has to train his punching and kicking skills, and Lewin wonders how these things will help a magician like him. However, he decides to try it and starts punching in the air. Every time he lands a punch, the number on the window increases. When he lands his third punch, the number doesn't increase this time. He assumes it isn't considered a success if a slight mistake exists. He then decides to do this properly. After a few hours, he panted in sweat, but was happy that he had completed the quest. His strength has increased, and some of his skills have also been unlocked as a reward. Suddenly, Lewin felt something faintly coursing through his blood vessels, something more fundamental than mana. He can feel that he has become stronger than before. He lands a punch this time and clearly sees that the strength that goes into the magic has gotten way more substantial. The speed, air resistance, and destructive power, everything has definitely changed from before. He is happy to feel that his fundamental strength has really gotten stronger. Now he has to see what other rewards he has got. He opened the status window, and a skill named Force Control appeared before him. It is said that from now on, all magic will be affected by the player's strength. Lewin doesn't understand what it means by mana circles will be replaced with force circles. This also means that his mana will be replaced by strength. It is revealed that all those who feel and study mana have a circle around the heart, and the mana circle plays an important role in releasing and strengthening mana. The number increases depending on the depth of mana and the amount of mana the magician can control. Lewin has 4 mana circles, and it's way more than other kids his age have, but because of his disability, it was like having none. He tries to feel his mana circles, but is shocked to see that they have really disappeared, and the strength that is revolving crazily in its stead is the force control. He is worried about discovering this because no magician can be without a mana circle. He wonders what would happen to him if this new circle can't do what the mana circle can. He thinks to the extreme point that his life as a magician ends. However, it is too early to feel down, so he decides to try it first. He creates a fireball in his hand, and is surprised that its movements are really faster than before. The moment he saw the size of his fireball, he realized the power of the artifact he had gotten. It is a noticeable fact that magic has a basic actuation principle, so it takes about 10 seconds before the magic is released. However, Lewin is able to skip this step freely and creates a fireball just with the power within his body. After a while, the status window again pops up in front of him, and this time, it has information regarding the Magician of Madness. With the help of this, he can attack enemies by loading magic into his body, and he can attack enemies by imbuing magic in his body. He wonders if, by any chance, that guy called Draka has a similar evocation disorder to him and fought by imbuing himself with magic in his fists and legs. He wonders if this was the case, and then how he came up with this idea. After that, the status window informs him about a new quest, and he has to use the force circle and strength to hit a physical target. Lewin uses this method to attack the scarecrow in front of him, and he is happy to see that it works this time. The status window appears, showing he has completed the quest, and as a reward, he has acquired some strength. He lies on the ground happily and thinks he has done this for the first time. He failed at the stage of discharging magic every time, but he finally succeeded with this fist. He wants to know more about Draka and what kind of being he is, but his body is so tired that he falls asleep on the training ground. The next morning, when students come there, they think he is dead or unconscious, but when he wakes up, they get scared to see him. He calls them confidently and asks what they are doing there, or if this is their first time seeing someone sleep outdoors. They reply that it's their first time seeing a nobleman who sleeps outside, abandoning the comfort of the nice dorms. They ask him if he drank last night, but Lewin leaves them, saying he was so exhausted that he fell asleep. They observe that something has changed in his behavior. Suddenly, they see the scarecrow's fragments with only ashes left, but they are sure Lewin can't do that. After some time, he enters his dorm, where Jason Damon, from the 6th year, asks him where he was all night. Lewin rudely replies that he doesn't need to know about this. He is the eldest son of the Damon family, famous for casting and mining metals, and to Lewin, who was treated like a loser in the academy, Jason at least treated him nicely. He asks him if he met a girl last night, and it is famous that he is a lunatic who is crazy about alcohol and girls and often leaves the academy secretly. He doesn't reply to him and goes to the bathroom for a bath. While taking a bath, he thinks about an additional quest and must check it now. He opens up the status window, in which he has to train his body in preparation for his increase in strength. The amount of training has increased 2 times, while the rewards are the same. He wonders if it will be increasing by 2-fold in the future, which means it won't be easy. But he has to do this because he finds a way to become a magician with this. 1 month passed, and Lewin continued to complete the quests. The repeatable quest could be completed once a day, but contrary to the fixed reward, the required training was increased day by day. If a day passed without fully completing the quest, all his progress was reset to 0. Therefore, he didn't miss a single day, and one good thing was that the quest requirement didn't go above 3,000 times each. He thinks if he did any more than that, he would have died from doing quests. The status window now shows that he has completed punches and kicks 3,000 times, and every time he completes a quest, his strength increases by 10 points. He trained every day for the past month like that and even gained a new skill. The status window shows that he has obtained a skill called Body Arts, which increases the body's abilities, and more substantial and elaborate movements become possible depending on his training level. Similarly, one day, he is sleeping in class, and other students are surprised to see him because he is someone who used to not even blink in class and is now sleeping. They also know that he lives in the training hall all day and only practices kicking and punching. They think he must be trying to do something to overcome his disorder, but they are sure that it won't work anyway. For the past month, Lewin has completed the quests and chased after any clues about Draka. However, he couldn't find any magician named Draka in any historical records. Also, a world destroyed the player, status window, and quest, and he couldn't find a clue to any of these either. He wonders who the person who gave him this much power is and what his motive behind this is. He opened his status window, showing his strength, agility, and wisdom. Everything had increased. He stands there quietly when Jason comes to him and asks him to come there quickly. Lewin asks him about what the matter is, and Jason counter-questions him if he doesn't hear what has happened. Lewin worriedly asks if something big has happened, and Jason reveals that the Ardell family head, Lewin's father, has come there. This is shocking news for Lewin, too. He rushes outside to see his father. His father is also happy to see him. After some time, they sit in the meeting room, and Lewin is happy to see him after 6 years. He asks him about his mother's and sister's health. His father tells him that Luina is grown up now and has been learning swordsmanship. She said it was to protect her weak older brother. Lewin is embarrassed to hear this, while his father says she has always been bold. Lewin then tells him that he is doing well and didn't get hurt physically or emotionally. His father takes tea and says the reason why he visited the academy today is to ask if he wants to quit the academy. He asks him to return to the territory anytime if it's hard for him. Lewin knows the reason why his father came after 6 years, but he promised him that he would get a good result for the practical in his next test. In contrast, if he fails this time, then he will do as he wants. after he promised him that he would get a good grade on his practical exam. His father, who understood his determination, returned to the estate after finishing their conversation. After a few days, the day of the long-awaited exam finally arrived. Today is the day of the magic introduction exam, and the professor asks the students to keep in mind that any illegal activity will result in failure. The exam has begun, and it is revealed that the school exam is divided into written and practical exams. The practical exam is further divided into 4 parts: targeting, magic power measuring, actual combat, and 1 versus 1 combat. As a person with magic evocation disorder, Lewin has received perfect scores on written exams for the past 6 years. In the practical exam, Mikl from the prestigious Ardell family always came in first place. However, Lewin is hopeful that things will be different this time since he will definitely come in first place in this practical exam. After all the written exams were over, they began the actual practical exam after a few days of preparation. Jason comes to Lewin and says he has been acting strange for a while. He asks him if he has any sort of plans for the practical exam today. Lewin replies that he will try to approach it in a new way, and Jason is happy that he has found a new way. Meanwhile, Mikl appears there and asks Lewin what he is doing there. He makes fun of him and asks if he is going to take the practical test with his useless body. Lewin doesn't mind him and says he has come there to take the exam. Mikl puts his hand on Lewin's shoulders and asks him to give up instead of going out there and humiliating himself. Lewin smiles in return and says he doesn't think his advice will be particularly helpful for him. Mikl asks him if he really thinks someone with a magic evocation disorder like him can take the exam properly. Lewin ignores him this time, while Mikl is getting angry at his confident attitude. He then warns him, saying he will mess him up in the 1 versus 1 combat exam later, so he should look forward to it. The first practical exam is targeting, and its official name is the multiple target shoot-down exam. The exam method is simple, an exam to see how many targets can be shot down with one casting. However, unlike before, this year's exam had increased difficulty, with the targets constantly moving. The test begins, and the students try to hit their targets, but the average grade is horrible because of moving. The professors analyze the students and discuss that the result is pretty bad after slightly increasing the difficulty level. A professor calls them and says it's too early to be disappointed because it's Mikl's turn this time, so they should look forward to it. His name is Professor Elric, and he teaches magic potion making to the students. He is also Mikl Garahill's uncle. It's Mikl's turn, and he prepares his attack while challenging Lewin in his mind. He thinks his attack will demonstrate the difference between their powers. He casts a spell, and all the students are amazed to see that he hit that many targets at once. Professor Elric appreciates him and asks other professors if he is worthy of being called the descendant of the Garihill family. He continues to appreciate Mikl, saying he is worthy of becoming the pride of their academy at this rate. He is sure that Mikl will become this year's Grand Festival representative. The Academy's Dean and a 7th class Archmage, Tyrion Ignit, asks him to stop and says they no longer need to watch the level of this year's graduates. Professor Heidel asks him to wait a little longer since it's Lewin's turn next. The Dean is surprised that Lewin Ardell is still attending the Academy, and considering his passion, he decides to sit down again. Lewin stands in the training hall and thinks it is an excellent opportunity to test his strength. The professor asks him to begin, and with this, he prepares a fireball. Professor Elric is shocked to see the power of his fireball, and the students are unable to find how many of them he has cast. Mikl again makes fun of the fact that it doesn't matter since he won't be able to hit even one target because of his mana evocation disorder. The status windows appear there, showing that his distorts and refracts time has been activated for 30 seconds. Gain acceleration equals 200% of his strength, and his movements become faster. The skill he recently acquired is time refraction, which helps him move abnormally quickly for 30 seconds to any location he wants. In other words, he is now a typhoon and can move in the blink of an eye. He caused huge destruction there, and everyone present, including professors and students, was shocked to see that he had hit all the targets in just one hit. He has hit a total of 27 targets, which is the highest score in the history of this exam. The students are still shocked and wonder how he was able to move so fast. The dean stands from his chair and claps for Lewin while appreciating him. All the other students also cheer up for him, while Mikl is jealous of him and wonders how he was able to do that. Everyone's cheers and acknowledgement are for him that he hasn't received in the past 6 years. His heart felt overwhelmingly hot, and he always wanted to feel like this. Professor Elric was still shocked that Lewin had hit the targets while casting magic on his hands, but he had never heard of magic like that before. Professor Heidel supports Lewin and says magic is a limitless realm of infinite possibilities. If everything goes as expected, then it won't be magic but math. Professor Elric tries to resist, but the dean stops him and says that he saw a miracle created by a student today. It was a flawless miracle of magic. However, the other professors have a different opinion, and Professor Elric is unhappy because Lewin has made such a mess for Mikl. On the other hand, Jason is happy for Lewin and says he is an archmage. All the students call him and ask how he did that stunt in the exam. They now want to talk to him. Those students have never spoken to him in the last 6 years. Yesterday, he was just a loner in the academy, but everything has changed overnight, so it's still hard for him to adapt. There are surely some people who don't like him. When he enters his room, Mikl is already present there, waiting for him. Lewin asks him what he is doing in someone else's dorm. Mikl talks to him rudely and says he seems quite proud after gaining some points yesterday with something not even magic, so he has come there to warn him not to show off. Lewin challenges him and says he is embarrassed because he lost the practical exam to a guy he looked down on for 6 years. Mikl gets angry and grabs his collar while abusing him. Lewin moves his hand away, and Mikl angrily wonders how strong he is. Lewin says they both have to graduate safely, and asks him to fight fair and square in the 1 versus 1 combat exam if he wants to crush him. Mikl humiliates him again and asks if he thinks he is qualified to compete with him, someone who has only received failing grades for 6 years. Therefore, they will just have to wait and see whether he is qualified or not. Mikl leaves him thinking Lewin will definitely fail today's practical exam without having the chance to take the one-on-one combat exam. But a thought comes to his mind: Lewin can really be a magician. The second exam is the Mana Output Measurement Exam site. There is a treasure of the Academy and a rare artifact, of which there are only a few on the entire continent, the ancient Ogre Kingdom. It is revealed that 500 years ago, the Ogre Kingdom was made into an artifact while still alive by the Archmage Freud. Kingram, who is trapped in this artifact, absorbs the magician's mana and acts as a kind of magic sandbag. This Mana Output Measurement Exam requires students to cast magic on Kingram and get a high score. Lewin asks Jason if this means all they have to do is target that statue and use a spell they are most confident in. But that ogre is famous for giving harsh scores. Even a score of just over 20 is considered good enough. A student comes forward and casts a lightning strike spell on the ogre, but it rudely asks him to get lost and gives him only 1 point. He also asks him to quit practicing magic right now. According to the other students, he did well, but as expected, this isn't easy. After that, the next student steps confidently and uses the magic skill Ice Ball to hit the ogre. However, Ogre also doesn't like his skill and calls him a piece of trash, giving him only 2 points. After that, the students repeatedly show their skills, but the ogre doesn't like them. Mikl's turn now, and he hits the ogre at multiple spots by gathering all of his mana. The ogre says he is disappointed by him and asks if he is Josh Garahill's son, and he replies he is the proud third son of Josh Garahill. But Ogre insults him, saying his father was a dunce head who cried and begged him for more points. He says he is less talented than his idiotic father, and gives him 27 points. Mikl gets angry at his father's insult and asks him how he dares to spout like that. The professor asks him to move and calls Lewin for his turn now. Lewin is nervous for some reason but has to prove himself this time. He introduces himself to Ogre and replies that this is the first time he has seen his face. He asks Lewin to proceed with the exam, and Lewin gathers his explosion mana around his hand. The professor and the students are shocked to see this because this is class 4 magic. The ogre is also surprised to see him and asks what happened to his stance. Lewin tries his best to hit the ogre, but the professor is shocked to know that he moves magic from his fist to his foot and instantly explodes it. The students were sure that the power of his spell would have to be at least class 5. Which meant Lewin was at least a 5th class magician. Lewin is happy that his explosion mana burn worked properly, but Kingram's reaction is strange. He seems quiet, and Lewin wonders if something has gone wrong. After a while, he asks him about who he is. Lewin replies that he introduced himself a while ago, but the ogre asks him if he is Draka. He stares at him and says he has been waiting for him for a long time. The students wonder whom he is talking about or if he has mistaken Lewin for someone else. Lewin is also shocked and thinks he has searched all related books over the past 2 months but couldn't even find any traces of Draka. He asks Kingram if he is familiar with Draka and asks him to tell him more about him. Kingram finds it interesting because he never thought he would meet his incarnation there at the academy. He asks Lewin for his name again, and when he tells him his name, he replies that he will remember it. He is about to leave, saying he will tell him later because many ears are listening to them. The professor calls him and asks him to talk to him about Lewin's scores before he leaves, but he replies that he cannot judge this magic. The professor again calls him and says that, according to the school rules, Mr. Kingram must provide evaluation for the academy, no matter what, since this is the contract that must be kept for 500 years after the death of Archmage Froyen Ignit. Kingram gets angry at him and asks how he dares to bring up the school rules in front of him. He says he is someone who has been evaluating kids who don't even look like magicians for many years. However, he agrees to give him a score. He calls Lewin and asks what he wants, 0 or 100 points. Lewin smiles and says he surely wants 100 points. After that, the news spread like fire in the academy that Kingram gave 100 points to Lewin. After that, Professor Heidel comes to see Lewin and says he has caused another incident again. He tells him that the news that he got 100 points from Kingram spread all the way to the dean's office, and when the dean heard this, he said this had never happened before, so he wanted to reward him. He gives him a paper and then asks him to follow him. He takes him to a strange place, and Lewin doesn't even know that a place like this exists. The professor tells him this is the only place in the academy where entry is prohibited. Lewin wonders if this is a prohibited place and why he has taken him there. The professor then takes him to the entrance of the artifact room and says he is only permitted to go there. Lewin asks if he has to go inside by himself, and the professor asks him to go and says he will wait for him outside. Lewin enters the artifact room to get his reward and finds so many artifacts he has only heard about. He thought this place must be the magic warehouse of Archmage Froyen Ignit. Suddenly, he hears someone's voice from behind calling him. He looks behind to see who that person is, and Kingram sits on a big chair and says it seems like he doesn't know his true worth. Lewin wonders what he is doing there. Other than that, he is no longer a stone statue. Kingram observes his expressions and tells him that this is the only space where he is allowed to use his body. Thanks to the ancient mana that filled this room, he could stay in his original body and not as an artifact. Lewin then asks him what he meant by not knowing his true worth. Kingram repeats the statement again and says he doesn't know his worth, even though he uses the same artifact as Draka, the player. He also tells him that it is a rare artifact, as no one else in the world has it. He asks Lewin how he got it and what his relationship is with Draka. Lewin replies that he is also curious about that and asks him who Draka actually is. Kingram replies he was a being who wanted to become a god. One day, he came to visit the Skypeak tribe, to which he belonged. He was short and small, which was unsightly, but his power was so enormous that not even their tribe could overcome it. Furthermore, he became stronger as the days went by, so even when several ogres attacked him, they weren't able to defeat him. Therefore, they started to respect him, and he also lived with them as if he were a member of their tribe. He also taught him the next tribal chief, language, and magic for almost 100 years. Lewin shockingly asks him how a human can live for 100 years, and he replies it's possible because he wasn't a human. His true identity is the black dragon Dracagnia. Lewin is really surprised to know that dragons truly exist in the world. Kingram also reveals that dragons are the origins of magic, but Lewin always thought it was just a claim and that everything was just a legend. Kingram also tells him that Draka couldn't use magic, so he created a way to fight like him, with magic on his hands and feet. Lewin thinks Draka would have been treated the same way as him in the past. He then exclaims that he understands a little now. Kingram says Draka created an ability that only he could use to bring magic to power, as he showed him. Draka became stronger than any other being in the world using that power. However, he was unsatisfied with that and expanded his power infinitely, and in the end, he destroyed everything and himself, too. Lewin now discovers that this was why he was called World Destroyer. He can't even guess how strong he must have been to destroy the world. Meanwhile, the status window appears there, saying he has achieved something and has the title of Ogre's Friend. The effect of this title increases the probability that the ogre will not be hostile toward him. Lewin doesn't understand why he is getting these rewards and thinks it is better than nothing. Another status window pops up in which he can borrow the power of an enraged ogre, and his mentality becomes strong. Lewin thinks this seems to be a buff skill, and he receives a sphere. Kingram tells him that he receives the quest reward since Drax used to talk like that all the time while looking into space. Lewin asks him if he knows what that thing is. Kingram looks at it for a while and comments that it's Strang and not an item but an incarnation. He tells him that this thing is always next to Draka, so there is no way he wouldn't recognize it. Given its current state, Draka must have sealed it in a spirit stone when he died. He reveals that this guy is an incarnation of power. Although he is called a spirit, he is different from normal spirits. He had a nasty temper and would ask Draka for infinite power every day. However, if Lewin satisfies his desire, then Strang will also promise him infinite power. Lewin asks him if an incarnation will be born from this rock. But Kingram says he doesn't need to worry because it seems like he is going to wake up now. Suddenly, the sphere breaks and a little bear comes out of it. When Lewin calls him bear, he abuses him for calling this name. Lewin is surprised to see that the bear can talk, but it gets angry and asks him not to treat it like a bear. He gets up and asks him how he dares to compare him with the bear. Lewin asks them who he is, and he replies that he is an incarnation, and that he can be anything he wishes to be. He challenges him, saying he will show him his power. He tries to change his appearance, but his magic won't work. He is shocked that his power is not working and assumes that it must be because he reincarnated with an empty stomach. He asks Lewin to give him food, but Lewin replies that there is no food there and that he doesn't even know what he can eat. He talks to him rudely and says his master is so weak this time that he can't even give him food. He then sleeps on his hand and asks to wake him up when it's time to sleep. Kingram comments that it has been 1,000 years, but Strang's personality is still the same. Looking at Lewin with Strang reminds him of the old days. It reminds him of Strang and Draka, whom he faced in his old hometown, the Skypeak tribe. He then calls him the small destroyer who carries Draka's will and asks what he is going to do now. The power he possesses will make him stronger, and it might lead him to the right way or eat him alive. He asks him what he will do once he becomes more substantial. Lewin replies that he wanted power to protect his people from demons, evoke the name Ardell, and proclaim his name to those who can tempt him properly. Lewin is determined and exclaims that he will live on his own will for his people, family, and himself. Kingram smiles and says he will count on the future he will bring. In short, Lewin gets a clue about Draka from Kingram, and his door still starts with a quest. One thing that has changed in his life is Strang. He wakes him up and says it's time for the food. Strang immediately wakes up and absorbs all the power Lewin has obtained from the quests. He is crazy over his food, which means he feeds off his power. The status window shows his stats, showing that he is the only spirit in the physical world that responds to the most primitive essence of strength. And it gets stronger as the vessel grows stronger, sharing everything with its vessel. He also shares his unique skills, and his growth will be shared with Lewin completely. He asks Strang if he will get an extra 100 strength every time he gets stronger, and he replies it will be until he has 1 star. It will grow to 200 when he becomes 2 stars and 300 at 3 stars. Similarly, it will be 3,100 times higher when he has 31 stars. Lewin wonders how strong he will be at that point since he is not even 1,000 yet, and this feels strong already. He asks Strang about how Draka achieved this much strength or if there is another way to grow his strength besides the quest. Strang asks him to bring him a cup of water if he wants to know about this. Lewin stares at him angrily and says he doesn't have to tell him if he wants to starve in the future. His threatening works on him, and Strang agrees to talk to him. He reveals that there are many ways he can get more power. For example, he can try higher difficulty quests to get better rewards, craft an item that gives him strength, or find an artifact. He can also boil the ogre's tendon and make an elixir, but they are not for Lewin. He needs at least 1,000 strength to do all these because his body won't be able to handle the power that will grow exponentially, and he is at the status of a baby walking. Lewin thinks he is just at the beginning of getting stronger. Now, his goal is to get 1,000 strength. He will have to continue the training he has been doing. He trained every day to increase his strength, and when his strength reached 930, the third trial, Real Combat, started. Strang asks him if he has a combat trial today, and Lewin replies he has been waiting for this day. Normally, magicians attack from the backline, so there is a possibility that the spell might hit allies in the chaos. This trial tests a magician's risk management skills, and it is probably the most important one of all. Jason uses the fireball to attack, but it hits the other knights standing there. The professor calls him and says he is off the trail. The folder knights are here to help with the test to ensure the students' safety and test their synergy with them. The trial goes on for 10 days, and the students get different monsters based on their scores. There were a total of 13 high-score students on the last day, and today was the last day of the trial, so everyone was curious about what kind of monster would show up. Suddenly, they hear a loud noise, and an orc appears in front of them. It is said that orcs live in groups all around the continent. They are much bigger than humans, and their intelligence is comparable too. Their nature is violent, so there are frequent wars between humans and orcs. The students seem scared to see an orc and ask the professors if it is okay for the test. Professor Ardell advises them to be rational and to do their best. The orc attacks the students while the knights are shielding the students to be testing at the moment. Mikl attacks it with his spell ice arrow, but he jumps from his place by dodging his attack. Professor Ardell immediately asks him to dodge his attack, but he is so scared that his body won't move because of fear. Professor Ardell reacts on time and casts a prison tree spell to save Mikl from the orc. The roots of a tree appear there, which tie the orc, but it is still trying to attack Mikl, who seems pretty scared. With this, Mikl Gurahil is out of the test. Professor Elric is disappointed to see him fail the exam and thinks he has to do something about Lewin's test. He calls the dean and asks if he is going to continue the trial. The dean counter-questions him if it isn't Lewin's turn soon, and he replies that Lewin is the only student who got a perfect score from Kingram. Therefore, testing the other students the same way as Lewin seems a bit unfair. The dean understands his point, but at this moment, they don't have any other monster prepared. Professor Elric immediately replies that they have one and tells him that when the foreign knights brought the orcs, they also brought one ogre. They are aware that using an ogre on the trail is very dangerous, but with Professor Ardell there and the knights at the front, he is really curious about what Lewin is capable of. After a while, Lewin enters the trial hall when Professor Ardell calls him and says he has to tell him something before the trial. He tells him that he will be tested harder than the others because the Academy is expecting a lot from him since he got a perfect score from Kingram. Therefore, some say it's unfair for him to fight the same monster as normal students, and that's why his trial will be harder than others. Lewin asks him what he meant by harder, and he reveals that the monster he will fight is not an orc, but he will battle against an ogre. Strang smiles and says his first real opponent is an ogre, and it will be fun to see him fighting. After some time, a furious ogre, tied in chains, appears there. Mikl is also shocked to see an ogre there since it wasn't what they were expecting. The knights are also worried and think they brought it since they asked to, but an ogre shouldn't be used against students for test purposes. An ogre looks similar to an orc, but it's much stronger. Ogres can crack their skulls or twist their spines on a single swing. A knight asks Professor Ardell if he is sure about this because it is hard to capture that ogre, even with knights. The professor replied that he was sure because it was the dean's order. The knight is unhappy with their decision and thinks they are putting Lewin's line on the line for the test in the academy. Meanwhile, Lewin appears there, and he asks him about who he is. Lewin introduces himself and says he is the student for this trial. The knight is surprised to see a lean student and thinks there is no way he can go against this ogre. He thinks he needs to protect this guy with the help of the professor. Meanwhile, Lewin crosses him, and the knight calls him and asks where he is going. Lewin replies that he is getting ready for the trial. The knight tells him that he is going the wrong way because he is supposed to be in the back. But Lewin refuses and says he will be fighting in this position because his spells are different from those of others. The knight still argues with him and says they can't protect him if he is in front of them. Lewin replies that he is already aware of this fact. The knight is confused and asks him why he is doing this with his life. Lewin removed his cloak and stood in front of the ogre to fight. The knight can observe Lewin's confidence, and he can't sense any fear from him. Professor Ardell also called him and asked him to be ready, and his trial will begin now. He untied the ogre, and as soon as he untied him, Lewin cast his spell on his hand and rushed toward him to attack. The knight calls him, asks what he is doing, and asks him to stop there. Lewin doesn't listen to him and attacks the ogre with his huge fireball of mana. Their fists collided with each other, and everyone was shocked to see that Lewin had used a close combat spell in this situation. The mana pressure is so immense that everyone is trying to protect themselves. Professor Heidel, the students, the dean, and Professor Elric are all shocked to see a student going for close combat against an ogre. They hope that Lewin is not dead. When the smoke is removed, they are surprised to see that Lewin is still standing. The knight calls him from behind and says he should have let him know before because he almost died there. Lewin apologizes to him and says he wouldn't let him do it if he told him beforehand. Lewin looks toward the ogre and says they don't have time to chat right now, and they should end this trial first. The ogre is still looking at him aggressively, and the knight asks Lewin to step back for now since it is too dangerous for him. He asks him to sit still until he takes care of it. Lewin steps forward and says this is his trial, so he should be the one to finish it. At this moment, Lewin doesn't understand his feelings and looks toward a 5 times bigger ogre than him. Now, he is charging towards this ogre because of the 2 reasons that made him feel this bravery. One of his skills, Ogre's Friend, and the title he got from Kingram let him talk to ogres. He understood what that ogre was screaming. He asked the humans not to come near him and asked the humans to release him. He would look like a furious monster to normal people, but not to Lewin. This ogre was scared, surrounded by a bunch of magicians and knights. The next reason is the sudden quest he got, and the status window appears there, asking him to fight the ogre and subdue him. This time, his strength will increase by 30 points, which will be a nice reward for Lewin, who has to repeat the same quest every day. He has no reason to hesitate, so he charges toward the ogre and uses his skilled fireball again to collide with his fist. The student window appears there, indicating his first objective has been completed. The ogre is looking at him furiously, intending to kill him. It jumps from its place and charges at him, intending to crush his head, but Lewin jumps back from his place and dodges his attack. Lewin thinks he has to look for its weak points. He then uses his skill of time refraction, and the knight is shocked to see his speed increasing simultaneously. Lewin gets close to the ogre and strikes at his weak points. The knights are shocked to see a student who is not hesitating against an ogre. The students look toward them with their open eyes and mouths, wondering what is happening there. The ogre is still fighting back, but Lewin dodges him again. He tries hitting him with both fists, but Lewin successfully blocks him. He then kicks his arm, but ogre grabs his leg and throws him away. Lewin is about to fall, but he holds himself and stands back. The ogre uses his magic to hit him, but he dodges him again. He calls him a rat-like human, and is about to hit him again when Lewin jumps from his place and kicks his face. The ogre falls to the ground while Lewin stands on his chest. The status window appears there, giving him a skill called Ogre's Fury, which increases his strength for 30 seconds. The ogre is now scared of him and asks if he is even human. Lewin doesn't say a word, and the ogre again asks him if he understands what he is saying to him. Lewin also asks him if he understands his language. Lewin then used his skill to explode mana burn and attacked him with all his might. There is a lot of mana spread everywhere, and when Lewin gets up from the ogre, he seems to be unconscious. Strang is also impressed by him and thinks he is better than expected. Lewin has really finished an ogre on his trial test. All the students cheered for him, while Professor Elric was disappointed because his plan didn't work against him. The knights come closer to the ogre to check if it is really dead. The knight calls Lewin and asks how he learned that skill and spell he just used. Lewin replies that no one has taught him, which is shocking for the knight. Lewin calls Professor Heidel and asks what the result of his trial is, but he is also quiet because he doesn't think he would be able to do this, but he doesn't even give him a chance to stop him. The professor comments that he always exceeded his expectations and has passed the trial. The status window appears there, showing his quest has been completed, and now he has gotten the skill named Player's Eye. He has gained the ability to see through the nature of everything with the player's eye. However, the status also shows that he is not able to gather and digitalize all information, and now he is able to sense stealth and track invisibility. Strang appreciates him and says he is now becoming a real player. Lewin asks him if he knows this skill, and he replies it is something only a player can have. Enemies hiding using stealth or invisibility magic will look different to his eyes, and he will perceive them with a faint outline. Meanwhile, the status window informs him that the minimap has been unlocked. Strang tells him that with this, he can see everything within a 500-meter radius around him. He can also view the status window of the desired target, but that information depends on the target's level. Strange smiles and says there are more surprises for him. He asks him to look at that fallen ogre and activate the player's eye. Lewin follows his instructions and is surprised to see that he can view the target's condition. He then looks toward Professor Ardell to check his stats, but he is a 6th class magician and can't read this yet. He is disappointed that there are things he can't see because the information is limited. Strang tells him that he can't get information about people at a much higher level than him. As he becomes more substantial, the information available to view will increase. After the real combat test had ended, rumors spread throughout the academy about Lewin defeating the ogre. Jason asks him how he feels about everyone talking about him, but these things are still new to him. In the meantime, a girl calls him from behind and asks if he is Lewin. There are 2 girls with her, and they offer him food while praising him at the same time. When they left, he gave that food to Jason, but he angrily shouted at him and said that this was disrespectful to that lady who had overcome embarrassment and packed lunch for him. Lewin thinks about him that when he sees his stats with a player's eye, it says his potential is high. He has been checking out everyone's stats for the past few days, and only Mikl's showed high potential. He asks Jason to try a little harder, and on the next test, he will do great. Jason is surprised that he is talking about this so randomly and asks if he sympathizes with him, but Lewin says he has high potential and his skills are also acceptable, so he should regain his confidence and work harder. Jason understands him and promises to be in the top 10 in his next test. However, he talks about his grades and says sometimes he can't believe them. He wonders if he is the same Lewin that he has known and was close to for the past 6 years. Lewin thinks he can't believe himself sometimes. Jason also tells him some rumors have been spreading about him lately that he will push past Mikl and become the valedictorian and the Academy's representative. Lewin gets up, saying he doesn't care about that, and asks him to go inside. Jason also tells him that this year is the year of the Grand Festival. In the 5th month of every year, representatives from famous academies come together, and a magic festival is held to decide who is superior amongst themselves. Furthermore, once every 8 years, the Olympiad gathers all the magicians to determine the greatest magician. When the 2 events overlap, it is called the Grand Festival. The Grand Festival is a national competition for the brightest students from the most famed academies, and the winner of the Grand Festival and their academy not only receives a large sum of money, but they also can receive various privileges. Therefore, there is a limit to how many students can compete. 1 student for individual competitions and 30 students for group competitions. A total of the 31 best students in the academy can compete. The one who competes during the individual competitions becomes the academy's representative. The students wonder who will become the representative this year, or if Mikl will be again. Jason brags and says Lewin will be the representative for sure, and he is the only magician who received 100 points from Kingram as well. He also asks them to remember all the times Jason has attended the Magic Festival, and a student replies that there is nothing to say about the group competition. He was last, 4th out of 5, during the individual competition. This is the reason they were labeled the Last Academy, where they can't even compete individually or as a team. The only way for them to escape the Last Academy nickname is with Lewin. Lewin asks them to stop depending on him since the test isn't over. In the end, the one who participates during the Grand Festival is based on the first semester test scores and recommendations from the professors. Furthermore, the 1 versus 1 fighting with Mikl is still coming. Therefore, he needs to focus on the next test. 4 days after the 3rd test, the real combat test, Lewin continues to train himself, and the status window shows that he has attained 1000 strength. He has now obtained the title, and the preparations are over. Strang was waiting for this badly and says they will start leveling up now. Due to Strang, his repeatable quest has been upgraded to level 2. Strang jumps to eat the mana he has obtained from clearing the quest. Meanwhile, the status window shows that the difficulty of the repeatable quest doubles while the reward triples. When Strang eats to his fill, he releases a burning flame all around his body. Lewin doesn't understand from where the flame is coming. On the other hand, Professor Elric is worried because he ends up having to give extra points to Lewin instead of Mikl. He wonders if Mikl will face Lewin in this state and if he will have the chance to win. But he is sure that Mikl's victory seems unlikely, and if that happens, then it can jeopardize his place at the Grand Festival and even his position as valedictorian. He thinks the Garhill family must be at the top of the academy no matter what happens. On the other side, Strang has also advanced to rank 2. And Lewin has been given 200 extra points as a reward. Strang's size is also bigger than before, and Lewin thanks him because his strength reached 1200 points. Strang smirked and said it was just the start, and now his quest difficulty and rewards had increased. They see his next quest, which is called Body Training 2, and the status window appears there, showing he has matured to a basic level of body strength required for battle. But his training never ends, and he continues to strive forward. Lewin says he has already been doing the increased amount of training, so it's not too difficult, but he doesn't understand the real combat training mentioned in the status window. Strang asks him if he remembers when they first met, and he tells him that he could become anything. From then on, he can transform anything, but there is a limit. Lewin asks him if he can transform into a human, and he replies that he can do this when he reaches rank 5. However, transforming into a human is going to be a difficult task. Lewin asks him what he can transform into this time, and Strang swings his body and turns into a scarecrow. Strang doesn't like Lewin's blank expressions, and when he asks him, he replies it will be different from what he expected. He angrily asks him not to look down on scarecrows and says he was really helpful when Draka first started to do real training. Lewin asks him if he is the real dummy in this state, and Strang replies he is for his quests from now on. This means he has to do real combat training with him every day. However, Strang is still weak, so he is only at the level of a third-class magician. But when he regains his strength again, then anything is possible with him. Strang can turn into that if he wants, even a demon or a dragon. Lewin says they will now train as a magician. Strang turns into a magician and also has a staff in his hand. Even if his magic hits Lewin, it only causes a knockback and cannot inflict damage. Lewin smiles and thinks it's really the perfect training partner. Strang then comes to him, but Strang uses his staff to cast a powerful spell. Lewin thinks about how he is training right now, and Mikl is probably doing the same. Now, he can't wait for the test day. On the other side, Mikl is with Professor Elric and asks him what he should do about Lewin. Elric scolds him and says this isn't what he should be saying to him right now, and if he was just a little bit stronger, then they wouldn't need to worry about this. Mikl talks to him rudely and says he shouldn't be the one talking right now, and rumors say that he is the one who raised Lewin's grades. He asks him to remember that it was his idea to make Lewin face against an ogre, and thanks to him, he got the best score possible. If their family ever finds out about this, he is sure things won't look good for him. Professor Elric is worried about seeing him talking like this and asks if he is blackmailing him right now. Mikl asks him to stop making nonsense and says that they will think of a way to fix the situation. If Lewin becomes the Academy's representative at the Grand Festival, Professor Elric says he has an idea. He gives him a potion which is called the Herb of Awakening, a burning flower. It is revealed that the Herb of Awakening burning flower, growing in the northern lands of hallucination, is a rare and precious medicinal herb. Some use it to create special elixirs. If Mikl drinks it, it will cause an awakening effect, and it can drastically reduce mana casting times. Mikl asks him if it doesn't make him forget about the pain and make it hard to distinguish between friend and foe. Professor Elric smiles and says it seems like he is not falling asleep during his classes. Mikl again asks him if he is asking him to drink this. When Professor Elric replies with yes, Mikl counter-questions him if he is one to complain right now when he lost to that guy, and now he wants to be kicked out of their family for bringing shame. Mikl is scared of Professor Ardell because he knows his exact limits, and if he notices any change, he will catch on immediately. Professor Elric asks him if he has forgotten about his identity and states that drug testing is his duty. He gives him another potion that will conceal his taking this. He asks him to drink this after using burning flowers and also asks him not to be afraid because they are the Gary Hills, and this is their way of getting ahead. He asks Mikl if he is going to do it or not, and his eyes clearly show determination. Finally, the day of the 1 vs 1 combat test has arrived, and the location of the test is Mana Barrier Hall. After all, the entire test becomes packed every year during the 1 vs 1 combat test. The last fight is between Lewin and Mikl, who are ready to fight against each other. Lewin thinks he has finally faced Mikl, and Strang tells him that his opponent already knew he would probably engage in close combat, so if he prepared, things would be difficult for him. Lewin smirked and said that if he approached him, then just one punch would be needed. Professor Elric comes in between them and says that various geographical features are placed for this test to be as close to real combat as possible. He asks both of them if they are ready while Lewin observes Mikl and thinks his condition isn't looking normal. He is not as arrogant as usual, and Lewin feels like something is off. He thinks he should check with the player's eye. He checks his stats, and the status window shows that his potential is high, and the feature is doubly casting. He also uses a special condition, Berserk. Lewin has never seen any top-up related to Berserk, and the status window also says it is hidden, which means he has taken something to hide his drug use. He then thinks the professor in charge of testing was Professor Elric, which means he must have made Mikl take something and helped him get away with it. The professor tells them that the only magic banned in the spar is black magic, and all the magic based on the 4 elements is allowed, and they consider the level of magic that hits the opponent to measure his score. There is no need to worry about the opponent because, in this place, Mana Barrier Hall, the effectiveness of magic is reduced by 99%. Lewin raises his hand and asks the professor what they should do if someone takes an illegal potion. The professor replied that they had forgotten their right to take the test and failed, and depending on the severity, an examination to determine expulsion could also proceed. The professor asks him why he asked such a question, but Lewin stares at Mikl and says nothing. The professor then asks them to get into their positions, and Lewin thinks he only has an assumption at this moment, since he is the only one who can see it in his status window, so nobody will believe him. Therefore, he needs to find solid evidence. The professor then commands them to take their positions and starts the fight. As soon as he says the start, Mikl jumps from his place and attacks him using his powerful skill, intending to kill him. A sizable green root appears from within the ground and grabs Lewin by his leg. But the students are shocked to see that Lewin has untied himself easily. They wonder if Mikl's spell didn't work on him properly. Lewin thinks the Mana Barrier Hall can reduce the strength of magic, but not his physical strength. But Mikl doesn't stop with just one attack. He hits him using his skill, Fire Breath. Lewin moves quickly to dodge his attack, but he continues to attack him repeatedly. He now understands that Mikl's potion effect reduces casting times and increases mana collection. He hides himself behind a rock while Mikl calls him and asks him to come out. Seeing that he is much more worked up than usual, Lewin is sure his potion is the Herb of Awakening, Burning Flower. Everything about Mikl's situation adds up since he has shaky hands, excessive excitement, suppression of pain reception, and a lowered ability to distinguish between friend and foe. Lewin thinks the only thing he is left with is pain suppression. He comes outside and says there is no wonder he was so confident because of the burning flower. Mikl is shocked that he has guessed his potion's name. Lewin brags and says he doesn't need something like that to defeat him. He uses his time refraction skill and charges toward him by increasing his speed and strength at the same time to close their distance. Mikl reacts immediately to stop the distance, but Lewin's speed is too fast and useless against him. Suddenly, an ice-like material surrounds them, and everyone wonders what kind of magic he is using at this moment. The teachers are also shocked to see this. Meanwhile, Mikl attacks him with another fire lizard, which is a third-class magic. Lewin, in return, uses his spell Earthquake and hits the ground against Mikl with his full might. The fire lizard shook violently, and everyone was shocked to see that he had countered the fire element with an earth spell. Mikl steps backward in a state of shock while Lewin stands near him. He shouts at him and asks him not to come near him. Lewin smiles and shows him his hand. He flicks his finger on his head while Mikl is unaware of the fact about what is going to happen to him. A huge wave of mana surrounds them, and the students are shocked and want to know what is going on. When the dust is removed, Mikl is staring at him while having red light in his eyes. He calls Lewin, says he looks down on him, and jumps on him to attack again. Lewin dodges him and punches him again to make him fall to the ground. But he laughs again and asks Lewin if he really thinks he can win with such a soft fist. Lewin is surprised that he is still conscious after taking such attacks, but at this rate, he can die due to the accumulated shock. He thinks it will be dangerous to continue the test like this. Therefore, he uses his skill, Binding Tree, and lifts him up in the air. He then raises his hand and declares that Mikl has used a forbidden drug. The professor comes to him and asks if he is sure about this because if he is lying, then he will be disqualified. Lewin replies he is sure of it because one can make a drug that can't be detected in tests anytime or someone can turn a blind eye to it. He looks toward Professor Elric and says someone who could handle multiple materials to his heart's content and conduct the test before the match. There is only one person in the academy who can do that. They can doubt him because Professor Elric is Mikl's uncle, so he can surely do this. Elric comes to Lewin angrily and asks if he even knows what he is saying. He asks him if Mikl really took a drug, and Lewin replies yes and says he even has proof for this. Professor Elric suggests they should conduct a drug test. But Lewin smiles and says there is no need for this because he has used a special elixir to hide his symptoms. Professor Elric then asks him how he will prove that, and Lewin replies that he will show everyone directly. He holds a tree and uses his magic to destroy it. He then shows his finger flick and says it was the one he did on Mikl earlier. And even if Mikl's magic was higher than normal due to practice, he kept laughing and being awake after he kept being hit by this. In his current condition, his skill would be sobbing, and at least 4 ribs would have been broken. But in this state, he is laughing as if he can't feel any pain. He calls Professor Elric and asks if he will still deny this fact. In the meantime, the dean calls him from behind, and before he can say anything out of fear, he asks him how he dares to commit such a thing in this sacred testing ground. He orders him to follow him into his office. Professor Elric seems scared of Dean, while Mikl is still laughing behind. After that, the 4th test passed like a storm, and the dean fired Professor Elric. Even Mikl was expelled. The Garahil family's corruption was laid out in the open. Meanwhile, Lewin has obtained a new nickname, which is the Expulsion Maker. After a few days, he is summoned by the dean to his office. The outside of his office seems like a mana ocean, and when Lewin goes to the other side, he is surprised to see a beautiful garden over there. There is a luxury chair placed in the garden. The chair is called the Throne of Terran, where the King of Magicians sits, and he wonders what it is doing there. Meanwhile, the dean appears there, calling him from behind and asking what he sees there. He tells him that this place was created independently by the Eye of Malarok. Malarok was the leader of the demons that first invaded the Frelaya continent. They say that he had the power to force a target to have a vision of what they desired the most. After the demise of Malarok, his body parts were produced into artifacts. The Eye of Malarok shows everyone the world they want to see, and the world Lewin just saw should be close to the world he wished for. Lewin thinks he wants to revive the Ardell territory and become the best magician. The dean asks him if he isn't curious about what he sees in this place, and when he asks, he replies he sees a world where students act like students and magicians act like magicians. However, they are aware of the fact that it won't be easy. Lewin seemed to be winning in the exams and got the title of valedictorian. After some time, he sits in front of the dean in his office, who offers him a cup of tea. When Lewin takes tea, the dean reveals the reason for calling him there, and that he wants to ask him something. He asks him how he detected that Mikl used the burning flower, among other stimulants. Lewin stays quiet for a while, and then replies that Mikl's atmosphere is quite different from usual. He thought of the burning flower as he looked aggressive yet anxious, judging by his mana's abnormal flow and amplification. However, the dean is curious to know how he looked more sure than suspicious, and Lewin replies he used physician strength and not magic. Moreover, mana barrier hole only controls magic and doesn't oppress strength. Despite Mikl being surely in great shock, the fact that he laughed, let alone felt pain, can only be explained by his use of burning flowers. The dean looks surprised to know this and thinks Lewin is only 16. Yet, he possesses keen eyes to figure out the minute changes of an opponent in an instant and the ability to respond calmly in that situation. He then apologizes to Lewin, the academy dean, about this incident and promises to ensure the Garahil family doesn't harm him. Furthermore, he has an offer for him and asks him if he will join the Grand Festival in the 7th month of this year as their representative. Lewin is surprised to hear this and thinks this is the position that all the students envy. He has guessed this to some extent ever since he was called to the dean's office. He then thanks the dean for honoring him with such an offer. But he lacks experience in this regard because he has not had a real battle experience in the last 5 years. He had an empty and uneventful time for the previous 5 years due to the mana evocation disorder, so he doesn't know if he has the competitive power at the Grand Festival where his genius peers gather. The dean replies that this isn't a problem at all, and in his opinion, as a judge at the Grand Festival, he is worthy of being called a winning candidate. He can absolutely say that he is the really strong winning candidate, and he will surely be a secret weapon that appeared out of nowhere. To them, he is a dark horse, and information about him doesn't exist, and they won't be familiar with methods and strategies that could counter the magic he uses. Lewin also agrees with him and thinks he has always come in the last place, so they won't keep a close eye on him. They know nothing about him, unlike Mikl, so it will be easy to catch them off guard. The dean asks him if he will participate, and Lewin is determined to try his best as much as he has trusted him. Meanwhile, the door opens, and someone enters the room. The dean calls him and says the body arts class will be more helpful to him than the magic class. He has invited a professor to look after his body arts, and Lewin recognizes him and thinks he is the same knight from the trial class, Confronting. He calls Lewin a desperate student and asks why he doesn't look happy to see him. He is the Knight Order leader of the Faldron territory, one of the only 5 6th rank knights that exist in the Radiant Kingdom. He also worked with this person during the 3rd exam, and now he will be receiving body arts classes with him. Golter sits in front of him and says he wants to confirm a few things first, and he hears from Professor Ardell that he is a special magician who has no choice but to fight at close range. Lewin replies with a yes, and Golter appreciates his movements, which are concise and devoid of unnecessary movement. However, it's so obvious that he didn't properly learn martial arts, and such movements could have worked on an ogre, but a skilled knight would have read them through. No matter how strong he is, opponents who are used to body art can figure out his attacks by just looking at his shoulder and hip movements. Lewin thinks he is right because the movements he learned were only repeated motions for the quest, so what can be used in practice is very limited. Golter gets up and asks him not to worry too much, and that if he learns from him, his movements will change from the basics. He says they will begin the training right away. They go outside, and Golter says the most important thing for a knight is their feet because the feet give strength to the sword and allow him to predict the enemy's movements. Therefore, he first needs to learn how to walk properly, and only by learning the correct walk can he learn proper body art. He tells Lewin that the heavenly martial arts are martial arts that knights commonly learn in the training center. Lewin followed his instructions, and Golter told him that by excluding sword techniques, the heavenly martial arts consisted of a total of 36 movements. Lewin does what he can and shows him all his martial arts skills. Golter stands beside him and thinks about Lewin, saying that even if he taught him martial arts, it wouldn't be of any benefit to him. Golter told him that it was just an investment of sorts. He told him about someone he met and said he would become a great magician, and if he could be of help to this future magician, then it would be equal to an investment. Lewin became answerless and bowed before him, saying he would be in his care from now on. Golter laughed and asked him to call him Hyung since he was also in his 20s. At present, when Lewin is practicing, Golter thinks he is doing great. He remembers the 3rd trial test day when Lewin defeated an ogre, and he was shocked to see his broken jaw. He thinks Lewin is a melee-type magician stronger than ogres, and now he just has to polish his skills. Similarly, 3 weeks passed, and the status window told Lewin that his body art skills had increased and reached level 10. He has obtained the title of his whole body is a weapon, and as a reward for this skill, the Magician of Madness will be enhanced. Lewin is happy to see the incredible effects of mastering the heavenly martial arts. Strang is also happy because he advanced to rank 3 because of Lewin. Lewin's strength has reached 2130, which is extreme. Strang was also surprised to see that he was getting stronger fast, because the time Draka took to get to 2 in strength was over a year and a half after he met him. Suddenly, Jason rushes toward him and calls him from the side. Lewin asks him what the matter is, and he tells him that the list of participants for the Grand Festival has been posted at the Academy entrance. 5 years ago, at the entrance ceremony, Lewin represented the new students and stood on the podium, and because of that, he became the subject of their jealous and doubtful gazes. He has been acting pathetic for the past 5 years in response to their jealousy. He could only watch from afar as Mikl received all the congratulations, but now, he is hopeless about becoming the center of attention. He runs toward the notice board and is happy that he has become the student representative. The students come toward him and happily congratulate him for becoming the representative. It took a long time, but Lewin finally got what he had lost in the academy. After some time, he meets with Professor Ardell, who is surprised when Sir Golter says he has mastered the heavenly martial arts. He thinks Lewin's talent sometimes scares him since he is now a 16-year-old 5th-class novice. He can now trust Lewin for the Grand Festival. Like that, preparations for the Grand Festival proceeded without a hitch, and just in time, they headed to Altine, where the Grand Festival was held. The students are excited to ride on the Mana train since it's their first time traveling there. Meanwhile, Lewin and Jason hear some students talking about them. One of the boys talks to them rudely, and Lewin remembers his name, Hanks. He is Mikl's lackey, who participated in the Magic Festival with him last year. He calls the students and says if they think Lewin will show some kind of miracle in the Grand Festival, then they should give up. He calls Lewin and says he is so full of himself just because he got good grades for the first semester. Another student agrees with him and says the representatives of each college are very much like ghosts, and they would have had a better chance of winning if Mikl, who had fought against them, had been chosen as the representative. Some of them are not ready to acknowledge Lewin as their representative so that they can figure this out themselves. Lewin thinks there are a lot of guys who want to benefit even just a little by latching themselves to the Garhill family. But they have to do well in this competition even with those guys. He calls Hanks and says Mikl must be delighted because the dogs remain loyal to him, even when the owner is about to be kicked out. Hanks angrily asks him if he just called them dogs, and Lewin replies he intentionally made it as straightforward as possible for someone of his intelligence, but he still doesn't understand. Hanks is about to say something, but Lewin interrupts him and says this grand festival will be on a different level from the last magic festival that he experienced. If they get a good result, they will receive better opportunities that they won't get from the Garhill family. Hanks agrees with him and says it will be only possible if they get a good result. But this is not possible because the ones who join this competition are all monsters. Ultimately, their fate is to be stuck in the Radiant Kingdom and work under the Garhill family. Lewin replies that it is possible because the Grand Festival is an event where collaboration is important, so it might be better not to embrace elements that interfere with teamwork. Hanks asks him if he will compete without them, and Lewin asks them to think over it well while on the way there about who their representative is right now. Furthermore, there is no Garhill there that will recognize their loyalty. Hanks gets angry and asks him how he dares to try running his first individual battle, and he won't listen to any of his commands during the Grand Festival. After some time, they get on the train, and the students are amazed to see this fast train. Meanwhile, Strang is also amazed to see this and tells Lewin stories about his time. Lewin and Jason are sitting together when some students from the other academy appear there and call them losers. Their uniform indicates that they are from the Oyoto National Magic Institute. It is revealed that the Oyoto National Magic Institute is the only training school in Oyoto, a sand kingdom built on a desert. Renowned for their ancient history, they were especially known for honoring their swordsmanship and bodies to the extreme. Lewin wonders what are those from the Oyoto National Magic Institute doing there. One of them calls the students and asks about Mikl Garhill and asks if he has run away due to the odds and sods. He makes fun of him and says he was about to ask him to serve them as a servant. He makes fun of everyone and says they will also come in last place this year. Strang also makes Lewin fun and asks why he is so calm after hearing those words. However, Lewin thinks he has no idea because he couldn't get to this position all this time. But it's obvious how their academy is treated. Meanwhile, Professor Ardell stays there, sitting quietly while reading a book, and Lewin observes that he has no plan to step in. The Grand Festival is a competition of students, and right now, his role is only as a guide. At this moment, the authority and responsibility for the team fall in his hands as the representative of the academy. The students now go to Hanks and ask him about Mikl, but Lewin calls him and says Mikl is probably bedridden, praying for his broken ribs to stick back properly right about now. He gets up from his seat, and all the students start staring at him. Hanks tells him that Lewin is the academy's representative now, and he is surprised because it's his first time seeing him. He introduces himself as Oyota's representative, Seta Malkiri. In return, Lewin also introduces himself and asks him to get out of their compartment if he is done picking up a fight. He also asks him to apologize for calling them academies before they leave in a very polite manner. Seta is shocked at his dearness and angrily asks him if he just asked him to apologize. He then shouts at Hanks and asks if he didn't tell him about his reputation. Hanks seems scared of him, and before he can say anything, Seta again shouts at him and asks him to speak properly. He also threatens to beat him up again so he won't forget about him, and Lewin observes this is the reason why the students who attended the Magic Festival tremble at the sight of Oyoto. Seta Malkiri must have assaulted them all, and this was the opponent's plan to kill the team's spirits before the match. The Grand Festival has already begun at this moment, and Lewin has to do something to save his teammates. He asks Seta for a round, and Seta angrily rushes to punch him, asking him not to regret getting hit by him. But before he can do this, his professor appears there and asks him to stop at once. He scolds him and asks him to sit there quietly and not to create a mess before the match. He apologizes to Professor Ardell and says it was rude of their students. He then asks Seta to return to their compartment and takes him along with him. He turns behind and threatens Lewin, saying he will see him later. Lewin stays there, standing quietly, and thinks it's not as easy from the start as he thought. On the other side, Seta asks his professor why he stopped him when he was the one who proposed this method to threaten those students. The professor asks him if he doesn't see that the professor of Ignite Academy is smiling. He observed Professor Heidel smiling while watching him as if he was looking forward to his fight. Seta asks him if he is confident of their representative this time, and the professor replies that he is not sure about that. However, he is sure that the guy called Lewin certainly has something that they don't know about. He is also sure Lewin is a different guy from Mikl, whom he fought with last time. After Oyota came and left, the atmosphere inside the cabin oddly changed. Now, all the students gathered around Lewin and seemed to accept him as their representative. They discuss their first match, which is a group competition without a representative. Hanks is trying to persuade his comrades and says they must not lose to those students. Lewin is watching them with a smile on his face and thinks up until a while ago, these students were filled with jealousy, and egos started to unite as one. However, they try to stop Lewin from being as rash as he was just now because those rough guys grew up fighting their entire lives. Lewin counter-questions them and asks if they are not angry because those students disrespected them and him right in the face. If they stayed still, those guys may have gotten even more excited and made more fun of them, and if he also stayed still, they would have really become the academies. He asks them if they are going to keep being disrespected, and all of them lower their eyes. He intentionally calls Hanks and says they have been disrespected for 5 years, and it's not the time for them to fight internally because of ego. One of them gets up and says they want to place Hanks as the gatekeeper in the arrow ball match and asks Lewin for his advice. Lewin is happy to see that Mikl's lackeys have also decided to join him at the Grand Festival. He hopes that they will maintain that resolve until the test is over. The train's next stop is the Altine Duchy. It is one of the states belonging to the Raynak Imperial Federation, and the only state recognized as a neutral state under the Empire. Here, emotions must be excluded, even if they are enemies who have been at war for decades. If bloodshed occurs inside Altine, the Raynak Empire, the ruler of the continent, steps forward and judges their crimes. Due to this, large-scale international competitions such as the Magic Festival of the Magic Society and the Sword Grand Prix of the Swordsmanship Society are held in Altine. There is a noticeable crowd in the city because of the festival. Jason is amazed to see the city and comments that it's an entirely different world. Their Daemon estate is supposed to be rich in itself, but the state there is totally different. Lewin also observes the surrounding city and thinks it is as expected of the kingdom's capital. It looks antique, and everyone seems relaxed. Seeing this makes him think they really came from such a small place. Meanwhile, Professor Heidel calls them and asks them to get on their carriages since they are going to the accommodation now. After a while, when they are in the carriages, Professor Heidel forbids him from going to another college's accommodation, even by mistake, since nothing good will come out of picking a fight. Lewin wonders why he is saying this while looking at him. Meanwhile, Strang calls him and asks him to look toward a side, and he tells him that he smells a really interesting scent. Before Lewin could understand anything, he jumped from his shoulder and revealed that he smelled Draka's relic in this place. The next day, at the Ignite Academy accommodation, Lewin is heading outside when Jason calls him and asks if he is going on a date or something. He doesn't answer him and hurriedly goes outside. He asks Strang if he is sure about what he said the previous day, and he replies that he will start seeing it on the minimap, too. Even for an avatar of strength like him, this is not common. He points toward Altine's Touching Memories workshop. Lewin enters the room and is surprised to see a common shop there. He thought it would be a unique place, or it would be somewhere like a black market or a rich person's vault. Strang tells him that Draka's relic is useless for non-strength-based wizards, so it's just trash for them. Lewin uses his skill of Player's Eye, and soon, between an immense aura, he finds a ring of invulnerability. The status window popped up while saying this was the first artifact created by Draka, but also his failure. Using this ring, there is a small chance to resist any physical force that touches their body, and it also increases the opportunity to negate physical damage. Lewin is disappointed to know that it was a failure, and Strang tells him that it's not just about resisting the attacks, but it even resists a touch from his friend and even a hug from his lover. It might prove useless when he really needs it, and it could activate on something trivial, making it a failure. However, Lewin still needs it because it can increase by 200 when he equipped it. He takes the ring and wears it on his hand, and it fits perfectly in his hand. It seems like the ring was made for him. He asks the shopkeeper for its price and asks him to take it for free because it's been there for so long, and he doesn't know how to take care of it. Lewin then decides to buy something else and thinks the player's eye is very convenient, and he can even recognize the worth of an object. He then finds a book, Quantum Mechanics of Magic and Sword, whose rarity is high. He is about to grab the book when a girl appears there and hands him the same book. Lewin checks from the player's eye and finds out that her name is Irene Prius, a 5th-class magician with a very high potential. She is from Seiki Women's University. The king, who is also called the King of Wizards of Boundary, Terra and Artemis, has picked her as the 11th next-generation magician. Lewin has heard about her and that she is a genius who is close to 5th class, and the rumors about her were actually understated. She then asks Lewin to let go of the book, but he refuses, saying he touched it first. She recognizes his uniform and knows that he must be from Ignite Academy. She also introduces herself. She says he has found the thing he was looking for earlier, but now he is looking for something else to buy, while she is there only for this book. She asks him if he will let her buy that, and Lewin observes that she has been observing him this whole time. Lewin asks her why she needs this book because people don't normally look for this book. She replies that it's just for her personal assignment and can't tell him the details. Lewin thinks it can't be related to an assignment at the academy and wonders if it is from the king or something. However, he allowed her to take the book, and she thanked him for this. Lewin starts looking for something else while she stays there watching him from behind. On his way back, he tells his friend that he met Irene Prius, and they excitedly ask him how she looked. Jason is so jealous of him because he dreams of touching her hand once. Hanks laughs and says he also saw Irene during the Grand Festival last year and even sat next to her during the space. Hanks also tells him she is a strong woman but is always in the top 2. He hears she is so stressed because she always loses to the top one, Doom Prime, every year. He is the top one in Rainak Magic Soldier Training School, which means he is the most acknowledged wizard among the people of his age on this continent. He is also the owner of Sword of Radiance, and Lewin now understands the reason why Irene needed that book. However, being a magic swordsman isn't that good because the magic sword doesn't offer as much of a magic increase compared to other weapons, and becoming skilled at swordsmanship like a knight isn't easy either. However, Hanks tells them that Doom Prime is different. His Sword of Radiance is an S-class artifact, and his level of swordsmanship is at least that of an ordinary knight. Jason is getting bored while he continues to appreciate Doom. He has a good family background, is rich and handsome, and his popularity among girls is sky high. Lewin listens to all this quietly and thinks about Irene Prius, who mastered 5th class magic at the age of 16, and the magic swordsman, Doom Prime, who always beats Irene every year. He wonders if he will fight against those renowned geniuses and if he will be able to win. He is definitely someone no one cares about. But the dean told him that there is a possibility of him being a winning candidate. Suddenly, a student rushes there and informs them that the first lineup for the Grand Festival opening ceremony day is out now. Lewin gets up with determination on his face, and all the other students follow him. The long-awaited Grand Festival has begun now. After some time, the initial lineup of matches for the Grand Festival came out, and Lewin heard Oyota National Magic Academy students talking about them. Their first opponent is Oyota Academy students, and their representative, Seta, makes their fun and says it will be such an easy win for them. He smiles and says they are so lucky to have them as their first opponents. Lewin isn't happy to see them since they are the worst opponents someone can hope for. They are well known for playing dirty, and on top of that, their academy has many kids who are traumatized by them. Seta continues to humiliate them and says they are so weak that they won't even warm them up, and this is going to be so boring. His teammates also laugh at them while Lewin stands there watching them, making their fun quietly. He smiles and thinks they have let down their guards, and with this opportunity, he will show them all that they are not their old selves anymore. He calls Seta and says he was already expecting him as their opponent. He introduced himself to the other students as the representative of the academy that they were talking about. He then stares at Seta and warns them not to call them the academy ever again. Seta and his friends are surprised at his confidence, while Lewin smiles and says he has been in last place for so long that he is tired of it. He exclaims that he will try to be in first place from now on. Seta and his friends shout at them and ask them to stop acting so tough, and they ask Lewin who he really is. Lewin remembers the dean's face and reveals that he is the trump card their academy has sent. After some time, the Oyota Academy students are discussing today's incident in their hall. One of them has researched Lewin and found out that he used to be a failing student. But they wonder how someone like him becomes the school representative. The other guy tells Seta that at the beginning of the semester, he did a complete 108 and became a monster who got amazing grades. They think his confidence probably came from that, too, and Seta remembers when his professor told him that Lewin has something they don't know. He then smiles and says he is still an academy student and he will teach him a lesson in their school's traditional way. On the other side, at the Ignite accommodations, they are all planning for tomorrow's event of mana grenade throwing. It is a team competition in which all members of the team, excluding the student representative, participate. It is a challenge in which people throw mana grenades at mithril golems, and the team that destroys them faster wins. A student asks Lewin if he thinks they will be okay because they will participate without him. Lewin admits that they lack individual talents compared to Oyota, but he still hopes that they can win. It's a group competition. They can win if they all work together. He asks everyone to start getting into groups. One group will heat up the mana grenade, a second group will transport it, and a third group will attack the golems. Similarly, a fourth group will hinder the opponent's team by healing their golem. However, they are still worried because the plan will take time to execute. Lewin calls them and says he is serious about what he said earlier, that they would be in the first place. He puts some paper on the table and says he will do whatever he can, even in games where he can't participate. When Oyota throws one, they will throw 2 or 3, and for teams with outstanding individual skills, traditional methods may be effective, but that method still takes more time for their team. Jason steps forward and says he trusts Lewin's method. Behind him, Hanks also declares his trust in Lewin. Similarly, all the other students agree to trust Lewin, and he starts making the group. With Hanks as the leader, he makes a group of Zola, Mikl, Mora, Ayek, and Freya to heat up the bomb. After that, Taemuns will move the ignited bomb. He selected everyone's groups based on their strengths, and his ability lies behind these choices. He uses the player's eye to see through the nature of the target, and using this, he was able to minimize weaknesses and focus on the strengths of the group members. Now, the students seem confident and say they may have a good chance now. Once everyone was assigned the perfect group, even the ones who doubted him started to have hope. Lewin is happy to see that their academy teammates have started to become more confident, and hope has started to rise. Suddenly, a student appears there in an extremely injured state. Lewin rushes toward him and asks him about what has happened, and he reveals that the Oyota representative brought his men with him, and after they dragged him out, they beat him well. After some time, Lewin reaches their accommodation, and it seems like they are waiting for him. Seta laughs and calls his teammates, saying he already said Lewin would be coming. Lewin calls his name and asks him to come out this instant. Seta smiles and gets up, asking him what he is relying on to be this confident. Lewin puts his hand on his shoulder and drags him down to the ground. Seta is shocked to feel an immense amount of strength from him. He then gets up and is about to punch him, but Lewin grabs his arm and twists him to the other side. Lewin then warns him never to ever touch them outside the arena, as things won't end well. Seta lies on the ground, screaming in pain, while his teammates ask him if he is alright. Lewin calls him and asks to make a bet with him. After some time, he returns to the accommodation and tells them about the takbam bet he has just made with Seta. If they beat Oyota, Seta will take a takbam from him. He will also apologize to them in front of all the students. The students seemed excited and told each other that they had to win this. A student calls them and says they need to head to the Altine Stadium, and Lewin asks everyone to get ready. The Grand Festival is said to be an event for magicians and the entire continent. Historically, the magicians who stood out there typically became important figures who changed the history of the continent. It is really a proud moment for Lewin to be a part of this place where historic legends have been made. After some time, the opening ceremony is over, and the host asks the students to return to their seats. Lewin went toward his seat, where Seta was already present. He asks Lewin to be ready because he won't let his guard down this time. Lewin stares at him and thinks the opponent he is trying to analyze now isn't him, but it is Doom Prime, winner of the Magic Festival and the man who stands at the very top of the Raynak Magic Soldier Training School. If they keep winning during these competitions, he is someone they will be bound to face. In the meantime, Irene appears behind him and says he must be the type who causes trouble everywhere he goes. She talks about the previous day when he was going around stringing up chaos and even went to Oyota's quarters to cause trouble. Lewin is shocked that she knows about this, and she replies that Alteen is a small place, and she is pretty sure everyone knows by now. Lewin smiles and says he didn't cause trouble, but was just trying to converse. She turns toward him and says she wants to give him some advice since he gave her the book. She says it's best to not make himself stand out, and Lewin asks her if he becomes like her, who is hiding her true skill. She is surprised at his question while Lewin says goodbye to her because the event is about to start. The host announces that the Mana grenade throwing event is starting soon, and the first event is Ignite Academy vs Oyota. Jason asked his fellows if they were ready and told them that they would now prove to everyone that they were strong. They enter the hall with a firm determination. The first event has finally begun, and the audience is confused when they see the students of Ignite Academy. Until now, group competitions were all won by groups with individual talents, but their group arrangements are similar to what knights would do, which is unfamiliar to everyone. However, they are still confident that Oyota will win. They call them Academy again and say they will be in last place this year, too. Lewin listens to their comments quietly, and Irene, who is watching them quietly, is surprised to see that Ignite's golem has already lost an arm. Lewin calls them from behind and gives them instructions related to heating speed and transportation. He calls Jason and asks him to aim for the golem's right arm. Soon, the right arm also gets destroyed. Meanwhile, Seta shouts at his teammates and asks them how they are losing to the stupid academies. He is also shocked to see that Ignite Academy's students are healing the golem so that it can't be destroyed easily. Irene is impressed by their strategy, and the reason why Ignite Academy surpassed Oyota, who has a clear advantage in individual skills, is purely strategy. But Irene is sure the strategy won't work unless they accurately understand everyone's strengths. She thinks Lewin was able to find the book she was looking for in an instant and also assigned his teammates to groups based on their strength. She wonders what kind of person Lewin Ardell really is and why she has never seen him at any of the magic festivals. After a while, Jason throws his last fireball toward the golem, and with this, it is destroyed completely. Seta is shocked to see that they have lost to Ignite Academy. They are really happy that they have won the first event. The Mana grenade throwing competition, which everyone thought Oyota would win, is won by the Academy. Now, Academy is no longer in last place, but Oyota Academy is the last one. Soon, the Capture the Flag game among student representatives will begin. His teammates cheer for Lewin and ask him to smash them to pieces. The first match is between Lewin Ardell of Ignite Academy and Seta Malkiri of the Oyota National Magic Institute. They both stand in front of each other. Strang calls Lewin and says he seems nervous while he thinks they are ranked 20th out of 32 schools. People are starting to pay attention to them again with their recent victory. But it's still not enough to break away from the label that has been branded on them for years. However, by achieving an overwhelming victory against Oyota, Lewin can change people's perception of them. He then looks toward the sky and says they must show the Magician King about their true worth. On the other side, the Academy's deans are watching them from a globe. The Flame King, Teron, recognizes Lewin and asks the dean if he was a candidate among the 11 human children. The dean surprisingly asks if he still remembers him, and he replies he just has a habit of remembering talented people, and that kid was born with such a great talent that he was able to learn mana at a young age instinctively. However, he was even more disappointed when he learned he had the magic evocation disorder. The dean asks him to remember that he was the one who treated him like a useless child. The king ignores his comments and says he has made him the representative, which only means that Lewin has overcome his disorder. The dean smiles and asks him to see it for himself. On the other side, Strang asks Lewin what kind of magic he will use because he has to get close to that guy, whether it's binding magic or freezing magic. He asks him if he is going to summon a guardian, but Lewin replies that he is not. He smiles and says he will fight him head-on. The referee asks them to begin the match, and Lewin rushes toward him immediately. Seta prepares his casts and says he will pay him back for what happened at the lodging. He has summoned a battle guardian and transforms into a knight in front of Lewin. Lewin immediately uses his time refraction skill, and before he can attack him, he swiftly moves away from there. In the blink of an eye, he reaches where Seta stands. He tries to punch him, but Lewin grabs his hand and says he already knew about his strategy. He then asks him to look toward the side where Seta's battle guardian is coming to attack him. He shouts loudly and seems pretty scared of the guardian. He feels himself under a lot of pressure. Lewin smiles and asks him to try and get away from there. Seta understands that the power he felt the previous day was real, and it wasn't because he let his guard down. He closes his eyes, admitting his defeat, waiting for the Guardian to attack him. After a moment, he opens his eyes and is shocked to see Lewin defeating the Guardian with just his punch. He is shocked to see this and wonders how it is possible that he hit his Guardian of Steel with his bare hand. The Guardian has been destroyed, and Lewin comes to Seta, who sits on the ground while scared. He asks Lewin why he saved him, but Lewin replies he can't save the one who assaulted their classmates. He saved him because he wanted to finish him himself. He smiles and asks if he remembers their bet, and now he has to give him just one flick. He then flicks his head, and Seta falls to the ground at a great distance. He looks toward the sky and wonders why it is so blue today. Everyone is shocked to see the fight, while the students of Ignite Academy are cheering for Lewin. Everyone is now cheering for him and commenting that it was just a one-sided fight. At this moment, Lewin drew attention from another person. King Taron is in a state of shock. He is the only 8-star magician in the world and is someone who is known as the border magician, but even he hasn't heard of that magic before. Surprisingly, he looks at Lewin from the globe and wonders who he really is. He calls the dean and asks him to tell him everything he knows about Lewin Ardell. The dean replies that he is someone who has turned his weakness into strength, and is a magician who acts like a magician more than anyone else. The king, Taron, doesn't believe him and asks if he is trying to protect a student from his curiosity. He says he will directly call up Lewin Ardell and ask him by himself, and the dean gets up, saying if he tries to forcefully get an answer from him, then he will have to stop him for sure. Taron smiles and asks if he is going to talk about how magicians have the right to keep their secrets, the oath of Mikl. He agrees not to force him, but there shouldn't be any problem with sharing a few words with him. He thinks if there is an end to magic, then it should be him. He will make sure to find out about the magic that he has seen for the first time. At night, all the students have gathered at the Drink and Die pub, while Lewin asks them to go from there since they have only won one competition, and now they should prepare for the next one. But they were not ready to listen to him because the other students had also come there. Jason happily asks him to enjoy their first win. They have ordered Altine's Cocoa Vanilla Juice and Dragon Kiss. Lewin asks Jason what the Dragon Kiss is, and he replies that he has a strong sense of local patriotism and that it's a special drink of their territory. It is a drink that makes him feel as if he is sharing a kiss with a dragon with just one sip. Jason insists that he try a sip from the drink. Suddenly, Lewin looks behind and finds Seta standing there. Jason thinks he has come there to take his revenge and asks him to leave since they were just about to enjoy themselves. Lewin also wonders if he has come there to pick a fight, but he states that he has come there to apologize. He apologizes to them for looking down on all of them all this time. After getting hit by Lewin in the stadium, he finally understood that he shouldn't look down on others just because they are weaker than him. He has realized that there are many people stronger than him in the world, and he is a weak person to someone else, too. Jason is about to say something, but he interrupts him and says he knows that they won't forgive him that easily even after saying this, but he wanted to make sure to tell them all. He bowed before them and apologized to them once again. Lewin stays quiet while this is getting awkward for other students. He then gets up and turns behind to leave when Lewin calls him and asks if he is apologizing because of the bet they made. Seta looks into his eyes and replies that his apology is genuine. Lewin forwards his hand and thanks him for apologizing like a man, and Seta shakes hands with him after thinking for a while. After that, his classmates also accepted Seta's apology, and they were all enjoying themselves at one point. Just like that, they put their arms around each other's shoulders, drank Dragon Kiss, and got drunk in the atmosphere. The next morning, his friends wake him up, and Hanks asks him if he doesn't remember the last night, or if he liked Dragon Kiss that much. They tell him that he was bawling his eyes out, and they all laughed at him. They laugh at him now because they never expected Lewin to have this side of him. He comes outside thinking his classmates are making fun of him to his face as soon as he comes to his senses. He had a drink that made people emotional, and Lewin determines to avoid that drink at all costs in the future. In the meantime, Seta calls him and asks if he slept well last night, and Lewin remembers all the hugs and kisses they gave to each other last night. He is now embarrassed to face him and walks away from there. Meanwhile, Professor Ardell calls him and says trouble and accidents always follow him around, and Lewin wonders if he also knows about what he did last night. The professor clarifies to him that he has come there since there is someone who wants to meet him. The dean is worried, saying that he is a dangerous person with a cunning mask. Lewin is shocked when he tells him about the Flame King, Taeron, and that he wants to see him. The professor advises him to be careful around him because Taeron is mysterious. People who hide their true selves like the Flame King are dangerous. This is all the professor can say to him in this situation. Lewin makes him sure that he will keep his instructions in mind when he sees Taeron. After some time, when he tells his classmates about Taeron, they are excited to know that the Flame King is watching over them. Lewin says they have now one more reason to win, so he has thought about a plan. Their operation name is Defend If They Can, which means he is going to run to the goalpost. Their next match is Arrow Ball, a match that uses live arrows that constantly fly around. 9 team members are divided into the positions of attackers, defenders, and a goalkeeper, and the player who gets more arrow balls into the opposite team's goal wins the game. Unlike the simple rules, this match requires a high level of strategy and tactics. There are many things to consider: when to use defense spells, when to use crowd control magic, how to grab the arrow ball and throw it into the other goal, etc. The match has started, and Lewin rushes toward the opponent's side as soon as they take their position. They use their skills of Frozen Tree, Ice Spear, and Fire Wall, but Lewin dodges their attacks and breaks the arrow coming toward him. Seta cheers up for him from the audience while his classmates are surprised at his sudden change of behavior. He is the same Seta who made a fuss the previous day, and now he is cheering for Lewin. Seta angrily replies to them that men become friends after exchanging punches, but one of them says there was no exchange and that the fight was one-sided. They whisper multiple things about him, while Seta thinks that Lewin Ardell is the next generation's magician. He has fought against Irene Prius of Seiki Women's College, Dalian Malkin of Main God Frelia's Holy Magic School, and Doom Prime of Rainak Magic Soldier Training School, and he knows this because he has personally competed with the best people at the Magic Festival. He is sure that Lewin is even stronger than those people, and he is not only strong but also has leadership skills and the capacity for tolerance. He is happy that Lewin accepted him as his friend. Meanwhile, his classmates call him and say they are up next, so they should make a strategy. At the same time, Lewin's team fights with the others and does its best to stop him. But Lewin is using his super speed skill, and they are unable to catch his movements. He rushes toward them and destroys the ice wall in front of them. The arrows catch them in an instant, and Jason takes advantage of the situation and throws an arrow toward the opposition's territory. With this, the Ignite Academy gets 1 point. Similarly, one after the other, they get many points. Even after that, the opposing team persistently tried to mark him, but Jason and the team members persistently dug into that gap. When the column's watch weakened and failed to block the other team members, their defensive wall was immediately breached. The audience is surprised to see that one-sided match. In Arrow Ball, 3 to 4 goals were expected per match, but they obtained 11 points. With this, the opposite team gets 0 points and surrenders. The Ignite Academy won with an overwhelming gap of 11 points. They are all happy that they have won that match, and now they are hopeful for winning the Magic Festival. Meanwhile, Professor Heidel appears there, calls Lewin from behind, and informs him that the appointment date has been decided and that he will be at 7 at dinner time. On the other side, the Flame King, Taeron, is waiting for Lewin and hopes that he doesn't eat anything before coming there. After that, when Lewin was walking to the Magic Tower, the Dean calls him and asks him permission to get inside together. They enter a room where Taeron is already waiting for him and welcomes Lewin. Strang observes that this man is a magician crossing the boundary between man and demigod. After that, when they are having a meal, Taeron tells Lewin that he has seen him once from afar when he was looking for the 11 children. He was one of those candidates, too, and now he is completely different from them. He then exclaims he will get straight to the point and asks him if he can tell him what happened to him all that time. Lewin understands that his current self is a stain on Taeron, proof that the magician's discernment at the boundary was wrong. Taeron wants to hear from him that he wasn't wrong. He then apologizes to him and says he can only tell the King of Magicians one thing, that even if his talent may be wrong, his efforts were not. Taeron thinks for a while and says they are like teachers, like students, and asks them how both of them mentioned the same word, effort. Taeron asks him what efforts he made, and he tells him that he has been interested in body arts, and he trained in body arts in order to overcome his magic evocation disorder, and thanks to that, he became as strong as an ogre. Taeron doesn't seem to believe in his story and asks him if he is using an artifact. but he has never heard about that kind of artifact. The dean interrupts and says he will stop him there. Taeron gets quiet and says there will be a lot of contests in the future as well, and he will be watching over him from now on. He will see if his efforts will work even on his children or not. Lewin smiles and asks him to keep watching over him surely. He gets up and says he is also curious to know just how different the children chosen by the King of Magicians are from him. Later, the dean goes to meet Taeron and thanks him for talking politely to Lewin. Taeron asks him if he is worried that he will swallow his student or something. He asked him not to worry because he always welcomed talented magicians and was just curious about Lewin. The dean asks him if his curiosity is satisfied, but Taeron replies Lewin didn't tell him what he was hiding, so there is no way he is satisfied. However, another type of curiosity was boiling out at this moment, and Lewin subtly warned him. The dean asks him to take Lewin easy because he is still young. Taeron was surprised that Lewin didn't even look scared in front of him when most other magicians would beg and grovel. He really likes Lewin's personality and wishes that the guy he is raising can become a little more interesting. On the other hand, it's Doom's turn, and all the students cheer for him, but he thinks this kind of cheering is meaningless to him. A moment ago, a student rushed to him and informed him that Lewin Ardell went to the Magic Tower to see the Magician King. He is jealous that the Flame King has a private meeting with someone that isn't him. He has also watched some matches of the guy who is creating a sensation in this grand festival. He was rumored to be very hard to deal with because of his unique magic, but he didn't pay him heed because no matter how much he struggled and fought, Doom didn't regard him as his opponent. He thinks the Flame King must have only been curious because he's a bit unique, but he is getting extremely jealous of him and thinks he won't forgive Lewin Ardell for this. He wants to be the only one who can receive the Flame King's approval. After some time, Lewin enters his accommodation and finds Doom is already waiting for him there. He straightforwardly asks him what conversation he had with the Flame King, but Lewin questions him and asks if there is any reason for him to answer his question. Doom gets angrier and asks him to answer his question, but Lewin refuses to tell him anything. Doom draws his sword and tries to threaten him, saying he wants to hear about their conversation. Lewin asks him if he is suggesting they spar right now when they are outside the stadium. Doom asks him to spar with him or answer his question. They both reveal their mana, and their energies are immensely strong. Lewin observes that this guy is definitely strong, and he can't see any weakness. Doom asks him if he will not draw his sword, and Lewin wonders if he is really going to draw his sword outside the stadium. Lewin is also about to take out his sword when Irene appears there and asks both of them to stop. She asks him if there is any kind of gathering there since everyone seems to be there. Lewin carelessly replies that there is no gathering, but he considered making a greeting space. Doom turns behind and leaves from there quickly. When he is gone, Lewin asks Irene if that person is normally sensitive, and she replies that he is someone they can barely hear, except today. She tells him that Doom Prime becomes sensitive if it's something related to the Flame King. He will do everything to earn the King's recognition, even if it means pushing others aside, and it's very unusual for the King to arrange a private setting like today. Lewin guesses Doom thinks that he is getting some special attention from King Taeron. Irene had asked him if he really intended to fight with Doom Prime a moment ago. Lewin replies he didn't intend this because something like that would disqualify them. He laughs and says Doom Prime probably didn't intend to fight either, and he was just trying to scare him. Irene asks if he is scared of him, when it is said that Doom Prime is like a thick wall that any ordinary attacks can't easily pierce. Lewin replies he doesn't think he will lose against him since no matter how thick the wall is, it will give way if they keep hitting it repeatedly. He brags that he is quite strong, and Irene laughs at him and says he is truly a strange person. However, she asks him to be careful of Doom Prime since he shows no mercy and will probably have his eyes on him after today's incident. On the other side, Jason is disappointed because they are not in the top 4 teams, and Lewin consoles him, saying they worked very hard. Hanks also appreciates everyone and says they did very well. It's a shame that the winning streak ended, but even this much shows the rebellion against the Globo Academy. Meanwhile, a student enters, bringing drinks for everyone. Hanks asks Lewin what he will do because individual competition is coming up soon. Lewin confidently replies that he has to win and stay in first place until the end. Currently, his individual competition ranking is tied for first place. He will face the strong candidates of Irene Prius, Cherky, Dillian Malkin, and Doom Prime. He is in a situation where he is shoulder to shoulder with other strong contenders for the championship. Therefore, the next match is particularly important unless there is a major change. The next event is called the Battle Survival, a survival game for 32 student representatives on an artificial island. First place gets 32 points, and last place gets 1 point. Because points are awarded based on performance, there will be significant changes in the rankings. Hanks believes he will do well, but asks him if he shouldn't prepare like the others. Jason tells him that the others are currently forming alliances. In the battle for survival, it's possible to form alliances. Judging between enemies and allies and combining strengths are also recognized as strategies. Hanks tells him that the others will all move as a team, so it will be impossible for him to take on everyone alone. He suggests siding with Column Academy, but the only one who comes to mind is Irene, and there is no guarantee she will team up with him. Suddenly, Seta rushes there and asks Lewin to team up with him, and Lewin is just surprised to see him. They both run outside. Seta warns him not to betray him in the middle, and Lewin also asks him not to do it either. He trusts Seta since he is honest and can believe a guy like him. He asks Seta to follow him because there is one more ally that they need to recruit. But they are shocked to see a line of other representatives outside Irene's inn. Seta is shocked to see that he wants to team up with Irene Prius. Lewin replies that she is a strong contender for the championship, and he asks Lewin if they are friends. He replies that they know each other a bit, and Seta excitedly asks how close they are, and he really wants to be on a team with Irene. However, it seems like all the guys who just came were rejected, and Seta asks him what they will do if they get rejected too. Lewin feels like he is going to confess his love for her. Meanwhile, Irene appears there and smiles, asking if they should devise a strategy for the match. After some time, they stand across a table, looking for a strategy. Lewin comes to know that the largest group consists of 14 people. It will be led by Dalian Malkin from the Frelia School of Divine Magic. Dalian is a genius and has always been one of the top 5 contenders for the championship. He primarily uses light magic and divine magic, but Seta says there is nothing to worry about their number because he is the most annoying person in his group. Lewin calls them and says there is another annoying person, Doom Prime. The content of the tournament will vary depending on its performance, and they must perform well. The next day, the match is about to begin, and a professor instructs the students to wear the armor. When the durability of the armor they wear is depleted, they will be eliminated and transported automatically. They take them all in a boat, and Seta is already feeling nervous when they haven't started yet. All they have to do is to stay there for 72 hours. Lewin observes that Doom Prime intends to move on his own as he expected, and Irene advises him not to underestimate Doom. From there onward, they all need to ride the boat and head to the main island. The 3 take a boat, and Irene shows them their safe zone, but the range of the barrier shrinks over time. She asks them to hurry because they need to secure a good spot quickly. After some time, they get a spot to hide, and Seta asks him if they should secure some food for later use. Irene asks him to remember that he was the one arguing that they should ambush other groups first. Suddenly, they hear an explosion from the distance, and Seta guesses that the fight has already started. Lewin calls Seta and says it's their turn now. He asks him to remember there is no need to worry about food because now he can eat until his stomach bursts. Their prey has already come outside. A group of students is outside searching for food, and one of them seems scared and says they should have gotten food later because moving has become extremely exhausting. The other one calms him down, saying there are a few places where water and food are easier to find. Suddenly, they got a surprising attack, and Seta was the one who attacked them, saying he was waiting to see when they would come. He uses Iron Spear to attack them, and they don't even get the chance to react. Meanwhile, Irene also appears behind them and uses ice magic to attack them. Lewin observes that she is using 5th grade ice magic. Seta was impressed by her ability to cast such high-level magic without even changing her facial expressions. Suddenly, the opponent attacked Seta, and they found out that there were only 3 of them. They are trying to advance by blocking as much as they can. Their opponents are powerful wizards and are quite strong since they are all representatives. He jumps from the tree because it's his turn to make a move now. A student points toward the noise coming from a side and tries to attack Lewin, but he dodges his attack. He uses the skill time wrap and moves in an instant with his super speed. He gets closer to the one who just attacked him and hits him. The others try to help their teammate and use the skill's binding tree, but Lewin jumps upon them, holding a mana-born explosion ball in his hand. They spread in different directions in order to avoid it, but Seta blocks their path. He calls Lewin and asks him to go and get them. Lewin attacks them with the mana explosion ball and hits one of them. His mana depleted simultaneously, and he returned to the academy by elimination. Now, only 3 to 4 students are remaining, but they seem scared of Lewin and want to surrender. He twists his fist and exclaims that they have plenty of food now. They obtain a good amount of food and also have meat. If this quantity is enough, then they will be able to continue for 3 days. Seta thanked Lewin and said they would eat well. Suddenly, they hear an explosion from behind, and Seta informs them that is the place the Dalians group is heading to. And whatever it is, it's a big deal to start a fight with a group of more than 10 people. Irene tells the name of the technique Dalian group is using, Bottleneck. It is rare to find a wizard with this level of magical power. Seta is also impressed by him and says he has evolved a lot during the year that he hasn't seen him. Lewin also understands that he is extremely powerful. After some time, they reach a house, and there is no sign that the other team arrived first. Lewin says they should take a moment to relax and do some exercise. Seta is excited to have a piece of meat, but Lewin says they don't want there to be a smell, so they should eat the meat later. Meanwhile, Irene calls him and asks how everything is going, as he expected. The previous day, when they were looking at the central village map, Lewin told them that it was the only island base that could accommodate many people. He gave them the possibility that Dalian's team would head there. He also suggests Doom Prime would head there, too, and Irene argues with him, saying he wouldn't go there despite knowing about the existence of the largest joint team. But Lewin was sure he would come alone because that is the best way to win. He told her about the kill points and revealed that the kill points were added each time someone was eliminated, and if he were Doom Prime, then it would be a good idea for him. At present, he tells her that he just thought about what he would do if he were him. He smiles and thinks Doom Prime is trying to attract the attention of the Flame King, so he has no choice but to be reckless. Irene still looks at him strangely and says he is really weird. However, they decide to take turns and watch the situation carefully. At night, she wakes him up and informs him that someone came looking for them. Lewin looks through the window and finds a boy standing outside. He asks Irene if she checked how many people there are, and she replies there is only one person. She also turned off the light magic in case of light leakage, and she doesn't think he knows they are here. He asks Irene to wake up Seta, and he will guard the door just in case. After a while, the boy outside the door enters there, while Lewin sits behind the door to track his movements. He thinks there is only one person, so it may be Doom Prime. He takes him off guard and drags him to the ground by grabbing his cloak. He grabs him from behind while Irene attacks him from the front side. But they were shocked to see student representative Calm Collies. He apologizes to them and says he didn't mean to intrude but just needed a place to rest. Lewin asks him if he is alone and what about the team members he is with. He replies that they fell into Doom Prime's trap. They made bold moves from the beginning of the match because they had a large group. The plan was to ambush Malkin's group and earn kill points. But Doom Prime appeared, and they, who were scattered in search of food, were targeted. However, only one person fell into Doom's trap because they were prepared to defend themselves immediately. But after hearing the explosion, Dalian Malkin brought his entire team and attacked them. He defended himself fiercely but couldn't hold on, and only 2 people, including himself, managed to stay alive and escape. However, it wasn't the end of it, and Doom Prime appeared again after that. He hid and observed until the fight was over. Then he secretly followed as they escaped after being injured. Lewin thinks Doom fully exploited the situation to his advantage, but that was a wise move. Collies asks them if they can accept him onto his team. Seta observes him and says he may have been exhausted, but he also has an excellent strategy. But Lewin refuses and asks him how he escaped from Doom Prime. He is sure that if he were Doom Prime, he would never miss an opportunity like this to let him escape after being injured. Irene casts a spell to attack him, while Lewin gives 3 possibilities. First is that he may be lying. Second, Doom Prime deliberately allowed him to stay alive, or someone is monitoring the situation from somewhere now. He checks him from player's eye, and the status window shows that he is an unknown person. Lewin punches him, saying he is not the real Collies, and after attacking him, he realizes that he is not Collies but just a copy. He gets up immediately, asks Irene and Seta to hurry, and tells them they need to move now. They head outside, and the sun is rising. Lewin predicts that collies may have been eliminated by the guy who created that dummy, and this means there is a high possibility that 7 members of Collies' team were eliminated. Irene says she has someone in mind who might have eliminated Collies and takes the name of Cherky. As one of 11 children, he is the top student at Delphaniac Magic College and has a good grasp of making potions and dummies. He also belongs to Dalian Malkin's group, and this means that enemies on all sides surround them. Cherky discovered their location because of the dummy, and after this, other teams will ambush them as well. However, the path that leads to the west will soon be blocked as the barrier shrinks. They ask Lewin if he has a plan, and he tells them a saying from the waters of the Mazaroth Oceans that they have to use pirates to fight pirates. Therefore, they should catch enemies with enemies. On the other side, in another hut, Dalian asks Cherky if he has found their location. He smiles and replies that they are hiding like rats in the west area. He almost fooled them, but unfortunately, he got caught at the last moment. Dalian asks him how his dummy got caught, and he laughs, saying he doesn't know about this either. Lewin suddenly smashed his fist and all. He asks Dalian what he is going to do now. He thinks about Irene Prius, Seta Malkiri, and Lulin Ardell. They all are annoying opponents. He asks Cherky to go and get them, and they will pour all their firepower and finish it in one go now. They start walking, and Dalian tells them they will soon arrive at the west base. Suddenly, they see a light thundering at some distance, and it seems like a fight has broken out. He orders his teammates to go there immediately. The students present there are scared to see them. While Dalian uses his holy arrow to attack them, he is surprised to see that Lewin Ardell is not present there. They are hiding somewhere at a distance, and Irene tells Lewin that Dalian is using his divine magic, and everything is going according to the plan. Seta smiles and says they have come flocking after hearing their fireworks while they are not even there. Irene asked Lewin what they should do now, and he replied that they should devour all the kill points. He attacked using his fire attribute, and a large explosion faced the Dalian group. With this, he eliminated one of their members and appeared in front of them. Irene observes that the Dalian group has also decreased in number, which means the clash with Doom Prime was real. Seta is at the point that they are still significantly outnumbered. They look toward the 3 students standing beside them, and this is called a temporary alliance. Dalian rushes toward them, saying they are still 6 in number, and they can cower them all. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurs from behind them, and Lewin is unaware of this. It creates a hole in the ground and eliminates one of the Dalian group members. Seta and Lewin are also impressed by this much power, and they are sure the person behind this is Doom Prime. He appears from behind them and attacks the Dalian group. He starts attacking and eliminating them all, and Seta asks Lewin if Doom is on their side now. Lewin observes that he wants to eliminate the Dalian group first, and now that all the survivors have gathered in one place, they will soon learn the results of the match. Dalian's group shattered upon seeing Doom, and he asked them to hold themselves and fight alongside him. Lewin asks Irene and Seta to move and get the points. He uses the skill time distortion and moves with maximum speed to hit his opponents. One of them tries to attack him, but he grabs him in time and is about to punch him when Doom Prime appears there and hits the ground, causing an earthquake. He has eliminated Lewin's target and passes by him, saying he will eliminate him by himself. He then moves away quickly, and Lewin stays there, wondering about the situation. A while later, at the host room, the dean reveals that the final 10 students have been confirmed. The Magic King Terran and the 10 students are the ones they expected from the start, and now they are waiting for Lewin to show how he is better than the 11 children. He wonders if Lewin will be able to defeat Doom Prime, who seems to be the most powerful kid at this moment. On the other side, Lewin's group is settled at Base B, near the island's center. As a result of the battle, only Dalian, Malikan, and Cherky remained from the largest alliance. The group of survivors, who fought temporarily as allies, disappeared along with Doom Prime. The status window appears there, informing him about today's quest in which he has to punch, kick, run circles, and do real combat training. He is happy to complete a quest that he couldn't do in a while. Meanwhile, Irene comes outside, and Lewin asks her if she slept well. She asked him if he was exercising, and he replied that his body was getting itchy. He asks her to enjoy her breakfast since Seta left her share. When she takes a bite of the meat, she really likes it and appreciates Seta, saying he is really talented. She apologizes to Lewin because she went to sleep without saying anything earlier. Lewin pours tea for her, and she asks him permission for a question. She asks him what he plans to do after he graduates, and Lewin counter-questions her about why she is curious to know. She clarifies to him that she is asking out of her personal curiosity because his approach looked exceptionally unique, so she doesn't think he will take a normal path. It is said that the moment the magician competing in this place enters society, they will live a symbolic life. They can join a knight order in a territory, protect the nation under the imperial army, become a member of the magic tower, or join a special group to earn money. These are all the normal paths, but Lewin is not normal, and he doesn't know either about what he has to do. He replies to Irene that he has no idea since he has never thought about it. Just until last year, he was a failing student and had no leisure to think about the future because he had to worry about whether he could even become a magician in the first place. He now thinks of some ideas of what to do once this competition ends. He asks Irene about her plans, and she replies the same as him. She has never been certain of what kind of magician she should become, and she was just told by people around her that she would become a great magician. She takes a sip of the tea and comes to the point she wanted to ask him that she wants to fight Doom Prime first. In this way, she will find the conviction for what kind of magician she wants to be. In this, she always stays second every year, and Doom Prime is the mountain she must climb over. He is also the homework that she needed to complete. He respects her ambition and agrees to let her do this. By looking at her, he only thinks one thing, that everyone has problems that they must resolve. At night, they look through the window and see that the barrier is closing faster and faster, and they need to start moving within an hour. The only safe bases tonight would be the central village in Base A. If they assume that both Dalian and Cherky are hiding in the central village, then it might be a good idea to take it over. Lewin asks them to remember that they can't ignore the possibility that Doom can ambush them either. Irene says they will be in danger because of the barrier and asks Lewin if he has any good ideas. Seta suggests they should just charge at them, but Lewin replies there is no need to draw attention in this situation. They need to be careful. He then thinks about a plan and says there are only several people left, and from this point on, increasing by just one rank will gain them a lot of points. Just as Irene said, everyone will be acting with caution, and there is also a chance that they won't act on any sound they make. He declares that this is their chance to get Doom Prime, Dalian and Cherky, who lost most of their team members today, and the remaining survivors, the weak of the bunch, will be hiding. If it's Doom Prime, he will surely appear since he is confident in his skills. Besides, if they leave him behind, they will be in danger. Irene asks him where they can find Doom Prime, and he tells them to leave this to him, and that he will bring Doom to them. He then moves quickly outside, and Strang asks him how he will find Doom Prime just by looking at the map. Lewin replies that they can find out how many people are inside a base. If there are 3, it will be other survivors. If there are 2, they are Dalian and Cherky. But if there is only 1, it must be Doom. Soon, he finds one person on the map. He goes outside a base and calls Doom to come outside. He appears there by smashing the door angrily, and gets angrier to see Lewin there. Lewin asks him if he had a good sleep since there is somewhere they need to go. After some time, he comes with Doom, and Seta asks him if he was captured by him. He replies that he intentionally brought him there and wasn't trying to ambush him in the first place. He then calls Doom and says his opponent is Irene Prius, not him. Seta is surprised at what is going on there. Doom calls Irene and says she is no match for him, and if she gets eliminated now, the Flame King will be disappointed in her. He advises her to survive a little longer to increase her rank. She gathers her power and says her only goal in this competition is defeating him. Lewin remembers the previous day when Irene asked him permission to fight with Doom. He thought she was really powerful, but she always took second place. She said she was extremely nervous because she was losing to Doom Prime every year, but it's about her family, so it's difficult to give out the details. He thinks this is her way of dealing with things, and she just wants to be confident in the type of mage she wants to be. At present, she is fighting against Doom Prime, and they will see if she gets her confidence back. She attacks Doom, using her skill Ice Storm, and gathers an immense amount of mana to attack him. Doom, in return, blocks her attack by creating a powerful mana ball around him. He looks scary while Irene is struggling against him. Seta calls Lewin and asks if it is okay to leave her like this, but he stays quiet and doesn't answer him. Doom then attacks her by gathering her power, and Irene seems scared because she can't avoid this attack. In the meantime, Lewin interrupts and saves her from the fire magic. She asks him why he is interrupting, and Lewin replies he said he would let her attack first. but he didn't say he would let her finish herself. She falls to the ground while Lewin says he can't lose a valuable colleague like her, even if it's just for the sake of winning. He calls Doom and asks him to fight with him instead. Doom asks him if he is going to face him alone and if he will not team up with Seta standing there. Lewin replies he will surely fight him alone because 2 people will be too much for him. He has learnt from Sir Golter about how to deal with swordsmen. He told him that for the knight, the most important thing is his leg. Not only does it help to put more power into the sword, but it also allows him to predict the enemy's movements in advance. Lewin thinks if he looks closely at Doom's feet, he will be able to predict his movements. Doom rushes to attack him first, and judging from his feet, Lewin dodges him instantly. He is happy that he was able to predict his movement, but he forgets that he is a mage and attacks him using his magic. Lewin's arm starts bleeding, and Doom brags that people think magical fences don't exist, but they haven't met a real magical fencer yet. He again jumps from his place to attack Lewin while Lewin is struggling because he has never faced an opponent like this before. Till now, when dealing with sorcerers, by getting close to them, he has been able to exploit the opponent's weakness, which is casting time. But Doom Prime compensates for this gap by using his sword. He again swung his sword, cutting Lewin's leg this time. He then tells him that this wound will continue to consume his movements, and he will be completely stuck just like Irene Prius was. He then intends to finish this by eliminating Lewin. He then casts a powerful spell, Devil's Wings, which is a 5-star magic. Irene and Seta ask him to move immediately, but it's too late since Doom has cast the spell. Lewin hides behind the tree and thinks Doom truly deserves the title of festival winner every year. He covers his wound, and while doing this, he looks toward the Draka's ring he is wearing on his finger. Doom calls him and says he had some expectations from him, but now he feels disappointed. Lewin comes outside and says he admits that Doom is really strong. For a moment, he felt like he was a wall. Doom asks him if he is giving up, but Lewin refuses and says it's not even an option for him. He states that some people believe in him too, which motivates him even more to break through his wall. Doom exclaims, saying he will teach him a lesson so that he doesn't use his mouth again. Lewin uses his skill Ghoul's Rage and asks Doom to watch his mouth from now on. They both rush toward each other, and Doom says that if he can't avoid this, he will really die. Their attacks collide with each other, and they both are struggling to win. Lewin's ring faces Doom's sword, and the status window pops up, saying there is a chance that the fire ring will activate and resist physical strength. The ring activates, and it breaks Doom's sword into pieces. One piece of his sword hits Doom's shoulder, and he is astonished at such a powerful playback by Lewin. Lewin then targets his leg and makes him fall to the ground. He falls back when Lewin calls him and says he will tell him something that he is no match for him. All he has is his arrogance, and he thinks he is the best. He then strikes his punch to him, and a huge amount of thunder appears in the air. With this, Doom Prime is eliminated and disappears from there. Set aside in relief because if Lewin had lost to him, then it would have been him next. Lewin replied he was just lucky because he was about to lose. He looked toward Irene, who seemed sad since she again lost to Doom Prime. Lewin apologizes to her because he interfered in her fight, but she smiles and says the one who should be apologizing is her, not him. Because of her own greed, she was about to put the whole team in danger. Lewin is sad that she couldn't achieve her goal in this competition because of him. She asks him not to worry about that because her goal has just disappeared, and she no longer aims to defeat Doom Prime. She points toward him and says he is her new target. Lewin smiles and exclaims that it won't be easy, and she also smiles and replies that she is already aware of that fact. She asks him to be prepared. One day, she will surpass him. After that, the final number of people, including them, was 5. Both Dalian and Cherky fought hard, too, but they were no match for their team. With this, they get defeated by them and disappear from the island. There are only 3 of them left there, and Seta is surprised because he never thought they would win. Lewin asks them if they want to have one final fight now, but Irene surrenders immediately because she is not in her best condition. Lewin agrees and says he already promised her to fight one day. It's Seta's turn now, and he brags that Lewin hasn't seen his true skills yet. Lewin asks him if they should begin fighting, but one punch throws him away to the island, and this also defeats him. After that, Jason happily cheers for their representative the same night because he got first. After a while, Seta and Irene come to see him. They have come to congratulate him, who has been with them for so long, and Irene tells him that Seta insists she come there. Lewin looks toward them with a smile and thinks everyone is still the same. After the battle survival, he became the only first place holder. Doom Prime got a lot of kill points, but his ranking dropped due to his lower survival points. Dalian and Irene, who were other contenders for the championship, were also ranked lower than him. If Lewin keeps up like this, winning might not be such a distant dream. Meanwhile, Jason is happy to see Irene and is excited because he and Irene Prius are on the same table. He offers her some drinks and calls her goddess. They share a drink session in a happy environment where everyone is happy. On the other side, the Solider Academy students are whispering bad things about Doom, that Lewin Ardell will defeat him. He is still shocked that he lost to Lewin. He looks toward his broken sword and thinks he let his guard down, and never thought he would target his sword instead of him. He noticed it at that moment, but he waved his sword, thinking it would be his victory. He lost when the Flame King was watching him. He asks a student if the king is looking for him, and he replies he hasn't heard anything from him yet. He tries to cheer him up and asks if they should go and have some rest since he is tired, but Doom refuses and says he wants to be alone now. He gets up, saying he will be outside and that he can call him if he needs anything. He leaves the room while Doom stays there, standing quietly, staring at his broken sword. After ending the battle of survival, the announcer loudly announces in the mic, telling everyone that Lewin Ardell has defeated Doom Prime. A new next-generation magician has emerged. The dean stands over there and hears the announcement at this festival. Looking over there, he thinks he did expect Lewin to perform well, but never thought he would go this far. Honestly, he never thought that Lewin would defeat Doom Prime. In the meantime, the Flame King, Teron, appears there and tells the dean that it seems he is happy because Lewin won. So, he will lose respect as an organizer. It must be hard to look at his face in the banquet hall. After hearing the competition hall, the dean becomes serious. The organizer smiles to see his facial expression and says that there is not much left until the end of the grand celebration. A few days have passed since the end of the battle for survival. During this period of time, they secured 4th place in the final group match with 5 wins and 2 losses. They almost lost the last match, so they also missed the 3rd place. This was like a miracle for them, who were called the Academy of Failures. So now they still have the final individual competitions. The triathlon is a type of obstacle race that takes place around the city with 3 categories: athletics, combat, and swimming. He can also travel through time and space or use teleportation. After that, Seta looks at Lewin happily and asks him how he feels. After listening to him, Lewin starts to think about it. Seta says that he looks at the people and that everyone is chanting his name. He then asks him how he feels about being the star of this competition. After listening to his question, Lewin turns around his face, looks at the backside, smiles, and says that he does not know about it. He thinks that he wishes he could enjoy this overwhelming moment, but not now. Looking at Doom actively, Lewin thinks that it would not be too late to celebrate when he becomes the winner. Standing there on a bright, sunny day, Seta becomes serious when he sees that Lewin is not interested in answering him properly. Then he says to Lewin that today is the single show, and he doesn't expect anyone to help him avoid outing himself in danger. Lewin sighs, then smiles and says that he will definitely try his best. After that, the announcer raises his gun and loudly tells everyone to get ready for the next fight. Irene and the other 2 guys also seem ready to fight. In the meantime, the announcer fires the gunshot that signals that the competition gets started. After that, Doom and all the other members start to run to the opposite side. Everyone uses their abilities, like summoning a battle guardian or using the invisibility skill. Seeing them actively, the crowd cheered for the participants. Among the people of this crowd, a man calls to the other persons and points over there suspiciously with his finger. He loudly says that Lewin Ardell has not even started yet. Lewin smiles, then dusts off his shoulders and looks at them arrogantly. He has a devilish grin on his face, which refers to one thing that he has planned in his mind. In the meantime, in another area, smoke covers everything, and everyone moves as fast as they can. They all can see that goblins block their pathways. Looking over there, Irene says to Malkin that he should be quite tired right at this point. While flying, Malkin asks her how the 3 of them form a temporary alliance. She replies to Malkin that he must really like forming alliances, but it does not work. On the other side, the horse stops there suddenly, and Doom raises his sword to fight with the opponents. He attacks the enemies with his sword and a considerable blast bursts. Irene and Malkin watch the activities of Doom. While running, Irene says to Irene that it seems like that side probably wants to go on their own. Malkin says that he has known Doom for the past 6 years, but it's still hard to be friends with him, so let's go their own ways. In the meantime, the goblins see that Doom is moving toward him quickly and approach him. Then Doom slices the goblin with his sword. He looks aside and wonders why Lewin is not appearing here. While slicing another goblin, Doom thinks that maybe Lewin is already ahead of him, but he feels that it is not possible. He has been running at the front since the beginning, and there are only 2 others running alongside him. Looking back, Doom thinks that it is certain that Lewin is still behind. That's why Doom calls Irene and asks her where Lewin Ardell is. She already did not know about it. Doom again asks her why Lewin Idiot has not shown up yet. She replies that he really does not have any idea about it, and it is indeed strange. They have spent a lot of time in the forefront up until now, and then she asks why no one has shown up yet, including Lewin. Dalian replies that she is right and that there should be enough time to catch up with them. In the meantime, they feel something weird and hear a loud noise, and that's why they all look back. A part of the forest is covered in smoke, and then a person appears there. It was Lewin, and he had finally caught up to them. They all suspiciously look at Lewin. Doom angrily looks at Lewin but does not say anything. After that, Irene looks at Lewin and asks him what about the other participants. After listening to her, Lewin smiled and replied that those participants were no longer there. A little earlier, the crowd was confused about why Lewin was not leaving. A guy asked if he was giving up on the contest. Among that crowd, a girl said, "Let's just watch quietly." Lewin was a magician who won against Doom Prime. Lewin thought that he had waited only for this day ever since he decided to join in this grand festival. The match he was most confident in, as someone who had been training his stamina for more than half a year. But he was a close combat magician. He would be at a great disadvantage if he exposed his back to an opponent who came from afar. So he must make a strategy to win this contest. After planning everything, Lewin started to run quickly forward, thinking that he was going to eliminate everyone one by one from behind. After that, some guys looked back and were shocked to see that Lewin had appeared there. He fought many people and gradually killed more and more. He counted the strength of those people he fought and defeated. To be honest, he stopped counting after that time. Then, Seta was also there and became suspicious of looking at Lewin there. Seta asked him when he had caught up to them. Lewin smiled and said that it seemed that he understood what he wanted to do. Because of that, Seta held his forehead and asked him if their endless fight had started again. Lewin smiled and agreed to him. Lewin agreed with him, apologized to Seta, and then kicked and threw him in the air badly. It was funny how Seta screamed the name Lewin loudly. Back to the present, Irene says to Lewin that it means he has eliminated everyone. Lewin looks at Doom and tells Irene that everyone is not eliminated because a few must attempt to run again. After listening to him, Doom clenched his teeth angrily. Looking at Doom arrogantly, Lewin says that from now on, there are no more intruders. Doom clenches his teeth again and curses Lewin. Then he says to him that it will be different from the last time. They all stare at each other silently. After that, the silence breaks when Doom tells Lewin that he would like to point his sword at him right now. But as he said, there are a few people chasing after them. In the meantime, the bluish smoke spreads around, which turns into a magical horse. Doom gets on the horse and looks at them by clenching his teeth. He angrily tells Lewin that he will see him in front. After that, he runs to the opposite side quickly. Seeing this all, Malkin yells at Doom and loudly asks him if he is planning to force his way through because it is a trap zone. But Doom does not stop and continues moving towards the castle. They all look at him actively. Lewin also looks over there and thinks about the trap zone. At one point, this castle had many traps to guard its treasure. Now that the excavation work has been completed, the traps serve as obstacles in the competition. A dangerous place where one can be fatally injured if he rushes in recklessly. Therefore, the safe and recommended method is to disarm the traps. First, it is a perfect ground to test the knowledge of the magician and crisis handling skills. However, disarming the traps takes too long. Lewin taps on the wall of this castle. They both look upward and then Strang tells Lewin that it seems like he wants to destroy the wall. Lewin agrees with him and replies that it would be the method of Draka. Strang agrees with Lewin but says that it's still impossible to break such a thick castle wall. Lewin already knows about it, and Strang asks for his further plan. Lewin states that this is the ruins of an abandoned castle. Strang says that it means he wants to target the old areas. Lewin agrees with him, then smiles and says that is why he has been looking at the castle walls using the player's eyes. In his magical vision, he can see the portions of the bricks, which are solid and ultra-solid. In the meantime, he notices something. There is a part of this wall that is old and corroded. Lewin agrees to target that area, and then he punches exactly at the same point as this wall. Looking at Lewin, Malkin says that it seems he is getting crazy, and that maybe he is going to break this wall, which is impossible. Irene expects Sir Lewin to have a unique method to break this wall. Malkin looks at her and tells him that he knows she is close to Lewin, but she should think that breaking this wall is not a good idea because this wall is unbreakable. Malkin continues his speech, but Irene, surprisingly, is pointing over there with her finger. They become shocked to see that Lewin is able to make some cracks in the wall. They both become surprised to see that his strategy works, and after that, he is able to create a hole in this wall. Malkin wonders how that is even possible. Irene trusts that Lewin's plan will work. Lewin enters through the hole in this wall, and Malkin chases him. He looks at Lewin and asks him if he can also use this path. After listening to him, Lewin smiles at him and replies that he can't permit him. Suddenly, Malkin sees that Lewin blocks this path with a large boulder. Seeing this, Malkin is angry and complains that he is being so mean. After that, Lewin starts to run towards the castle. Then Strang says that it's pretty incredible how he could break down that wall with only 2400 strength. He used his head quite a bit. Now, it is just Lewin and Doom in the lead. In the meantime, Doom feels something weird and turns around his face. He is shocked to see that Lewin has reached here. Strang becomes furious to look at Doom and tells Lewin that he got out too. But there is evidence of how desperate Doom is, because Doom took an arrow to his shoulder. So, looking at his wound, Lewin wonders if he desperately wants to win against him. Looking at Doom actively, Lewin thinks that it seems like the summoning on his soul horse has run out of time. That is why Lewin runs faster and says to Doom that if it's running they are talking about, he will never be able to get ahead of him. After listening to him, Doom becomes more furious. He clenches his teeth and draws out his sword angrily. Then he swings his sword to attack Lewin from behind, but he is able to dodge it. He grabs Doom with his collar, and they fall from the cliff together. Lewin tells him that they will do the last course together. The unexpected fall made Lewin scream. Then he looks behind and thinks that his plan worked out great. While swimming, he thinks that he would have been at a disadvantage had that guy used magic to go over the cliff. So let's swim out quickly. In the meantime, he sees that the water starts to freeze and then turns into ice. He turns around his face and sees that Doom Prime did that by using his magic, and his aura shines in his hand. Lewin curses at him and says that someone is swimming here, then asks him why he is freezing the river. Lewin tries to move, but everything is in vain. Looking at Lewin, Doom asks him who would worry about that in a competition. Doom smiles at him and says that he will be going ahead. After saying that, Doom left Lewin alone and quickly moved to the opposite side. Lewin clenches his teeth and angrily says that he must go quickly. He tried to make some fire flames in his palm to get out of there. Because of his flames, some cracks are made in the ice, and eventually, he frees himself because the water melts. After a while, Doom panics to see that Lewin has again caught up to him. Doom clenches his teeth to look at Lewin and thinks that they will soon reach their destination, the Altine Stadium. There are no obstacles from now on, so all he has to do right now is to run fast. His running makes a huge splash on the water. Lewin takes a high jump, offering Doom a rematch. Doom does not agree with him because, in his situation, he cannot fight with Lewin. In the meantime, a considerable blast happens there. Smoke and splashes of water cover the area. Everyone sees everything on the screen and is curious about the winner. They discuss with each other that they cannot tell what's going on either. A guy points towards the main entrance of this stadium and says to everyone that someone is coming there. When the smoke clears, they all become shocked to see that the soul horse has reached there. The audience seems confused because there is no magician here. A guy loudly tells them that he is looking at the screen because he sees something suspicious. When the smoke disperses, everyone can see that Lewin Ardell is standing over there while Doom is down on the ground. Looking at Doom, Lewin says that it looks like he overdid it when passing through the trap zone. His movements were kind of sluggish. Lewin smiles and says to Doom that he still said there is no need to worry about that in a competition. After listening to him, Doom grits his teeth, feels pain in his body, and becomes unconscious. Lewin turned around his steps, smirked, and said that he would be going ahead. After that, the flags of the winners are displayed in front of everyone. Won 2 awards for survival and triathlon and achieved victory in the individual matches, first place in overall score. So the grand festival wrapped up that way. The crowd seems happy to know the winner and calls him the next generation mage. Many people called out the name of Lewin, and he began to be called the next generation magician rather than a failing student. He feels happy to listen to those voices. Those voices feel as if telling himself, who had suffered a lot these past 6 years, who was locked inside a dark cave alone, his lonely self, that he had worked hard all this time. Those cheers feel like a reward for his hard work all this time. After thinking about that, Lewin also waves his hands and thanks all of them happily. He did not want to lose those cheers now. At night time, several carriages travel. A person commits that there are so many of them. It is Jason who is watching the carriages from the window. He heard that those people were selected from the nobles. A man supports his claim and says that he heard not just any noble families were invited. They are all here to see Lewin. In the middle of the banquet, Lewin is alone, sitting at the dinner table. He complains that it is so boring here. He wants to go back to the academy quickly. In the meantime, he becomes shocked to hear someone ask him if it is a bit strange. He turns around his face and sees that Irene appears there. She sits beside Lewin, and then he asks her what she means by strange. She replies that she is referring to the people here. They are not striking up any conversation with him. He smiles and says he supposes he must look like a self-righteous person since he came to the banquet hall dressed in a half-hearted outfit. She looks at him actively and says that may be the case, but from what she has heard, she does not think that is the only reason. Lewin feels suspicious about listening to her. She says that it would be no exaggeration to say that most of the nobles came here to make connections with him. But even if he looked like a self-righteous person, she asks how could not a single one of them strike up a conversation with him. She heard someone has claimed dibs on him. She is talking about a powerful man enough to prevent any noble from even thinking of talking to him. Lewin is surprised to learn this, and then he asks her who he is. Their conversation is interrupted when an old man announces that the diner banquet will begin. He instructs the 32 student representatives to follow him. The scrumptious dinner was served on the table. It is dinner time with the Flame King, where a bountiful feast is prepared like that of an emperor's meal. They all do not want to continue this dinner. This banquet was an overall review time of the competition under the guise of dinner and was also known as the banquet on a guillotine for students who were lacking in performance. Looking at the empty seats, Lewin thought only the Flame King would participate and wondered why there were 2 seats of honor. The old man points over there and announces the arrival of the honored guests. That is why everyone stands up because of the entrance of the chief guest. They all bow their heads in front of the Flame King and greet him. Lewin feels angry to do so. Then, the Flame King invites someone into this hall. Lewin notices that it seems that the Flame King is dropping the honorifics. The other guest says that she wonders if he is interrupting his meal for no reason. He calls the Flame King as the Godfather. He has brown hair and eyes. Looking at him, Lewin wonders who the other person is. In the meantime, all the people in the banquet hall kneel in front of him and bow their heads respectfully. They all call that person the Crown Prince and greet him. Later on, everyone is sitting there, and they all feel uncomfortable. Lewin sits close to the Flame King, and Irene sits on his left. The Flame King starts the conversation and says that no one of the 11 won against Lewin Ardell even once. He asks them if the gap in skills is that big. He says that it's disappointing that he is embarrassed to call them his children. Doom feels aggressive listening to the Flame King. He sadly says that he shall not show this lacking side of him again. The Flame King smiles and says that the second place is an illusion incompetent people create. The only thing proven in this grand festival is that the old saying that a dragon can emerge even from a small stream is true. After listening to the Flame King, Lewin thinks that it is uncomfortable to be here. It feels like this banquet was orchestrated to slap the 11 children's faces. But he is the one being used to deliver the blow. He looks at the Crown Prince and thinks that the Flame King is not the only one who is making him uncomfortable. That guy has been staring lasers at him since earlier. The name of this Crown Prince is Shomerton Raynak. Even with the disadvantageous position of being the third son, using his bright mind and outstanding political wit as weapons, he successfully licked his brothers out to the corners of the empire. He remained the one and only Crown Prince. He possesses both literary and martial arts skills and is a near perfectionist. In the meantime, Lewin remembers when Irene told him that she heard someone had claimed dibs on him. Lewin thinks that Irene must talk about this crown prince. After that, the Flame King looks at Lewin and asks him how he feels about winning the grand festival. Lewin actively thinks about it and replies that he feels uncomfortable. The Flame King becomes suspicious of listening to him. Irene tries to stop him, but he does not. Then Lewin says that he is satisfied with the results of this competition, but he is uncomfortable with the fact that his results are being used to belittle and provoke the other students and their efforts. After listening to Lewin, all the members panicked. The Flame King glares at Lewin seriously. Then he asks him if he just said he did not want his results to be used to provoke others. However, that sense of inferiority is one of the most significant nutrients for growth. He expects that maybe Lewin knows about it. Lewin says that to him, it sounds like he is trying to incite hostility toward him by pointing out their weaknesses, strengthening their wills to put in the effort, and insisting on hostility by focusing on the sense of inferiority. Lewin asks him if they are not entirely different things. He did not come just from any bad area. His hometown, Ardell, is a small but beautiful place. Lewin arrogantly says to the Flame King that the Ignite Academy that he attends is not something that can be belittled and called a bad area either. After listening to him, the Flame King arrogantly smiles and looks at him. The Flame King suspiciously looks at him. In the meantime, Shomerton smirked to listen to Lewin and then laughed loudly in front of everyone. Lewin surprisingly looks at him. He tells the Flame King that this guy is a real headache. He looks at Lewin and asks him how he talks back to the Godfather. The Godfather looks at Shomerton and says that he has already told him about this guy, so he is an interesting friend. He is tearing up because he laughs loudly. He asks where someone like this guy came from. Shomerton says that he thought he rose up from a small town, but Lewin said that he came from the small but beautiful Ardell territory. He wants to go there at least once now. After listening to the Crown Prince, Irene takes a deep breath and feels calm. She looks at Lewin and says she hopes that he is not going to surprise them again. After that, the Flame King says that it was a good winning speech, but since that idealistic story is something he has heard from his dean, Tyrion, his thoughts probably would not change. Still, what he said was more refreshing than what Tyrion said, so he looked forward to the future. So, let's end the banquet here today. Shomerton interrupts and says to wait for a while before ending this banquet. He stands up, smiles, and says to Lewin, "Let's have some tea together for a while." He would not take no for an answer. After a while, they sit in front of them. Looking at Shomerton, Lewin wonders what the Crown Prince wants to say that he brought him here. It's probably not to congratulate him for winning the grand festival. The silence breaks when Shomerton offers to Lewin that work for him from now on. He is not taking no for an answer, either. Moreover, he will give him a month to take care of his affairs. He will make it so he can transfer to the Magic Soldier Training School and prepare a place for him to stay. Of course, he will have to think about naturalization, too. There is no reason for the Crown Prince's closest associate to be a foreigner. Lewin becomes shocked to learn about naturalization. After listening to him, Lewin asks him if the Empire already has countless excellent magicians, because the same goes for Doom Prime. Shomerton says that he lost to him in the end. Also, when talking to him, it will be good for him to bear two things in mind. Shomerton arrogantly says to him that he prefers a simple yes as a reply rather than a question to him. Lewin seriously looks at him and does not say anything. But she says to Lewin that he will answer him. The first reason is that Godfather personally recommended him to him. A few years ago, he had told him to inform him if he saw any promising magicians, but he has not recommended a single person up until now and liked his guts. He points towards Lewin and says that everyone else is trying their hardest to impress those in power. Also, he has the guts to confront his godfather head-on and state his opinions openly. Lastly, the reckless guts to keep questioning him, even though he has warned him. Lewin does not say anything and only listens to him actively. Shomerton says that when he is in politics, there are times when he needs someone to say interesting stuff next to him. Lewin asks him if he needs to just give him advice. Shomerton says that he is asking him the questions repeatedly. He says to Lewin that he has to protect him from his brothers, who cannot accept their younger brother becoming the Crown Prince. After listening to him, Lewin starts to think about it seriously and looks down. Looking at Lewin, Shomerton asks him if he does not want to do it. Lewin replies that he is true, but he does not agree with him. Shomerton says that is why he told him in advance. He would not take no for an answer. Looking at Shomerton, Lewin thinks that the highest authority of the empire, the crown prince, and the opportunity to become his closest associate may be the golden opportunity of a lifetime. Most magicians join hands with power in the end anyway. Even the Magic Tower, where magicians spent their entire lives focusing on researching magic. If he misses this opportunity today, he may seriously regret this after thinking that all Lewin says to him is that there are still a lot of things he wants to do, and he thinks that he does not want to become a magician. Shomerton says that he thought that he was a rational guy, but he is unexpectedly an idealist. It is an opportunity that is hard to come by even once in his life. He will undoubtedly regret this. Lewin says that maybe this he regrets, but he does not want to be his servant. Shomerton smiles and says, let's say this conversation never happened. After that, Lewin stands up to go. Shomerton calls him again and says to him that the people are calling him the brightest gemstone in this grand festival. So his hobby is collecting gemstones, and up until now, there was no gem he could not get. Shomerton arrogantly asks him if he knows the reason. Because he destroyed the ones he could not get. After listening to him, Lewin feels bad, opens the door, and goes quietly outside arrogantly. Standing against the pillar, Lewin thinks that the crown prince's last words were definitely a threat. He wonders if maybe he did not make a good decision. Jason and his friend reach there and call Lewin. He thinks that he still just wants to be a magician. Jason asks him where he has been. It seems that he went to a tea party alone behind their backs. Lewin says that it's nothing like that. The kind that firmly protects his identity. On the other hand, Shomerton tells the Godfather that he is curious about what kind of guy Lewin is because he recommended him, but he is truly remarkable in a lot of ways. Sitting on the chair, the Flame King says that it looks like the talk between him and Lewin did not go so well. While drinking, Shomerton agrees to him and says that he actually kind of threatened him too, but it was useless. After listening to him, the Flame King asks him if he is going to give up. The Crown King laughs and says that he would not. Looking at his shiny green ring, he says that he knows him well, and he has a strong desire to collect. Looking aside arrogantly, he says that in the end, Lewin Ardell will belong to him because he has already set his mind on it. On the next morning, at sunrise, Lewin was training. He cleared 5,000 punches, kicks, spin kicks, and 1.5-kilometer runs. After that, he lies on the grass and feels fresh. Strang notices that his body is getting better as the day goes on. Lewin looks at him and says that he does not want to hear that from a man. Strang asks him what he is talking about. Because she is a woman. After listening to him, Lewin gets up and suspiciously asks to hear why she would be a woman. Strang replies that she was born this way. Lewin is surprised to learn that an incarnation has a gender. After listening to him, Strang becomes furious and asks him if there is a reason why there cannot be. He did not even ask in the first place. Lewin asks her if they did not bathe together. Strang replies that there is nothing much to see anyway. Lewin says that it means that she has seen everything. Strang does not disagree with him and smiles, turning her face to the other side. Lewin does not take it seriously and smiles. He gets up and tells her that he is leaving. Strang also starts to run towards him with her short legs and tells him to wait for her. Lewin says to her that she is banned from making that joke from now on. After that, at the train station, Jason hugs Lewin first while emotional. He says that he is leaving first, so he has to take care of himself and be healthy. After listening to him, Lewin assured Jason that he was not going to die. After that, the train emits smoke to indicate that it is about to leave. Jason gets on the train and leaves from there. Standing there, Lewin sees that train going. A guy standing beside him says to him that they should depart too. After his friends left for their hometowns first, as the winner of the grand festival, he had to head to Raverdine to complete his schedule. A magician who introduced himself to Stray Cat as his escort, so he was a high-level magician that he could not even discern with the eye of the player. Looking at him, Lewin thinks that this means he was at least at the same level as the magic school professors or higher. Still, he could not find out about anything else other than he looked to be in his late 20s. Looking at the paper, Stray tells Lewin to let him brief him on his schedule. First, he will head straight to the Imperial Palace to be congratulated. Lewin asks him if he cannot speak comfortably. He is just 16 years old. Stray says that he is talking comfortably to him. Let's just go back to his schedule. Lewin smiles and thinks that he is an extremely thorough and businesslike person. Stray tells him that he will head towards the Magic Tower and be selected by an artifact. After listening to Stray, Lewin is suspicious. Furthermore, Stray explains that he may not even be chosen at all because he will have to be selected by an artifact. Lewin wonders if that means the artifact has a consciousness just like King Ram. After that, Stray puts his hand in his bag to take out a scroll of paper and tells Lewin that, at last, he will be assigned a mission. Originally, he couldn't be officially assigned a mission because of his identity as a student. But the winner is an exception. It can be said to be an event to inform the world that the next generation of magicians has appeared. After listening to him and looking at the school paper, Lewin says that it means that it is a type of debut ceremony. Stray agrees with him and says that he can select the mission that he likes the most from the list. Lewin thinks about it and says that the mission includes search, subjugation, assassination, exploration, and investigation as well. In the meantime, Stray says something secretly in Lewin's ear. Lewin looks at the paper, thinks about it, and tells Stray that he would like to choose this mission. After some time, they reach the Peony Palace, where the Crown Prince resides. Stray says to Lewin, "Let's head in because everyone is waiting for him." Stray bows his head in front of Lewin and says to him that he will be leaving here then. After listening to him, Lewin feels shocked and asks him if he is not going in with him. In the meantime, the door opens, and the Crown Prince stands in front of him smilingly. He happily says to him that welcome to his empire. Lewin does not reply to him, but only looks at him seriously. First, Lewin received 10,000 gold in prize money from the Crown Prince. It was an amount that exceeded the territory of Ardell's annual budget. Sitting on his chair, the Crown Prince tells Lewin that if the money is not enough, he may visit him at any time. If he changes his mind, Peony will always be open to him. It looks like the Crown Prince still has not given up on him, but he hurriedly went towards the following schedule. Lewin comes out of the royal room, and Stray again joins him. While walking on the red carpet, Lewin says to him that it looks like the people here have such good stamina, especially if they have to roam around this palace all day. After listening to him, Stray turns around his face, looks at him, and says to him that he has to stop foolishly talking, because the Tower Master is waiting for him. Lewin gets quiet, then smiles and thinks that it means that he really does not have any sense of humor. After reaching there, Stray looks at him and asks him if he has decided on that specific mission. Looking at the door, Lewin replies yes. Stray says that he sees that he chose the most complicated mission. Lewin replies that it looked interesting, and that is why he did that. Stray says, "Let's see what would the Tower Master says." The door opens, and Lewin enters it. The Flame King sits over there, and he happily welcomes him. During tea, the Flame King says to Lewin that it means he is choosing the search mission. While taking tea, the Flame King says that the easier mission would be subjugation. He can go with the Imperial Army's guards, too, and all he has to do is annihilate a few bands of bandits that have appeared near Ceciliano. He will be treated as a hero, too. Lewin actively listens to the Flame King, who asks him why he is going there to an empty wasteland. Lewin thinks that it's not that there is nothing. Then Strang tells him about the Sky Mountain, and then Strang says to him that let's choose that as his first mission. Lewin asks her where she is. Strang tells him that it is the hometown of Kingram. Moreover, she tells him that it is the place where Draka lived for 100 years. The Sky Mountain is a territory situated a fair distance north of the Radiant Kingdom, where the ancient ogres were said to live. However, there are not any ogres there now. Other than the living artifact that was exciting in the academy, Kingram, everyone died in the Great War. The place was nothing but a wasteland after the ogres disappeared. There was a reason why the search mission on that place was predicted to have the highest difficulty. It was because of the barrier in that place. A barrier that could not be dispelled by any kind of magic. Up until now, no scholars or magicians have been able to figure out that barrier. The search mission was to figure out the identity of that barrier. After that, the Flame King says that he is curious why he is interested in searching a wasteland that has nothing in it. After that, the Flame King again asks him if he is interested in the hypothesis that the wrath of the god of Ogre made the area a sanctuary. After listening to him, Lewin thinks that other people must have no reason to go there. But to him, it is important because it was where the world-destroyed Dracagania lived for 100 years. That fact alone was enough for him, and there was no need for him to explain that to him. After thinking about that all, Lewin looked at the Flame King and said to him that he was interested because the mission had the greatest difficulty. The Flame King says that if that is the only reason, he suggests he choose another mission. This is because the difficulty of that place is not due to the many active spaces there. It is just because of the mystery that no one has been able to discover ultimately. After listening to him, Lewin smiles and says that if a 16-year-old young magician were to figure it out, then ask if it would not be that much more impressive. The Flame King replies that he may also be the only one to fail the mission in the history of Grand Festival winners. Lewin says that may be an impressive achievement as well. After listening to him, the Flame King glared at him and then asked him if he knew why he had recommended him to the Crown Prince. Lewin does not say anything because he really does not know. The Flame King says that it's all because he wants him to stay at Raverdine and keep watch over him. Lewin seriously looks at him but does not say anything. The Flame King praises his unique ability and asks if it's related to the reason why he chose this mission. In any case, he will be watching. After ending this meeting, Lewin lies on his bed, then thinks that he is saying that he would do it for now and wonders if he will be able to do the mission well. Strang suspiciously asks him if he is worried that he will not be able to get anything. Lewin replies that he is a little bit worried because that place is already several hundred years old. He wonders if he could discover anything after all this time. Strang says to him that up until now, no one has been able to find anything in a human way, but she believes that he can do it. Lewin looks at her and says he is human too, so maybe it's quite difficult for him. Strang says that he has abilities that exceed that of a human. Their conversation is interrupted when someone knocks on the door. He calls Lewin and says that he is Debor and asks him to come into the room. Lewin gets up and permits him to come in. Debor opens the door, and Lewin sees that Stray Cat is also with him. Strang looks at Lewin and asks him about their names, like Debor and Cat. Lewin sighed and replied to her that they said it was the preference of the Flame King. The magicians of the main tower are all called that way. Strang smiles and asks if it is some kind of animal farm or something. Then Bor asks him if they should go now. Lewin does not reply because he does not know where they are going. Bor tells him that they are going to the artifact room for his last reward. After walking in the corridor, Stray Cat tells Lewin that the artifact room of the Magic Tower is divided into 4 areas: Area C, Area B, Area A, and Area X. Moreover, Area C has the most common artifacts, and Area X has the rarest. He will be taking a look in Area A. Lewin asks him if not. He says there is an Area X too. Stray Cat replies that the area is not open to anyone, not even the Emperor, unless a special event occurs. Lewin looks at him suspiciously and thinks about the special event. He followed their guide and looked around, starting from Area C. Lewin asked them if this was a magic sword. Bor replies yes, that's correct. They only gathered and stored items in good condition that had been obtained from the Great War against the demons. After listening to him, Lewin looks at the blade of the magic sword and thinks that this is no less than the Sword of Radiance that Doom Prime uses. As expected from the artifact room of the Magic Tower, even Area C was much better than the safes of many nobles. Lewin sees a book with a cat on the cover. He recognizes that it is the transformation of the Tin Brone specialization. He thought this book was lost, but it's been here all along. Bor laughs to listen to him and says that it means he recognizes this book easily. This book is more than 100 years old. Lewin laughs and says there was a time when he could do nothing but read books. Lewin also looks at the bookshelves and sees a book, Beyond the Walls of the Seven Class, by Deckham Cruz. There, they also explore unknown lands to find ancient creatures. He looks at Stray Cat and asks him if they are allowed to read these books as they please if they are in the Magician's Tower. Stray replies that the Tower Master occasionally gives them permission to browse the books. Of course, taking it on his own is forbidden. Area B was a treasure trove of knowledge, from forgotten magic books to rare history books and legendary rare books. So leaving behind the immersive charm of Area B, he headed to Area A. However, not a single artifact of Area A reacted to him. After that, Lewin thinks about something, looks at them, and asks them if there has been a person who was not selected by an artifact before. Bor smiles and replies that there have been cases, but they were extremely rare. If he were a magician who was allowed to enter Area A, he would have the ability to catch the attention of a few artifacts. After listening to him, Lewin smiles and says that getting rejected by all of them is a bit sad. Strang smiles and says to him that he does not need to be disappointed because all of them are idiots. Lewin becomes curious about it. She explains that these would all be precious treasures to humans, but the really precious things are placed somewhere else. She points over there and tells Lewin about it. Actually, she pointed towards Area X. She said that she guessed there should be at least one artifact made by a dragon. It has the unique pungent smell of a dragon who never washed their scales. Lewin bows himself down to take that book from the treasure box and says to her that even if there were such items, he cannot enter that place in the first place. So, let's just focus on the remaining artifact for now. All of a sudden, they feel the greenish light spreading around gradually. Boar and Stray also see this green spreading light. This green light comes out by Area X, and the door of this area is slowly opening. To see this, Boar panics and aggressively announces that it seems like a special event is happening. This is the first time in over 56 years. After a while, the Flame King is displeased upon learning that Kunkin's tooth has reacted to Lewin. It is Stray Cat who tells him all this. The Flame King wonders if that means Lewin is talented enough to take after the next throne. 3 items of a different power level than the other artifacts are kept in Area X: the Staff of the Algol, the Scale of the Morshi, and the Tooth of the Kunkin. These things had one thing in common. It allows its owner to stand at the peak. The Staff of the Algol was used by the first human magician Algol. It is an artifact that amplifies the destructive power of one's magic endlessly, and is also the symbol of the King of Magicians. 56 years ago, Terran was chosen by the Staff of Algol, and before that, everyone who was chosen by this staff rose to the highest position in the tower. The Scale of Morshi, the ultimate armor, is impervious to any kind of attack or magic. This armor chooses its owner once a century, and all those chosen become legendary knights. However, the Molar Tooth of Kunkin, the first chieftain of the ogres and the most mysterious artifact, the Tooth of Kunkin, had not selected a single master in several hundred years, and that the Tooth of Kunkin selected Lewin Ardell. The Flame King wonders if that means that Idiot will truly seize the power of the throne. After thinking about that all, the Flame King asked him if he said Lewin had lifted the Tooth of Kunkin quickly. Stray Cat replies that he did it easily. The Flame King thinks that Kunkin's tooth was an item that was so heavy that not even 5 fully grown men could barely live it together. It's certainly not something one can lift like that. He wonders if he has the strength of an ogre. This means that Lewin has super strength resembling that of an ogre, choosing the search mission at Sky Mountain in the unique vision, which is the tooth of the first chieftain, Kunkin. After that, the Flame King orders Stray to summon them at once, the Magician of Screams. Lewin decided to move to the west to get to Sky Mountain. The time limit given for the mission is 1 month. They hope he does not miss the date. Stray Lewin the allowance, identification, and ticket to the Mana train. After taking those things, Lewin thanks Stray. He looks at Lewin continuously without saying anything. Lewin also feels weird and then asks him if there is something else he wants to tell him. Stray tells him that there is something he has to say to him, and maybe he should not say it. Lewin asks him about it. Stray says that as a magician of the Magic Tower, who is not allowed to have personal opinions, he does not have anything to say, but he does have something to say as a senior. Lewin seems curious about it. Stray says that the Magic Towers are extremely kind of magicians under their feet, but are extremely cold to those outside of their control. He probably knows which category he belongs to, so please be careful about it and doubt everything. After listening to him, she looks at him seriously without saying anything. The ancient castle, Tesherin, the closest city to Sky Mountain, was constructed with the purpose of protecting the continent from Orge invasions. It was also called the Shield of the Continents. Due to this, Tesherin is armed with high castle walls comparable to those of the capital and a strong iron-willed military force. That was all that he had read in the books, so it was truly desolate. That is because the city has lost its purpose. It was built to block Orge invasions, but the threat of the Orges itself has disappeared. It looks like those soldiers are already drinking in broad daylight. They say it used to be a city where everyone fought bravely. A middle-aged man tries to rob Lewin, but he puts his hand on his shoulder and easily defeats him. While moving towards his journey, Lewin comments that the real world differs greatly from the books. Then he sees that a man is in a deep sleep. Lewin calls to this person and grabs his attention. That guy wakes up and says to him that he is sorry, so this idiot person does not recognize that he is a magician. Lewin replies that it's okay and asks him if he can get a horse. That person replies that, to be honest, there is not a single horse right now. Lewin asks him if there are no other stables around here. That guy replies that this is the only stable in Tesherin. After listening to him, Strang starts to laugh and asks how there could be no horses in a stable. Lewin says that this is a bit of a waste of time. That guy says that there were a total of 3 horses originally, but they were all taken away this morning. There were just flies for a while here, but customers just had to float in today. So if he can wait for a day, he will try to arrange one for him. That guy seems worried when Lewin wants to ask him something special. Lewin asks him if he says that no one has been looking for a horse for a while, but they all suddenly come and take them today. That guy agrees that he said so. Lewin thinks there are people other than him who would want to borrow a horse in Tesherin, where no one comes. He wonders if it is just a coincidence. In the meantime, Lewin recalls what Stray Cat said to him that doubted everything. He looks at Strang, smiles, and asks her if she feels that too. She smiles and asks if he only feels it now. She has been feeling it ever since they were on the Mana train. They both watch their backs, and Lewin thinks that it means he is being followed. After Lewin found out that he was being followed, he immediately took action, told an inn staff to inform him if anyone asked about him, and then decided to go around Tesherin City as bait. After that, Lewin says they must have confirmed that he left the inn, so those guys must have gone there and asked about him. It is obvious that those guys belong to the Raynak Empire. Lewin does not know if it is the Crown Prince who sent them out of anger that he ignored his offer, or the King of Magicians who held intense curiosity about him. But he would not be really pleased to meet either. He needs to resolve this before he departs for the mountain summit. Lewin thinks that he cannot let them keep following him now that he obviously knows. Then that guy tells him that no one came here. He has been on alert, waiting ever since he left, wondering who could come, but no one came. After listening to him, Strang says that it looks like he is lying. That guy holds his chin and says that there is something strange. Lewin asks him about it. That guy says that he has a gap in his memory for about 3 minutes. No matter how much he tries to recall, it is all in vain. Mind control is a high-ranking, 6th class spell that could dominate and control a person's mind. The controlled person would lose all memories of being controlled, and the caster could peek into their memories. While moving upstairs, Lewin says that it means they are much more thorough and stronger opponents. Moreover, if they peeked into his memories, they must have noticed that he knew he was being followed too. After that, he opens the door of his room and sees that a paper is pasted on the wall. The person said he did not intend to harm him, so he should not waste time searching for him and resume his mission. After reading the paper, Lewin rips it into pieces and angrily says that it means they even came into his room. This is actually a threat, so let's bring it on. He jumps out of the window and makes his way through the roofs. Then he lands on the ground safely, and Strang asks him what he has planned to do. Lewin replies that he is going to find those suspicious persons, and then he opens the map and sees 4 red dots. He says that it means those guys must chase him, but he is confident that they cannot find him since he is in first place in the triathlon. On the other hand, those guys talk to each other and ask if they are chasing Lewin. Their leader replies that their junior, Lewin, the winner of the Grand Festival, wants to play with them so much that it's hard to decline. He orders them to chase after him but not kill him. The 2 men instantly depart, and they quickly chase after Lewin. So, after landing on the floor, they suspiciously look around. They see that Lewin disappears. A guy calls to the magician, screams, and informs him that Lewin Ardell's traces have been cut off. The leader looks away and says that it's not that it's cut off, but he is just waiting for them. In the meantime, behind the barrels and boxes, Lewin leaps out and surprises them. Lewin punches one magician, and then he targets the one behind him. One of the guys tries to attack him, but Lewin stops him by using his bluish magical powers. Then, he applies punches to his face with full force. Because of Lewin's attack, that magician fell away beside the leader. Seeing this all, the leader starts to laugh loudly. He says that he is curious about what kind of person he is, and asks him if he is not a complete ogre. Lewin arrogantly asks them who they are, people. He smiles to listen to his question and asks him if he does not know it already. Because the Tower Master sent them, he wanted them to protect their junior well. Lewin angrily says that surveillance would be the more accurate word he has to use instead of protecting. He arrogantly says that is the same thing anyway. In any case, he enjoyed seeing his abilities. He tears that paper into pieces and says to Lewin that he will see him again. So, in the blink of an eye, he leaves. He sees the skeleton tattoo on the neck of the defeated magician, which means that they are all wicked mages. Looking at them actively, Lewin says that it means that it's a group shrouded in mystery. He only knows that they are magicians from the Magic Tower who only do bad jobs. A secretive organization, the Wicked Mage. All that is known about them is their tattoo and name. What they do exactly, how strong their magicians are, and who their leader is are unknown. After that, Strang asks him how he feels after taking them on. Lewin smiles to listen to her and replies that it's doable. It even feels like they are weaker than the students' reps from the Grand Festival. She says that they still have not confirmed the abilities of one of them. Lewin agrees to her happily. Lewin says that he used a high magic skill of the 6th class, so he would be no ordinary opponent. She says that it means that the guy will keep chasing him from afar. She asks him what he plans to do. He thinks about it and tells her that first, he will make him appear in front of him. The next day, he immediately departs for the Sky Mountain. The path to Sky Mountain was an endless, barren land, devoid of all life, but he could definitely feel that he was arriving at his destination. After that, he feels pain in his body. Strang asks him about him, and he says that it feels like his force circle is shaking. After reaching the destination, Lewin looks over there happily and asks if this is the Sky Mountain. It's inside this thing, to be exact. He says to her that she said this was the place where Draka used to stay. She agrees with him. Sitting over there, Lewin says that it's not even budging and asks her how he will get inside. He asks what a mindset in the world is that is not like a human's means. He said that's the only way he can break through this barrier. She says that if she were a human, she would definitely try to break this barrier. He easily agrees with her and says that's the first thing that comes to his mind. She says that he could not. In the first place, it's a barrier that cannot be destroyed in a human way. Strang asks him what the ogres are about. He starts to think about it and says that he guessed he would call the ogres inside to open the door, just like calling a friend. She smiles and says, that's right, they are finally getting somewhere. He asks her if they did not say all the ogres in the Sky Mountain. She said that it also means human opinion. After figuring this out, Lewin immediately looks over there and stands up. Strang says to him that he has to remember his ability, which is not to conform to prejudice but to destroy it. That is why Lewin touches the barrier and starts asking if the ogre on the other side of this barrier hears him. But the ogre pretends not to hear him. He says to the ogre that he has brought the tooth of his chieftain, Kunkin. So if he hears him, then open the door. They both notice that no one replies until the barrier starts to glow, and then it emits a pinkish bright light that almost covers the area. In the meantime, the leader of those magicians sees this scene. He quickly runs towards where this light emits. He becomes shocked to see that Lewin went in it. He says that the little kid did it when not a single person could ever solve that mission up until now. He tries to enter, but the barrier closes again. He wonders what's going on here. All of a sudden, a fist appears on a person. It is Lewin who gives him a powerful punch, and the leader falls away badly. Lewin angrily curses at him and then says that if he got him, he would be able to run away like last time. Lewin causes an earthquake because he hits the land with full force by hitting it with his punch. This earthquake throws the magician in the air. After that, Lewin uses the binding tree skill. The magician has no time to react. That's why the vines wrap around his body and immobilize him, and they also cover his mouth. Lewin tells him that he must think about how he could approach him only at this moment. But he fell into the trap, so let's end this tag game now. In the meantime, an ogre appears there. Lewin becomes surprised to see that the ogre is about to hit the magician, and then blood drips from the weapon of that ogre. That's why he kills the magician. That ogre looks at Lewin and asks him who he is. After listening to him, Strang smiles and tells him that he has to bear one thing in mind. Those guys have the mindset of a beast. Luckily, Lewin is able to enter the Sky Mountain barrier. As soon as he enters the barrier, he thinks that he has arrived in a different world. Many other ogres appear there. An ogre looks at Lewin and asks what a human is doing here. His companions sniff him and say he does not smell like a human. He smells just like them. Strang calls Lewin's master and tells him that he must stay on guard because human morality does not work on them. After listening to her, Lewin replies that he already knows about it. He thinks that for now, he guesses he is not doing anything to him because of the tooth of Kunkin. But he does not know when they will kill him either. Lewin moves towards that ogre, who tells him that they are here, so this is the Sky Summit. Lewin suspiciously says that it means there is still one more summit. In the meantime, Lewin feels something weird and feels aside. He sees that another ogre appears there. He thinks that it seems like he is not a summit but an ogre. He starts talking with Lewin and tells him he's Chieftain Harkin. He heard that he has the relic of Kunkin. Looking at him actively, Lewin seems shocked and thinks that he is many times bigger than the other ogres. Harkin tells Lewin that they shall welcome him as their guest. He has not decided to tear him apart and throw him as food for the eagles yet. He again asks him who he is. Lewin smiles and says to him that he thinks he said everything at the entrance, but the tooth of Kunken chose him. Harkin says that he is lying because that tooth is not an item that humans can handle. Lewin says that he has to trust him because it is the truth. Lewin takes out that tooth and says that he can just show him. After seeing this tooth, Harkin says that it seems true. He is a really interesting human. He has been smelling his scent on him since earlier, and he also smells the scent of strength. After listening to him, Lewin smirked arrogantly and said he was right because he was strong. Then Harkin again asks him who he is. Lewin starts to reply to Leader Ogre, but Strang guides him to the answer. That is why Lewin looks at Harkin and asks if she knows about Dracagonia. It is the name of a dragon that lived in this sky mountain. After listening to him, Harkin becomes shocked and asks him how did he know about that name. Lewin replies that he heard it from Kingram. After hearing the name of Kingram, the leader, Ogre, panicked and asked him if he was still alive. Lewin thinks Kingram is still alive as an artifact in his academy and wonders if he should say he is one of his professors. But Lewin thinks something else. He smiles and says to Harkin that he is curious about his identity. So he wants to tell him that he is the friend of Kingram, who used to be the former chieftain of the Sky Summit, the one chosen by the Tooth of Kunken, and the human who inherited the power of the world destroyer, Draka. His name is Lewin Ardell. After a while sitting there, Henkin listens to Lewin, who asks him if he will still crush him and throw him to the eagers. Harkin smiles to listen to him and disagrees with him, but they will give them all to welcome him. After listening to him, Lewin becomes surprised. After a while, they offer Lewin a giant-sized stone. Seeing it, Lewin says to Strang that Harkin definitely said that he would welcome him and wonders why there is a stone. Strang tells Lewin that the ogres have a rite of passage even when welcoming others. If he wants to be welcomed, he has to prove his worth because Draka did it too when he first arrived here, and the method is through arm wrestling. Another ogre appears there, and Lewin looks at him suspiciously. He laughs when he sees his expressions. Then he tells him that he is the son of Omrush. He asks him if he is the human they welcomed. Lewin becomes annoyed to see that this giant ogre is his opponent, and he still believes that something is wrong. The arm wrestling begins, and the audience cheers. Lewin looks at Strang and asks her if he lost the arm in the wrestling match. It seems like they would not throw him to the eagles as feed. Strang smiles and replies that she is not sure about it. They battle with all their strength and might. It is true that this enormous ogre build intimidates him, but that does not mean he is throwing himself into this blindly. A match between an ordinary human and an ogre certainly sounds ridiculous, but he also has extraordinary strength due to the artifact. Ever since he got the Tooth of Kunken with him, his strength has increased by 1,000 times. Right now, his strength is 3,520, which is doable. Before starting the match, Omrush told Lewin that he did not think that he was an ordinary human, but his hand felt different. So he is Omrush, the son of Omruken, and even if the opponent is a human, he shall not go easy on him. After listening to him, Lewin arrogantly says to him that he is right, so try killing him once and for all. The announcer tells them to get ready for the match, and then he allows them to start the match. Lewin applies full force, and that is why his arm sleeves rip. Seeing this, that ogre becomes surprised. The crowd cheers, and Lewin has a difficult time. He put all his effort into doing the match. He sweats and thinks that it is not over. But this is the last try, and he has to put in his full effort. Then he uses the fury of an ogre. Then, plop sounds scatter there because the ogre pushes their hand against Lewin. The announcer announces the victory of Omrush. Lewin lost this match, although he gave it his all. His hand trembles, and he wonders if he will be thrown to the eagles now. Then Ogre approaches him and tells him that he has to stand up now. That is why Lewin opens his eyes. Omrush says to him that he withheld this much even against him, the best warrior of the Sky Mountain, but he is a truly incredible human. After that, the status window appears in front of him, which informs him about a quest. He won against Omrush in arm wrestling even once, and the reward is the price of the ogres of Sky Mountain. Lewin thanked him for his kind words. Strang also congratulates Lewin and tells him that he has now succeeded in winning the favor of ogres. Lewin looks at her and says to her that she did not tell him, knowing this would happen. Strang laughs when she listens to him and says that it was fun. Lewin tells her that Draka took 17 years to win against Omrush and that he will end this within a month. A bountiful banquet table was prepared on the tiny summit as soon as the arm wrestling ended. Lewin likes the food and says to Strang that it tastes better than he thought. The ogres are unexpectedly good at cooking. Strang smiles to listen to him and replies that she knows about it already. The food smells really strong. Lewin asks her why the ogres would live, locking themselves up in this sanctuary. Looking at them, he thinks that he has a feeling that he will come across something more important than the mission in this place. Omrush calls Lewin the strong human and sits beside him. He asks him what he is thinking of making with the tooth of their first chieftain. Lewin asks him if he can make something out of it. Omrush says to him that if he wants, he can make it for him, a weapon that is fit only for humans. Lewin becomes surprised to listen to him and does not say anything. In the meantime, at the door of Area X, Lewin held that tooth and asked her what this would be. Strang happily replied that it was the source of the primordial power, the symbol of great power, the symbol of great power, the teeth of the ogre who inherited the strongest willpower. Lewin asked her where he could use this artifact. Strang replied that the staff of Algol and the scale of Morshi had definitively been used. Tonight, Lewin said that maybe it could be used with a mage. At that time, Strang told him he had to think about it later and take that tooth. Increased his strength was already a benefit in itself. After listening to Strang, Lewin agrees to her. At present, Omrush offers this weapon to him. Looking at him, Lewin thinks that he brought it with him for now, but he does not know how to use it. Sitting beside Lewin, Omrush says that the tooth of the chieftain is heavy and hard, so no one can forge it. But it is possible with this iron handler, Omrush. Lewin says that in human terms, an iron handler is like a blacksmith. Omrush asks him if he has a specific weapon shape in mind. Lewin smiles and says that it means he can make it according to his wish. Half a month has passed since he first entered Sky Mountain. During that time, he spent his time either helping the ogres hunt or doing the training that he had not been able to do. However, there was something that took up the biggest part of his day. That's the result of his arm wrestling match with Omrush. At that time, Lewin lost again in this match. He says that this is starting to fire him up. Strang seems happy for him and says that he is slowly getting better. Omrush tells Lewin that he is correct, so he is starting to use his whole strength to decrease the wasted strength. Lewin smiles, thanks to him, and says he thinks he is slowly getting a hang of it. Through the advice of Omrush, he is slowly figuring out how to use his strength correctly, and the time he can endure increases day by day. Looking aside, Lewin says that he must win against Omrush before he leaves this place. After listening to him, Omrush becomes panicky. Looking at his facial expressions, Lewin smiles and says that it seems he was scared just now. Omrush disagrees with him and says that he has no chance of winning an arm wrestling match against him. A few days later, Strang announces that they have 17 matches and 16 losses, but Lewin wins one match. Because of this, Lewin feels excited. Then Omrush calls his name and happily says to him that he surprised him many times. After listening to him, Lewin says that the first time, he called his name. Omrush moves to the other side and says that he thinks he is ready now. Lewin asks him about it. Omersu turns his face, looks at him, and says that he has to follow him now. Honestly, it's been a while since it was completed, but he was just waiting for the right time to hand it to him. While following him, Lewin asks him why he did not give him the weapon when it was done. Omrush replies that he was waiting for the day he defeated him, and he was not going to give it to him until he won. After all, the will of the chieftain is an essential item for them. After listening to him, Lewin smiles and thinks that it means that he has nearly gotten robbed in broad daylight. After that, Omrush gives something to him and says that they belong to him now, so take them. These are the knuckles of Kunkin and are manufactured by Omrush. The knuckles were created by attaching the tooth of the ogre's first chieftain, Kunkin. Upon equipping, strength increases by 2,000. Now that he has learned this unique skill, he has the potential for growth. After wearing these knuckles, Lewin thinks that this is an artifact. These were made by splitting Kunkin's teeth and attacking them with the gloves. It is the most suitable form of weapon for a melee magician like him. Looking at the facial expressions, Strang asks him what he thinks. Omrush also asks him what he thinks about his work. He made it into a shape perfect just for him. Lewin thinks these are incredible, so he feels much sturdier with just 2,000. After that, Lewin looks at Omrush and asks him if he would please summon all the warriors of Sky Mountain. He agrees to him, and they all gather at a point. Looking over there, an ogre discusses with his friend that it looks like the strong man wants to arm wrestle with them. His friend replies that he is right, so the human says that he is going to defeat all of them in 1 versus 100. He may have defeated Omrush, but this hurts his pride. He arranged this event against them so they would, of course, welcome him. From the perspective of the ogres, it may be an arrogant suggestion, but the atmosphere was good. As benefits ogres who reverse strength and like to compete, it seems they hold his competitive spirit in high regard. A child of an ogre seems happy to watch the fight. Looking at him, Strang smiles and says that this reminds her of the old days. Draka was like this, too, back then. Of course, he only defeated 17 ogres in a row after staying here for 30 years, so it's a different case with him. Lewin says that humans cannot live as long as dragons, so he is going to make it quick. Looking at the ogre, Lewin thinks that it is his back, so he would obviously say it is impossible. However, with the feeling he got after putting the molar knuckles of Kunken on, he felt like he would never lose. After that, the announcer says that they have to be ready, and then they start the match. Lewin easily defeats many ogres easily. After a while, they gather there, and the ogre asks him if he wants to go back. Lewin agrees with him and says that he has to go to Ravardine now. Omrush sadly says to him that he has gifted them an excellent memory, so thanks to him. Lewin smiles to listen to him. Lewin again moves forward his hand. Seeing his hand, Omrush asks him if he wants to do arm wrestling again. He even defeated 100 of them. Lewin says that he is not asking that now. Then he holds his hand and says that this is called a handshake. It is a human way of greeting each other happily when he is happy to see someone or to part ways with friends. After that, Lewin leaves, and Ogre tells him that they will see him next time. Back at the Magic Tower, the Flame King asks if there is any news. The magician reports that there is no news yet. After listening to him, the Flame King thinks that it's been a long time since the remaining two returned with fatal injuries. There has not been any news since the Magician of Screams chased after Lewin himself. Even the tracking team sent after them said they did not feel any human presence around the Sky Mountain. After thinking about that all, the Flame King says to Stray Cat that it seems like they got duped. All of a sudden, someone enters the room to report. The magician informs him that Lewin arrived in Ravardine just a while ago. The Flame King is surprised to learn about this and starts to think about it. Then he orders them to call Lewin here at once. After a while in the Magic Tower, Lewin appears in front of the Flame King and tells him that he failed the mission. As he said, there is a reason no one has succeeded so far. When he reached Sky Mountain, he realized this task was beyond his ability. Sitting in front of him, Lewin sadly tells him that the barrier was so strong that there was no way to enter. After listening to him, the Flame King says to him that he is not very good at lying. To be honest, tell him clearly. He is the magician chosen by Kunken's Molar. The mission he decided was to search for the stronghold of those ogres. The Flame King asks him if not. That seems too coincidental. Lewin says to him that it means that he is watching him. The Flame King says that he was merely concerned, and he feared that he might become a magician opposing the tower. So, let's get enough of the idle talk and get to the point. Then, he asked him what he had seen on Sky Mountain. He laughs and asks if the first ogres are still alive. Lewin looks at him angrily, but does not reply to him properly. After ending their conversation, Lewin gets out of this tower and thinks that it is close. He remembers the time when the Flame King said to him that he did not tell any lie that could be caught easily. He could search his memories at that time if he wanted. Lewin said to him that he would not do that. The Flame King was shocked to hear him. Lewin replied that the Great Boundary Sorcerer would not resort to such measures, especially not against a mere student like him. The Flame King laughed to listen to him and then said that it seemed that he tried to gamble against him again. The word mere seemed excessively modest. After that, he called himself down and agreed to him. Then, he told Lewin that his official first mission had failed, so he returned to the academy. At the present time, Lewin thinks that he bet on the pride of the Flame King, and luckily, it works. So, he probably would not have resorted to extreme methods like magic. But if the Flame King had been more unreasonable, he would have been caught red-handed, and just thinking of it is terrifying. But surely, this is not the end. The artifact from Zone X chose him, and they both know that means the master of the throne. Though it was not explicitly mentioned, the Flame King will certainly continue to watch him closely. But for now, he just wants to get out of here quickly. That is why Lewin uses the train to leave the Ignite Academy. On the next day, he meets his friends. They all cheer up and celebrate his conquest. Lewin tells them that they have to stop because that was 2 months ago. After that, Jason gathered a box of messages and put it on the table. Jason tells him that these are the letters for him. As expected, the grand tournament winner is incredibly popular. Looking at the box, Lewin says that there are many letters in it. Jason tells him that he only brought the ones that came recently. He moves towards the closet and tells him that he puts all those letters in it when he is not here. When he opens the closet, Lewin becomes shocked to see that there are a lot of unread letters left outside the closet. In the pile of letters, many of them belong to the princes. Lewin starts to read a letter that calls to Lewin like the genius magician and true patriot of the kingdom. He was thrilled by the rumor that he rejected the imperial offer of the crown prince. He is really a true patriot. Lewin says that he has never met this person before, who calls Lewin dead as well. Jason sighed to listen to the words of this letter and said to Lewin that the dear word was not for those he was already close with, but for those he wanted to become close to. After that, Jason lies on the bed and asks him what he plans for this vacation. He smirked to listen to him and replied that he was thinking of spending it a bit differently this year. It's been a whole 5 years since he last visited his hometown. Until last year, Lewin stayed at the dorm even during vacations, not leaving the school. He did not have the face to see the people from his hometown. He was not confident he could smile and answer the questions about the days of school life. But now he can see them proudly. He happily says that, finally, he will see his family. After a while, he enters the Ardell area, and the residents are shocked to see the arrival of the young master. It's been a while since he last visited here. Lewin smiles to see them and asks them how they are. All the residents, of course, welcome him warmly. They say that they have been waiting so long to hear from him. Lewin says that it seems like he has been studying at the academy for so long that he forgot to go home. His friends ask him about the academy. While telling the story of his academy, the younger sister of Lewin appears there and hugs him tightly. Her name is Lewina, and she says to her brother that during all the time he was living in the academy, he did not even send her a single letter, and now he is showing up all of a sudden. Lewin puts a hand on his forehead, pretends in front of his sister, and says to her that she has grown a lot, which is why he almost does not recognize her. She is shocked to know this. Lewin smirks and thinks that she is as cute as ever. Then Lewin says to his father that he should call them because there is a lot he has not had the chance to talk about. He told his family and the close residents of their estate everything that had happened over the past 6 years. On a bright night, they all sit together in their house and discuss what happened with Lewin. Lewina sadly tells her brother that he has been through a lot. The maid tells him that to overcome that hardship, she is proud of her young master. Then Beggins looks at Lewin and asks him if this means he won such a big competition. He even had a private audience with the imperial crown prince. Lewin smiles and agrees with him. He thinks it's already been 2 months, but this must be new news for their rural estate. After that, the father takes out a letter from his pocket and tells Lewin that the royal family sent such letters. Countless letters have been sent to the estate from noble families. Lewin thinks that he wants to be the first to tell him about it. Beggins calls Lewin, a young master, and says to him that there is an issue regarding that of which he needs to be aware. The father calls to Beggins and says to him that they are done with that discussion. He needs to be informed as well, so it concerns him, too. Lewin wonders what is going on here. Then he looks at his father and says to him, "Please tell him what is happening." If he hears it from somewhere later, he will be disappointed. The father sadly puts his hand on his face and says that it cannot be helped. As he just mentioned, their estate has received countless letters. All of them were about him. Many letters offered to make substantial donations to their estate, using him as an excuse or even proposing appointments for him. Of course, all of them were rejected, but there is one issue. Lewin asks him about it. His father replies that Bilko's Monjo is using him as leverage to threaten the Ardell family, and that is why the father seems annoyed. Monzo is the only trade city near the Ardell territory, and most of the goods produced in Ardell territory are traded through Monzo. In other words, Ardell's territory is maintained by the money earned from Monzo. Lewin looks at his father and asks him if they are really offering such an absurdly low price for their goods. His father turns aside his face and replies, "Yes, because they want to hold Ardell territory hostage and appoint him as the guardian mage of Monzo." He annoyingly holds his head and says that Ardell's finances are bound to collapse at this rate. But for now, there is no clear solution. This year's bountiful harvest must have been meant to treat the young master. In the meantime, Lewin remembers why the resident members were so excited to treat him. One of them said to him that he would be the first to treat the young master. The lady told the young master that the quality of their goat milk was exceptional this year. At that time, Lewin thanked all but did not understand why their behavior had changed. After listening to his father, Lewin feels annoyed. The saying that an evil man needs a beating comes to mind. His father and Beggins look at him suspiciously. Lewin clenches his powerful fist and says that if they are that eager to see his face, then he supposes he will have to go and show them himself after deciding that Lewin will meet Bilko's Monjo. The next morning, Beggins tells Lewin that there is some jerky and water for him to eat along the way, so please be careful on his journey. Lewin thanked him for seeing them. Beggins says that he is sorry for burdening him with this issue as soon as he arrives. Lewin replies that he is not doing his job as an administrator at all. He is just trying to do his part as the young lord. Beggins feels good to listen to him, but seems annoyed about him. Then Lewin gets on the horse, and Beggins says to him that please don't resent the lord. The lord is doing everything he can. He is even covering the losses from Monzo with his own money. Most of the people in the domain are not even aware of this situation. The current peace in the territory is thanks to the sacrifices of the lord. Lewin feels sad to listen to him. He turns his face to the other side and says it is embarrassing because he thinks he is too arrogant. Honestly, he was frustrated, wondering if his father was enduring it all, and he got carried away, thinking he could solve what his father could not, even though he had known since he was a child that his father cared for and loved this land more than anyone else. Beggins seems annoyed to listen to him. Then Lewin gives a box to Beggins and asks him if he could please pass this on to his father instead. Beggins asks him what is in this box. Lewin replies that these are 10,000 gold. Beggins opens the box and listens to the young master, who says to him that it is prize money from the grand tournament. He hopes it will be used where it's needed in the territory. After that, Beggins asks him where it is required. Lewin replies that, in his personal opinion, it would be best used to acquire land. He believes that the Ardell family should be able to be self-sufficient without replying to Monzo in the future. Thinking about it, Beggins says that he is correct, but land might be difficult. For now, no one will want to sell it. Lewin asks him what would happen if they took it. Beggins does not understand what he means. Lewin says that they will clean up. They would recall the long-standing troubles of Wolf Hill in the territory and the Chinhong Plain occupied by the Mudmen. After listening to him, Beggins says to him that it is not a bad idea at all. Lewin says that with this money, if they hire mercenaries to purge the land and then cultivate it to lease it to outsiders, they might be able to handle even larger sums of money. Thinking about it, Beggins says that if they can get mercenaries at a fair price, it is definitely worth a try. Then Lewin will leave the details to the administrator and his father, and then he will be on his way. Using the horse, Lewin increases its speed and quickly moves to the journey. Trade City, Monzo, is the largest territory in the southernmost part of the kingdom, where all the supplies from nearby areas gather. In this city, the lord is Bilko's Monzo. There are many bad rumors about him, such as that he bought his title through usury or that he was the former leader of the Walpa gang. In other words, they need to steal their hearts. After a while, Lewin reaches there. The guards ask him about his identity. He replies that he is the second son of the Ardell family, Lewin Ardell. Lewin asks him if the lord is inside. The guards do not properly listen to him and do not bother him as well. A guard looks at his companions and asks him why it is that they always make a problem over things that do not work out. His companions agree with him. Another guard sighed and said that he was just a child and only knew how to beg. Then they make fun of Lewin and ask him if he spoke well this time. After listening to them, Lewin closes his eyes sadly and thinks that even though he receives this kind of treatment each time, Lewin wonders how many times their father has visited this place. Lewin down the horse and listens to a guard who calls Lewin, the youngest, and tells him to go inside and ask the lord himself. If it's Ardell, they will probably just throw him out. Lewin arrogantly moves towards them and says that things have changed this time. After listening to him, the guards look at each other and seem surprised. Lewin thinks he is here not as a student, but as the second son of Ardell. If he were to accept such rudeness as if it were normal, he would instead make the face of their territory look ridiculous. Lewin tries to punch a guard, but he moves back, saves him, and asks what he is doing. Lewin says to them that they should get some discipline. After that, Lewin punches him full of force, and he falls away badly. After that, Bilko's Monjo appears there and says that it seems like the hero who won the grand tournament. The next generation born of this era is here. He makes fun of him and asks if he is not Lord Lewin Ardell. Lewin turns around his face, looks at him, and asks him if he is Lord Bilko's Monzo. He removes his hat from his head, bows his head in front of him, and replies that he is the same person. To have someone of his stature come all the way to this humble place, he is so embarrassed that he cannot lift his head. Lewin says to him that he does not need to lift his head. Bilko seems serious about listening to him. Lewin angrily says to him that if he is that embarrassed after having brought him here, he is just saying he should keep his head down. After listening to him, Bilko seems angry, and after that, he smirks. He lifts his head, wears his hat, and says to him that as he hears, his personality is relatively straightforward. Then, despite the embarrassment, it was necessary that he had to lift his head. Lewin says that is okay, but he will need to retrain his guards. Bilko asks him if their children made any mistakes to him. Lewin turns around his head, looks behind, and says to Bilko that his guards treated their family as if they were some goblin tribe, so he just gave them a light warning. Bilko looks over there, and his guards are all unconsciously lying there. He clenches his teeth and becomes aggressive. Lewin looks at him and says that it should be fine. Bilko smiles and says to Lewin that he feels free to treat them as he would his subordinates, but he wonders how he touches his men. After listening to him, Lewin smiles and punches the face of another guard with full force. He feels away badly and becomes unconscious. Looking over there, Lewin says that is enough for now because that person needed etiquette training as well. He actually says that he is not thinking of leaving him outside any longer, so please show him in right now. Bilko seems frightened to listen to him and agrees with him. After inviting him inside Bilko's residence, Lewin asks him about his monster models. Bilko replies that these are art pieces he has collected as a hobby, and he likes them. Lewin says that just looking at them makes him uncomfortable. Bilko laughs and says that he understands because everyone has different tastes. Lewin thinks that collecting something like this and calling it beautiful is a really suspicious hobby. It is clear that the intent here is to instill a disturbing sense of fear, and he wonders if it was aimed to intimidate him. After a while, the lady servant pours some tea into the cup. Bilko tells Lewin that this is a rather rare tea from the south called Perimi, so please have some. Lewin arrogantly replies that he does not need this. To extend the conversation, Bilko asks him if he does not like tea. He again asks him if he should bring him a cold drink instead. Strang laughs at this situation, and she enjoys it. After looking at the tea actively, Lewin lifts a cup of tea and pours it onto the table. Then he looks at Bilko and asks him if she really does not understand why he refuses to drink it. After seeing this, Bilko smirked and said that it seemed he felt that he was the kind of person who would poison his tea, but he did not intend to be his enemy. He just wants to have a good friendship with him. Lewin asks him if friends threaten each other. Bilko smiles to listen to him and says that this is not true, so it's merely a proposal made with good intentions. Lewin says angrily that he did it to trick him into trying to wither the Ardell territory. He refuses such a proposal. Bilko puts the cup of tea on the table and says that's unfortunate, but since he is rejecting their friendship, the price of the goods of the Ardell will remain as they are, so he sells the things at high rates. Lewin arrogantly says to him that it would be best for him to revert it back to its original values. After listening to him, Bilko does not reply to him and thinks about it. After that, he says to Lewin that he is a normal person in his territory who does not know about the deals. He asks him if he thinks he can just disregard a deal. The one who should be beginning right now is he. In the meantime, many soldiers move towards the hall, where they discuss matters. Bilko says to him that he heard that the magic school guys could not use magic during the holidays. So, he will teach him some humility today. Lewin stands up to see the army and thinks that it means Bilko never planned on letting him go. Bilko orders his soldiers to attack him and kill him so he can make the specimen of this idiot corpse in his gallery. Seeing them, Lewin says to Bilko that he wants to stuff him like a trophy. He is crazier than he imagined. Strang says that he is really something else. Lewin thinks that he was right not to accept a reasonable conversation. An arrogant idiot trapped in a well of wealth in the south. For someone like him, he uses the flick technique to attack that soldier. Then, the yellowish light scatters around, and Lewin attacks them all. Showing his powerful hand, Lewin says that he tells them something he doesn't know. The status window appears there and tells him that he has a unique skill, which is the will of the chieftain. Until his strength is completely exhausted, the first chieftain of Mount Harkin, Kunkin, stands behind him. The molar of the Kunkin appears above his head and moves with him. Seeing this all, Bilkos seems frightened and wonders why this smoke is all of a sudden. He asks him what he is doing. The attack range increases by the length of Kunkin's arm, and then a fire monster appears there. Even during the holidays, when his life is in danger, he can still use magic. All of them see that the high-intensity fire flame monster appears there, and its intensity is very high. Some enemies overwhelmed by the aura of Kunkin are gripped with endless terror. Seeing this mess, the soldiers seem frightened and say that if they stay there, they will all die. Because of this, everyone runs to the other side to get out of there. Lewin arrogantly says that running would not help him, so he uses the explosive mana burst. Many people who are present outside of the castle are shocked to see over there. Bilko sees that everything is burned to ashes, and he seems worried about seeing the art collection he spent his whole life collecting and his 2,000 gold portraits. Listening to Bilkos, Lewin says to him that it seems he still has time to worry about his art. Lewin says to him angrily that now it's time to worry about himself, and he attacks on him. Bilkos feels away badly and screams. Looking over there, Lewin says that he will normalize the prices of all Ardell products and compensate them tenfold for the money he stole. That is his request, so he will accept it now. Bilkos kneels him, starts to cry, talks to him about tenfold, and asks him how much that would even be. Lewin grabs his neck collar angrily and orders Bilkos to bring it to him right now. After a while, Lewin gets out of the castle and says that it's almost over. He wonders how surprised father will be when he tells him he has resolved this matter. And so, Lewin resolved the Monzo matter and headed back to Ardell. But there was a rather unexpected visitor waiting in Ardell. All of a sudden, he becomes surprised to see that Irene appears there. About 2 months ago, in the banquet hall, Lewin said that he was so sick of that event. At first, it was exciting, but after that time, he wanted to go back home. At the same time, Irene appeared there and asked him if he was talking about the small and beautiful Ardell estate. Lewin seemed surprised to see her there. She said that she was glad the banquet ended without any issues. She really thought something terrible was going to happen because of someone. Lewin smiled and said sorry to her because of that problem. But he could not help it. They not only belittled the efforts of the students, but also discouraged them. After that, she smiled and asked him if Ardell was that beautiful. Lewin smiled to listen to her and replied that, of course, it was a beautiful place that brought peace to her heart. She should visit sometime. She told Lewin that if that was the case, he could not ask later why she came. Lewin laughed and said that he would not do that. In the present time, Lewin is taking her to his house, and he never thinks that she will actually come. Looking at Irene, Luna feels aggressive, but the father likes her. Luna looks at Lewin and asks him if he would care to explain this situation. Lewin wonders what's wrong with her now. She angrily asks him what is the relationship between the two. Luna again asks him where they both met. Sitting in the hall, the father says to Lewin that he should not bother her because she met her brother after 6 years, so he is possessive of him. Then, the father smiles and asks him if he is sure that Irene is not his girlfriend. He can be honest with him. Lewin replies to him that he already mentioned that she is not his girlfriend. The father feels sad to know this and says that this is not good news. Lewin wonders why the father finds this news disappointing. The father says to him that let's set aside personal matters and talk about something else. Someone knocks on the door and takes permission to enter the room. The father is allowed to enter the room. Mr. Beggins opens the door and comes into it. He put that box on the table. Then, the father says to Lewin that he cannot accept this money. Lewin becomes shocked to listen to him. The father says that this money belongs to Lewin, not to Ardell. Lewin asks him if he is not also a member of Ardell. The father replies that no one would deny that he is the heart of Ardell, and asks him if he still has many things left to do outside of Ardell. Lewin keeps quiet to listen to him. He thinks he knows very well that he is saying that out of concern for him. He also knows that he is a deeply righteous and moral person, so he respects that he for that father. But it is hurtful that he always discusses state matters without including him after thinking that all. Lewin says to his father that he wants to use his money for Ardell just as he has. Then, the father looks at Beggins because he believes that he told Lewin all this. After listening to the young master, Beggins smiles and says that he thought that Lewin should know about how the Lord has been supporting Ardell with his own personal funds all this time. The Lord says to Beggins that in the future, he would appreciate it if he discussed things with him before making any hasty decisions. Mr. Beggins agrees to him and happily says that he will keep that in mind. After that, the Lord tells Lewin that he cannot accept it regardless of his intentions. He is not yet ready to place the responsibilities of the estate on his shoulders. After that, he shows Lewin a money pouch and tells him that he still has 36,000 gold. It is the money they were rightfully owed, but finding it now feels like discovering a forgotten emergency fund. After that, Lewin looks at Beggins and asks how that happened. He is sure that he gave him 10 times that amount. Mr. Beggins replies that he did not accept the remaining money. He was so firm that he could not even bring up the topic of the subjugation. Lewin asks him why the father is so rigid. Mr. Beggins replies that, indeed, he has given up trying to reason with him. But that is how their lord is. He is an honest and hard worker. Mr. Beggins proudly looks at him. Lewin also smirks to see his father. After that, he comes out of the hall and sees Lady Irene and his sister together. Lewin looks at Irene and asks her if she enjoyed her tour of Ardell. Luna calls Irene's sister and says to her that she will be going ahead, so good luck. Luna goes to the opposite side and tells Irene to make sure to get along with her brother. She tells Lewin that she seems like a good person. Luna asks her what she is talking about. Irene looks to the other side and asks him why she is saying such strange things. Lewin asks her if she would like to take a short walk. Irene agrees, and then they start walking. Irene says that Luna is so cute, and she wishes she had a younger sister like that. Lewin says that she is glad to see that they have become so close. She asks him if there is something on his mind. He seems to be deep in thought. Lewin wonders if he seemed that way. He smiles and says that as the heir to the household, he wants to do something for the estate, but he can't seem to come up with any ideas. He thinks that combining the grand festival prize and the money Monzo received would exceed 40,000 gold. Father said that he could use it as he pleased. Irene says to him that it means he cannot help but think of the estate even though she has come all the way to Ardell. Lewin thinks that it seems like he has not asked enough about Irene, and she seems offensive. So, after thinking about that all, Lewin laughs and asks her how she came to Ardell. Their estate is quite far away, so it must have been inconvenient. She looks at him and says that it is not that far. She arrived in 2 days from Leverdane. A small question was thrown out of regret. She points over there and tells him that once he crosses the mountain range over there, it is quite close. However, within that answer, he wonders what the solution he has been searching for is. Although the South Mountain occupies most of the Ardell estate, the rugged terrain makes cultivation impossible. The land is deserted due to the appearance of monsters. However, with 8 lakes so close by, its geographical value is high. He wonders what would have happened if they had used that to create a trade route through the mountains. By relying on places like Monzo, they could establish themselves as an independent estate, which became a powerful estate with the only route in the south leading to the Rainak Empire. Lewin wonders why he had not thought of this until now. This will surely be a tremendous help to their estate. That is why he holds her hand happily, thanks to him, and says that he has found the answer because of her. Irene does not understand what is happening or what he is saying. Lewin goes to the other side and tells her that he is leaving now but will see her later. She smiles to listen to him and says that he is really an interesting person. After that, Lewin again visits his father and asks him about the situation. His father replies that this is impossible. Lewin asks the reason for it. The father replies that he has already tried, but all 8 merchant guilds in 8 Lake refused. From their perspective, Ardell is not profitable. After that, Beggins tells the young master that the Lord knows this is a great opportunity, but it is not really possible. After listening to them, Lewin angrily says that many things in Ardell have already changed. It's small, but it's moving forward. After that, he thinks that just because the merchant guilds refused once, they cannot give up on something that holds so much hope for the people. Lewin smiles, pointing towards himself, and says that maybe the proposal of a grand champion could make a difference. The father thinks about it. Then he smiles and says that he even resolved the Monzo incident and asks what grounds he has to stop him. The father agrees with his son and says that he will go ahead and try it once. Lewin thanked his father happily. Lewin comes out of the room. He feels someone's presence. Someone asks him if he is going to eat. He looks aside, and Irene is walking towards him. She says that it means he will be in the same boat as her, an illegal immigrant. Lewin asks her what she means. Lewin becomes shocked to listen to her and says that it means she crossed the Ardell border without permission. She smiles and agrees with him. Lewin says that makes her an illegal resident. Crossing the deserted border alone is not that easy. Then he asks her if she has always been this bold. Lewin again asks her if she ever thought it might be dangerous. Irene smiles and says that she did not think it was comparable to what he did. He barged into the dormitory of someone else without considering the risks. He used an extraordinary method in the competition, and he won all of them. Lewin is shocked to listen to her. She smiles and says that to keep up with someone like him, he is not a minor mischief. Lewin sighs to listen to her and then smiles. Lewin says that he plans to go even further. She says that she will follow him, so she is already an illegal immigrant, so a second time means nothing. So they headed straight to 8 Lakes, deciding to cross the South Mountain to scout the path ahead. So the terrain was so rough that even with a compass, it was hard to find their way. They decided to use a tracking spell to locate the hidden village. Of course, there is a rule about not using magic during the holidays. While running secretly, Lewin asks her if the students are prohibited from using magic during the holidays. She can follow the compass. Lewin says to her, "Let's go together." Irene had already been using this magic since she came to Ardell. However, the tracking magic ended up targeting humanoid monsters, which led her to enter a werewolf den, putting her in danger unknowingly. But by exploring the werewolf's dependence on their leader, they were able to defeat the leader and escape swiftly, and after that, they also got an unknown quest. The status window tells them about the silver mane of a werewolf, the mana of Mentos, the werewolf, and the disaster of South Mountain. It serves as proof of the death of Mentos, so he has to find someone who might like this man. Using the tracking magic trace, they set off again for their destination. Fortunately, there were no more instances of finding monsters like before. Afterward, she says to Lewin that it seems they have found the 8th lake this time. The 8 Lakes is a massive city-state where 8 huge lakes meet and connect to the sea. Like Altai, it is also a neutral country under the control of the empire. Here, instead of a king, representatives from 8 merchant guilds govern the country with the title of joint representatives. As a merchant state, it dominates continental trade, and it's rumored to deal even with pirates if it's profitable enough. This place values money above all else. Irene asks him where he is going now. Lewin smiles and replies that they are heading to the Hall of the Gold. Additionally, the Hall of Gold is a large mansion built among the 8 lakes, where the 8 representatives hold meetings every day at lunchtime. Therefore, it is the ideal place to persuade them. When they reach their destination, the guard asks if they have made an appointment. Lewin replies no, that he will wait here, and asks him if he could just deliver a message. The guard says that if he formally submits the documents, there will be an inspection period. Lewin smiles to listen to him and says to him that he has to tell them that Lewin Ardell has come, and this is Irene Prouse. The guard becomes shocked to hear his name and asks him if he is the grand tournament winner. He did not recognize him, so he would report it immediately. Fortunately, they were able to enter right away. Everything is made of pure, shiny gold. Looking around actively, Irene says that this place truly lives up to its name, like a Hall of the Gold. Looking at another gold statue, Lewin says that, indeed, it's incomparable to Ardell. After getting permission, the guard points towards the room and requests them to come inside it. Lewin thinks that he should not be intimidated because he is here for a fair transaction, not a favor. That is why he arrogantly opens the door and says loudly that it is nice to meet them all, so he is Lewin Ardell. All 8 members sat around the round table and looked at Lewin seriously. Lewin also looks at them all carefully. They allow them to sit beside them. The senior man says that he thought it was just a rumor, but it turned out to be true. He saw him in Altai, and he was a winner. The senior man asks him what brings such an esteemed next-generation mage to this remote place. After listening to him, Lewin thinks that it means that the title of Grand Tournament winner has weight here as well. He was worried about coming unannounced, but it seems they can have a conversation. A yellow-haired guy smiles and says that it would be great if it were something beneficial to their guild. A guy sitting next to him says he doesn't get ahead of himself, so he is interested, too. Lewin announces to them that he came to negotiate a trade between Ardell and 8 Lakes. Everyone seems surprised and starts thinking about it, but they do not say anything. Looking at their expressions, Strang tells Lewin that it seems he has poured cold water into the situation. A guy looks at his companion and says to him that he thinks he has heard of Ardell. He asks him if she knows where this place is. His companion replies that it is located south of the small country of Radian. The lady smiles, listens to their conversation, and says that that rural estate tried to sell keystone fish and sweet potatoes. She thinks the Lord visited once before and asks them how it went back then. That guy replies that they refused because no one among those 8 agreed at that time. She asks him the reason for him. That guy replies that they only wanted a one-sided sale because it was not profitable. Lewin keeps quiet to listen to them. The senior man says to Lewin that it seems like he guesses there is not much more to guess. Lewin thinks that they are merchants, after all. As soon as they hear something contrary to their interests, their attitude shifts dramatically. He is both the next generation mage and the young master of Ardell. Yet they treat him strictly as the young master of Ardell. The poor young master from a rural estate is trying to steal their money. Their cold, dualistic view is frighteningly clear. Lewin arrogantly asks them if this is the same this time, too. However, it is a pity to see such a reaction when they have not even started presenting their proposal yet. Then Lewin shows them that there is a total of 30,000 gold. They all become shocked to see this. Lewin asks how about now, and if they are more motivated for a deal this time. Lewin came here to establish a trade route between 8 Lake and Ardell. He crossed the South Mountain to reach this place. He went through quite a lot of trouble along the way, but if he succeeds in this negotiation, it will all be worth it. Lewin asks them if they are now interested in making a deal, but no one replied at that time. Lewin says that he will purchase weapons worth 30,000 gold from 8 Lakes for Ardell. In return, allow the trade of Ardell's products. That guy says to him that it means he is preparing for a war. He asked him why he would need weapons worth 30,000 gold. Lewin thinks that, as he expected, they are all surprised. 30,000 gold is a 3-year budget for a rural territory like Ardell. It is equivalent to a budget year for a mid-sized city. Spending that much money on weapons is indeed shocking, but he realized something through the Monzo incident. Power naturally attracts wealth, and that power creates peace. Suppose he must procure weapons from somewhere to gain power. He will establish his foundation here. After that, he understood that each of the 8 representatives specialized in different goods and asked who was responsible for the weapons. The senior man says that would be a representative one here. Weapons, iron ore, various flora and fauna, and even ships, and they oversee the widest range of goods. Looking over there, Lewin thinks that they look younger than Luna, but their gaze is not one he would associate with a child. She asks him what he plans to do with so many weapons. She knows it is an impertinent curiosity, but as the superior, she is concerned. Lewin replies that they plan to conduct an extensive-scale hunt of the monsters near Ardell. The weapon trade is the first step. He smirked and said they plan to establish a trade route connecting 8 Lake and Ardell. They plan to develop a trade route across the path through the South Mountain. After listening to him, the senior man says to please refrain from mentioning that mountain range by name here. Lewin again asks him the reason, but no one replies. Looking around, Irene asks him why the atmosphere is like this. Lewin replies that he is not sure either. He does not know what is happening, but he does know who caused it. They have gone completely pale. After that, she says to Lewin that it means he is planning to cross South Mountain, which is impossible because a demon resides there. Lewin says that last night, he personally crossed that mountain range. She says that he is lying. Lewin takes stuff out from his pocket and says that he is not lying. He encountered something in that mountain range. He shows them the stuff and asks her if it is the demon she mentioned. Actually, Lewin shows them the silver mane of that werewolf. She stands up to see this and panics. The status window appears in front of him and tells him that he has completed the quest. As a reward, he has earned the respect of the Valtre's family. She starts to cry and says that it's finally dead. 3 days later, the girl says to Lewin that she is sorry to keep him waiting. Lewin says that not all of this is perfectly understandable. She never thought she would face this mountain again. Of course, her heart still feels heavy, but it's different from before. The calamity that took her father from her is no longer here. This is all thanks to him. Lewin smiles to listen to her and says that he just happened to encounter it on his way here. Looking at the tree, she says that if they create a road through South Mountain, they can establish a direct trade route from Ardell to the Western Sand Kingdom, Oyota. They would not need to waste time and money detouring through the central region as they do now. And as for building that road here, their Valtre's family will assist. Lewin thought they would start by establishing a relationship through the weapon trade and that the trade route would come much later. He even assumed the cost of opening the trade route would fall on him. However, if the Valtre's family helps, this will be an incredible gain. Lewin asks her if she is saying that she is accepting his proposal. She agrees with him and says that all goods produced in Ardell will be purchased at a price higher than the market rate in 8 Lake. Lewin thinks that this is an extremely generous condition. She says that merchants will do anything for money, but they also have a heart. Cecilia Valtres promises to offer gratitude and trust befitting a benefactor. Lewin feels calm listening to her and shakes hands with her. Lewin says that he looks forward to working with her. Thus, the deal with the 8 lakes was successfully concluded. After the discussion ended, Irene and Lewin left to go back. Irene says to her that she is glad that everything worked out well. Lewin says that, indeed, now, he can deliver good news to the people and his father. By the way, that Representative Cecilia, it is amazing how she grew up so dignified at such a young age without her father. Irene says to him that he does not seem like himself, and it seems he is sentimental. He guessed he empathized for a moment because he was in a similar situation. She seems surprised to listen to him. He smiles and says that if she ever visits Ardell again, she will be surprised to see how bustling it has become. She sighs and says that he truly loves his hometown. She wishes she could feel the same. Lewin asks her if it is not a place that everyone misses and cherishes. She says that it's not for her. Lewin says that he is curious and asks her if she will invite him to his hometown someday. Irene seemed unwilling to talk about it, but he was sure. Someday, he will surely visit Fraus. After reaching the Ardell territory, Lewin tells his father about the decision. After listening to him, the father is shocked and asks him how it is possible that Cecilia agrees to a price higher than the market price. Biggins also seems shocked and says they even promised to take responsibility for the trade opening of the route. Lewina asks them if they can book separate rooms at the inn. Lewin puts his hand on her face and says to his father that Cecilia Valtres promised all of it. The father and Biggins seem shocked to listen to him. Mr. Biggins says that the notorious cold-blooded Valtres representative said she would repay her debt. Lewin says that they will need time to prepare that quantity, and they mentioned it would take 3 months for the weapons. The work on the road through South Mountain will begin this month. The father says that Ardell will finally prosper by doing a direct trade route to the Empire. He smiles and says to Lewin that he has grown up to accomplish something so complex. So, thanks to him for growing up so well. Lewin asks him if he will trust him and grant him one more thing. The father suspiciously asks him about it. He wants the lifeline of Ardell and the wish of the people of Ardell. He wants to take revenge on his mother as well, which is the plain hunt of Crimson. His birthday, which should have been a good memory, became his worst nightmare. The Mudmen, who had taken over the Crimson Plains, broke into the village. At that time, countless people lost their lives, and what was even more unfortunate was that his mother was one of them. If he does not recall her through her portrait, even her image becomes hazy. So many people, including his mother, lost their lives that day. A lot of others suffered significant wounds as well. That day, he made his first vow to become stronger. As a young lord of Ardell, he will no longer allow nightmares to be born in Ardell. After the order for the extermination was given, the villagers began daily spear training. Looking at them, Irene says that the atmosphere of the village feels different now. Lewin says that he is grateful for it. It's because they are working so hard. She says that the spear technique seems a bit unusual and asks him who teaches it. Lewin tells her that their commander of the territory teaches it. He once earned the title Flash and fought on the front lines of the kingdom. The great knight of Ardell, Sir Bolcar Peyton. If it had not been for Sir Bolvar when the Mudmen had invaded the territory, they would have suffered greater damage. The image of him, a single 5 Mudmen in a single strike, is still vivid in his mind. He uses a fishing rod more often than a spear nowadays. She becomes serious about listening to the name of Sir Bolvar Peyton. He asks her if there is any problem. Bolvar moves towards Lewin and feels happy. Lewin says to him that it's been a while, and he was planning to greet him once the training was over. Bolvar says that it's fine, so they were just about done. Bolvar holds his hand and says that he has really caused a stir this time. He won the grand tournament and is now leading the hunt. Lewin smiles and says that it seems like it turned out that way. He looks at her and asks him who has this by his side. Irene happily says that it is nice to meet him and says her name is Bolvar. She is honored to meet the spear saint, Sir Bolvar Peyton, here. Bolvar becomes serious about listening to her. Lewin also seems shocked to listen to her and asks her what that means. Irene says that she recalls learning about him in the nightly exhibition classes of the Children of 11. Seeing the spear techniques used by the residents of the estate, she was certain. The only spear knight of the Ledian kingdom, who suddenly retired and disappeared at the young age of 30, a legend among legends. Bolvar smirked to listen to her and said he did not think anyone would remember those obscure stories. Irene smiles and says that, of course, they were so impressive that she read about them in detail. The tale of cutting down over 10 high-ranking mages of the Pernan Confederation is truly legendary. After listening to her, Bolvar smirked and said that he was honored that she found it so impressive. Though now, he is nothing more than an old man. Nguyen asks him why he hid this from him. Bolvar says that he never hid anything, but he simply never asked him about it. Nguyen says that he still cannot help but feel a bit disappointed. He had to hear someone else say that he was a spear knight. When he was right here, he was completely unaware. After that, Bolvar asks him if he would not say that he knows more about him than anyone else. That was only a part of who he was. He is someone who loves fishing, lives in the house down the hill, and used to go on walks and play with him when he was little. So he now enjoys seeing how much he has grown. After that, he asks him if there is not enough of Bolvar Payton. Nguyen smiles because he is not thinking clearly. He does know him better than anyone else. Then Bolvar thanked him for understanding. By the way, he is helping the young lady with her swordsmanship today, and she asks him if he would like to join them. Nguyen happily agrees with him and says that it means he is asking him because he is observing her. Bolvar disagrees with him and says that he is asking because of the sparring match with him. At night, on the battlefield, Bolvar and Nguyen spawn with the swords. Looking at her, Irene says that it's impressive because she has such skill at the young age of 12. Looking at her, Nguyen thinks that he agrees with Irene. Honestly, he is fantastic, too. Her balance of the sword is perfect, and her strike is consistent as well. That is the proof of a solid foundation. Sir Bolvar is only using his left hand against Luina, even though he is not using his specialty and spear techniques. Instead, he is wielding a wooden sword. That will be all for today. After a while, Bolvar asks him if he sees that the skills of the young lady have already improved this much. He would not even be able to match her in terms of swordsmanship. Nguyen happily says that, indeed, his sister is truly remarkable and thinks that Luina has worked hard. Bolvar says to them that it's now the turn of the young master. Nguyen takes a wooden sword and thinks that around the age of 9, he used to have wooden sword sparring matches with Sir Bolvar, too. It was under the reasoning that even a mage should understand swords to deal with knights properly. Since he has also honed his martial arts skills, it's now his turn to show them to everyone. Nguyen arrogantly replies to Sir Bolvar that he looks forward to it. After sparring with Bolvar, Nguyen seems defeated and is lying badly on the floor. Standing there arrogantly, Bolvar says to the young master that his movement has improved compared to 7 years ago. This old man is pleased. Nguyen sadly says that does not make him feel better at all. He gets up and asks him how skilled he is as a knight compared to today's standard. Bolvar replies that it's been so long since he retired, so he is not sure about the current level of his juniors. Nguyen wonders if there is no suitable comparison. After that, Nguyen tells him that there is a knight he knows. Golter Parante is said to be the only 6-star knight in the eastern region of Ledian. He was the one who helped him with his martial arts before the grand festival began. He remembers him being incredibly strong. Bolvar is not impressed to know the name of Golter, but he arrogantly tells him that 20 years ago, he was a 7-star knight when he left the order. Nguyen becomes shocked to listen to him and thinks that it means he is the strongest person in the kingdom. The status window appears in front of him and tells him about the sudden quest. He has to face a knight having grown accustomed to fighting knights through wooden sword sparring, and he must now begin higher level training. Nguyen also seems shocked to see a sudden quest against Sir Bolvar. The remaining time is 3 days. Nguyen wonders if he can do that. His current swordsmanship skills are far from enough. After listening to the 7-star knight's swordsmanship lesson, Irene tells Nguyen that he is really getting a rare experience. Nguyen does not understand her. She smiles and says that Sir Bolvar is the only one in the Ledian kingdom who has ever participated in the tournaments of knights. It is an experience that might be hard to obtain, even with money. Nguyen smirks to listen to her and thinks that this is an incredible experience. He was afraid of failing and heisted to take this great opportunity. After that, Bolvar calls the young master and says to him that he likes that expression he just made. Nguyen replies that he's feeling quite angry now. The time remaining until the quest ends is 3 days. Showing his sword to Bolvar, Nguyen says that he looks forward to sparing him once again. He thinks that he will surely succeed in the future. To succeed in this quest, he spared with Sir Bolvar every night. The status window tells him the time limit every time. At first, he wondered if this sparring had any meaning. Thinking there must be a reason for the quest, he continued sparring. The time passes quickly, and finally, Lewin becomes able to spar actively against Sir Bolvar. He arrogantly smiles and says that it's finally done. Bolvar happily says to him that he has done very well. The results of his effort are beginning to show. As time passed, it became the final day of sparring. Bolvar calls Lewin as master and asks him if he is tired. Lewin replies, no, he can still go on. Bolvar says to him that there is no need to overdo it. Look, the dawn is already breaking. Lewin thinks that he has spared enough time with Sir Bolvar. But still, he has not met the critical strike condition. To think this is all he has achieved after staying up all night was landing a critical strike against a 7-star knight, an impossible quest from the start. Lewin clenches his fist because now there is hardly little time left. Irene, Luina, her father, and Beggins appear there. Luina asked him if he had seriously stayed up all night there. She says to her brother that he has to stop himself so he has spared enough. Mr. Beggins says that he followed the young lady just in case and asks him why the master is pushing himself so hard. After listening to them, Lewin does not reply to them. Luina loudly asks him if he has his limits. So just stop for today and rest. After listening to her, Lewin says that he needs more than 30 minutes. He knows it too well, so he knows it's unlikely that miraculous results will be achieved in just 30 minutes. The next morning, Lewin told Bolvar that he would consider this the final attempt and try something different. So, he will take a different approach from now on. Irene, Luina, her father, and Beggins reach the battlefield. Bolvar calls the young master and asks him if he is serious about fighting. Lewin arrogantly looks at him and says that he is serious about it. Over the past few days of sparing wooden swords, he has already learned to predict the movements of the knights. Now that he has achieved that goal, he needs to win with his specialty now. Bolvar smiles and says that he finds it strange that he has been sparing all night for the past few days, and he sees now that he wants something from him. Lewin laughs and says that it means he figured it out. Bolvar says that he should add another rule for the remaining 30 minutes, and he may use magic against him. Bolvar raises the wooden sword and says that he will get a bit more serious as well. He is curious to see his proper skills. Without a wooden sword in his hand, he has to get closer than its length. But he is not leaving any gaps beyond the wooden reach of the sword. Bolvar tries to attack Lewin, but he moves aside actively and saves. The method he used against Doom Prime in the Grand Tournament, breaking the sword of the opponent, is not a strategy that works on everyone. The knight's caliber of Sir Bolvar is very strong. He does not directly confront strengths and differences, but redirects them instead. Lewin runs quickly toward the teacher, but actively moves aside and saves from his attack. Bolvar smiles and says that his plan is to get inside where the wooden sword cannot reach. It is a good choice, but his options will dwindle once it's seen through. The opponent will keep trying to widen the distance with him. Being angry, Lewin thinks that Master Bolvar is right. All his strategies are being seen through. Lewin smirked and said that he did not have this one skill, which was a light skill. The bluish powerful light shines in his hand. He raises his hand to attack the Master Bolvar. That is why a considerable blast happens there. Lewin puts his hand on the chest of teacher, and he huffs quickly. Bolvar smiles and says to him that he is worried that he might use some terrifying magic, but he merely blinds him with light. It means that he completely got him. Lewin arrogantly says to him that this was all he could think of on the spot. Sorry for throwing him off guard. Lewin thinks that, honestly, if Master Bolvar had been in his normal condition, he might have failed. He has not had proper rest for days because of him. After that, the system tells him about his critical strike, which was completed. He feels happy to know that he has finally succeeded. All of a sudden, Luina hits his arm and angrily asks him what he is doing. She says that even if it is sparing, then asks how he could slam Bolvar Sir to the ground. Lewin smiles and says sorry to her nicely. Bolvar gets up and says to the young lady that he is fine, so please do not be too harsh with the master. Now that the sparring is over, he would love to soak in some hot bath water. Lewin thanked the teacher nicely and said to him that he had taken up too much of his time. Lewin moves his hand towards the teacher and says to him that he has learned so much during this time. Bolvar said to him that it had been an enjoyable experience for this old man. Bolvar and Lewin shake hands at each other, and everyone standing beside them claps for them. After that, walking there, the father tells Lewin that his vacation is almost over now. Lewin agrees with him and says that he will be leaving soon since it will take 10 days on horseback to get to the academy. The long yet short vacation is coming to an end, and the day to leave his hometown has come. They both see the people who are doing their work and enjoying themselves. Lewin tells his father that they are the workers sent by the Valtres family. Since they are establishing a base in Ardell, they need a lot of manpower. Looking towards his territory, Lewin spreads his hands and says that through this route, they will transport weapons from the right lake, and they will also carry out the extermination. On top of that, many workers will be using the Ardell and Inn's restaurants. So, it is a massive benefit for all of Ardell. It means that this is the beginning of the change. He would like to tell him one more thing. He gives a box to his father and says that it's 12,000 gold, so please use it for Ardell. The father tries to refuse it, but Lewin nicely tells him that he has kept 400 gold for himself, so don't worry too much about it. Surely, he will not refuse again. The father says that he is ashamed and feels like he is only indebted to him. He hugs his son and thanks him nicely. Lewin happily says that he will be on his way. He would say this was quite a productive vacation. He said his goodbyes to everyone else and traveled the same paths as Irene for a while. When the roads diverged, he was about to say goodbye. Afterward, Lewin looks at Irene and asks her what she said. He must have misheard. Irene smiles and says that he heard correctly. She will help with the extermination after graduation, too. She told him that before, she would follow him until she defeated him. She had not forgotten, which meant that she was a peculiar person. And so they parted ways, promising to meet again. After traveling for about a week from Ardell, he crossed the central border and entered the eastern region. Unlike the southern region, there were more people coming and going to say that again. A guy grabbed another guy's neck collar and asked him what she had just said. That person does not reply to him, but the first person aggressively asks him. Lewin clenches his teeth to see this situation and wonders what is going on here. The white shirt guy says to him to please let his sister go. He is a knight, too. He will not stand by if he does not release his sister right now. After listening to him, the black shirt guy asks him what he is going to do if he does not stay still. He moves towards that person and says to him that this all happened because his family did not pay back the money. They have got to make a living, too. Then he bullies him and says that he is going to collect the debt his father owes right now, even if it means selling his sister. After listening to him, the white shirt guy becomes aggressive. He angrily runs towards him, holding the sword, and asks him if he thinks that he would just let that happen. After seeing his reaction, the black shirt guy angrily applies punches to his face and says to him that a weak person like him is not able to become a knight. The girl calls to his brother, Hans. The black shirt guy asks him if this is the standard of square knights from Foldren. He grabs his hair and asks him what he just said. Hans angrily opens his eyes, looks at him, and says that he will really kill him if he thinks of selling his sister after seeing that all. So Strang asks him if she really sees this. Something like this is happening in broad daylight. That boy looks like a squire knight from a nearby territory, but even for a squire, he is weak in territory. However, those are not eyes he sees often. They are the eyes of someone with something they must protect. Lewin gets down from the horse and tries to help that person. Suddenly, a person puts a hand on his shoulder and tells him not to get involved in other people's affairs and to move along. It will be a disaster if he messes with those Ongi lumber gang guys around here. Another guy agrees with this person and says to Lewin that those guys are incredibly vicious. Lewin asks them what all of them are doing here. Those guys ask him what he means. Lewin says that they are not trying to stop them, nor are they saving that boy. He angrily says to them that they should be ashamed of themselves. They are all the same as the members of those gangs. That is good luck in his eyes, one that can become much stronger. Suddenly, Lewin became curious about the true worth of that boy. After listening to Lewin, that guy curses him and says to him angrily that he should do whatever he wants. In the meantime, the same person looks around and asks who this guy is. It seems like he is here to get beaten up, too. Lewin uses his powers and throws away that person badly. Yellowish powers move around the body of that person. The people wonder why they see stars. They all seem shocked to see this. A guy asks them what this is. Lewin uses his flick skills to attack another person and feels away badly. Looking at Lewin, Hans asks him who exactly he is. He turns his name arrogantly and says that his name is Lewin Ardell. The boy, who introduced himself as Hans, invited him to his house, and his story was typical. His siblings were burdened with the drunkard debt of their father, and a boy who picked up a sword to prevent his sister from being sold to a brothel. Lewin looks at Hans and asks him about the location of the Ongi lumber gang. The name sounds cute, but their actions are really horrible. Hans replies that it might sound that way, but they are incredibly brutal. If they get announced, they tie people to the base of an Ongi tree and kill them. Their boss has killed 4 people, so no one tries to touch them. After listening to him, Lewin asks him if the territory of Foldren just lets people like that roam free. Hans replies that their area of activity is not Foldren. It is their village and a few other small ones. All of them are too small to have guards to help. Lewin thinks that they are worse than he thought. He would like to deal with them personally, but does not have time to go after each one. Hans thanked him for helping, saying that he had heard his name. They said he was the champion of the grand tournament. Lewin agrees with him and says that it means he heard it from Sir Golter Perante. Hans is shocked to hear him and asks him how he knew. Lewin smiles and says that he heard what that idiot said earlier, that he is a squire knight from the territory of Foldren. And if it was Sir Golter, he figured he would mention him. Hans happily agrees with him and says that he knows that their captain talked about him a lot. He said there was a strong magician at the academy, but not as strong as the captain. After listening to him, Lewin turns around his face and thinks he has already beaten him in arm wrestling. Hans says that he wants to get strong quickly and become an amazing knight like their captain. Lewin thinks that it's good to have him as a goal, but Hans is too weak for that. Forget being a knight, so it is clear if he can even graduate from the academy. Hans smiles and says that he gets mocked every day. They wondered how they could even stay in the academy with these skills. Moreover, Hans says to him that everyone criticized him, but their captain was different. He said that he has a talent that others do not, and that if he keeps working hard, he will shine one day. Lewin socked to listen to him. It is the same, just like Professor Heidel and the headmaster believed in him until the end. So, it means that Sir Golter Perante believes in Hans. After thinking about that all, Lewin says to him that he is right because hard work never betrays him. Even if he is slower than others, if he persists, a miracle will come one day, just like it did for him. After that, when Lewin eats the food, he feels that the food is spicy, and tears come out of his eyes. Seeing his situation, Hans says to him, sorry, he forgot to warn him about the cooking skills of his sister. Lewin wonders why he is telling this now. All of a sudden, some guys appear in front of him and call Lewin outside. The same gang appears in front of their house. A guy calls Lewin noble and says that he should have torn him into pieces. Another guy says that he came here to kill these 2 idiots. Their leader says they would not do that but will sell them off. A guy hits the door and opens it with full force. He becomes aggressive when he sees the 2 siblings are not home. Lewin is standing there arrogantly, and then that guy asks him what he is. Lewin shows them his powerful hands and says that he was just wondering what to do, but thanks for coming right to him. Lewin uses his powerful skill and throws him out of the house. They all panic to see the situation of their friend. Lewin comes out of the house, calls Hans, and says to him that this place is dangerous, so he has to protect his sister. After listening to him, Hans asks him what he is going to do. Lewin clenched his fist, then smirked and replied that he had to earn his meal. The leader says to his companions, so do not be scared. No matter how good that guy is at fighting, there are more than 20 of them. So, let's all rush him at once. Lewin agrees to them and gathers his powers to fight them. Through the duel with Baron Bolvar, he acquired a new skill, which was Steel Destruction. When using the skill, the moment the sword touches the fist, the spirit of the sword vanishes without a trace. The leader was shocked to see the blade of his sword. Lewin's eyes shone with a bluish aura, and he thought that he would normally have left them with a light punishment, but they were clearly villains. Therefore, he cannot show mercy to them. That is why Lewin uses his powers to attack him. After getting attacked badly by Lewin, they all fall away and are in an awful situation. They all become frightened and request him to spare their lives. They have committed a grave sin. Lewin thinks that by now, they must have realized that there is no use in attacking further, but he has to decide something else. As expected, not everyone feels the same way. All of a sudden, one of the guys grabs a woman, puts his dagger on her neck, and says to Lewin that if he moves even a little, he will slit her throat. He calls to his companions and orders them to tie up this noble idiot. Lewin asks him if he is the leader of these guys. Standing over there, that guy replies, yes, he is the leader of the Ongi Tree gang, and his name is Nossel. After that, Nossel tells Lewin that if he understands, he will kneel there. Lewin looks aside and wonders what happened to Hans. He is lying on the floor in a bloody situation. It seems like Hans got hurt trying to protect his sister. Lewin moves forward and thinks that he has to solve this situation at the same time. Seeing his movement, Nossel loudly says to him that she doesn't come near to him and asks him if he thinks that he will not kill her. Just wait and see, so if he moves even a finger, he will slice her up right here. Lewin clenches his teeth and thinks that they never taught him about this kind of situation at the academy, which is why he does not know how he has to tackle this situation. He clenches his fist and thinks that he does not have enough time to use illusion magic. All of a sudden, the bluish aura started to shine there. It is Hans who slices the neck of a guy with his powerful sword. Nossel suspiciously looks behind, and he becomes shocked to see Hans there. His eyes shone with a blue aura, and he cut the neck off Nossel with his sword. All the other members seem frightened. Hans angrily moves towards them and says that if they do not want to end up like their boss, they should get out of there now. After seeing this situation, they all run away in a friendly way. Hans kneels badly, and his sister runs towards him annoyingly. He seriously says that he killed someone and was shocked. He huffs and wonders how he can do that. Lewin puts his hand on his shoulder, consoles him, and says that it is necessary to do that. Then, he congratulated Hans. After listening to him, Hans suspiciously looks aside and asks him the reason for it. Lewin replies that he saw a blue aura coming from him earlier, and it is called the Sword Pareto technique, which means the mastery of aura. Lewin asks him if he did not reach the 4th rank. The manifestation of the blue intangible energy, aura, means that one has reached the 4th rank, which is considered the top tier among training knights. Of course, he still cannot control the aura freely, but what is certain is that he has grown clear growth. Lewin happily says to him that he did it. As expected, he was not wrong. Hans happily says to Lewin it was all thanks to him. Without him, he would not have had the courage. Well, at least for now, no one should bother the sister of Hans. So, the Hans incident was resolved smoothly. As soon as the morning came, he headed straight to the academy. And now he is back in the academy. Before leaving Ardell, he hoped the vacation would not end. But now that he is back at the academy, he realizes something. The thing is, he really missed it. Lewin walks with Jason, who asks him what he did during the vacation. Lewin wonders what he should talk about. A lot happened, but none of it is something to talk about here. After deciding on this, Lewin tells him that he has trained. Hassan seems surprised to listen to him and asks how it is possible that someone as strong as he trained. Lewin tells him that he is trained in swordsmanship. Jason tells him that vacation is supposed to be a time for rest, and swordsmanship is part of the 2nd semester night-related classes. Jason asks him why he would train ahead of time. Lewin sighed and thought that studying ahead during vacation was called preparation. In the meantime, Professor Ardell appears there and calls Lewin. Lewin turns his face and looks at him. Lewin asks him what brings him here. Ardell says to him that he has to look outside. Lewin sees that a royal guest has arrived. Many knights and the emblem of the golden sunbird on their flags. Lewin thinks that it must be them. He tells Ardell that he will be right back. They have exchanged letters, but he did not expect to meet him so soon. The announcer loudly announces that the champion of the grand tournament, Lewin Ardell, has arrived to open the carriage door. That is why the door opens, and the princes arrive. The name of this prince is Radian, and he is the first prince. He looks at his younger brother and tells him angrily that he doesn't even think about trying to interfere with him and Lewin. This is the 2nd prince, so he is also a prince, and his name is Radian. He tells his older brother that he doesn't get his hopes up. No matter how much he tries, the choice of the young master will be to him. After listening to them, Lewin nicely puts his hand on his heart's side, says that it is an honor to meet them, and tells them his name. Kroster says to the young master, Lewin, that he apologizes for the sudden visit. He prepared a gift, and he was hoping they could have a private conversation. Foster tells Lewin that the gift he prepared is far more valuable, so forget about his brother and talk to him first. After listening to them, Lewin realized that their intentions were obvious. If he, the winner of the grand tournament, were to support one side, it would be a significant step towards being crowned as the crown prince. After thinking about that, Lewin tells them that he has a solution. Kroster seems happy to know this. Foster says that they will all follow his wishes. Let's discuss this with both of them. The kingdom of Ledian, to which both he and the academy belong, is currently known as the weakest nation on the continent. Despite this, it remains incapable of uniting internally. The first prince's royalist faction clashing with the second prince's reformist faction is the reason for the ongoing conflict. Magic mages, too, were nothing more than tools in their power struggle. Thinking about it, the reason they came looking for him is obvious. There is only one chair in front of Lewin. Croster says that he will sit here. Foster disagrees with his older brother and says angrily that the seat across from Lord Lewin is his. That is why they both sit on a single chair. They both look at each other and curse. Lewin thinks it seems like the country is in this state because of childish people like these. They both look at each other angrily and try to interfere with each matters. Lewin seriously says that he was a bit taken aback by their sudden visit, but it's good that they came. He has something he wants to say as well. They both seem suspicious of listening to him. Lewin tells them that he has no intention of choosing his lord between the two of them. They are both angry, their hands on the table, and stand up. Lewin does not reply to them. They both sit against each other on a single chair. Then, Croster sadly says that he expected this, but hearing it directly still stings. Foster says that he is true, but even the legendary strategist, Jaegis, turned down the offer 3 times. He must know that story as well. Jaegis turned down the first offer of the Emperor 3 times and eventually joined the side of the Emperor. Lewin wonders if he is really comparing himself to the first Emperor. Because the first Emperor was a 9th rank knight, Lewin says that if they keep making that offer, the result will be the same. As Lewin Ardell, he has something he must do. He intends to return to his homeland, the Ardell territory. Croster asks him if that means he would not leave the kingdom even after graduation. Lewin agrees with him and says that he could become a force for the kingdom then. Foster says that he is rarely happy to know this. Lewin says that the situation in Ardell is far from easy. He believes they will understand his desire not to abandon his homeland. They both seem shocked to know this. Croster says that it means the future forces of the kingdom should not be burdened with unnecessary worries. He, Crown Prince Croster Ledian, will fully support him no matter what the issue is. Foster also stands up angrily and tells Lewin that he must ask him first, not his brother, so he will give him everything. They both angrily look at each other. What is certain is that he will never choose between the two of them, because it is more beneficial for him to keep them two competing. After that, standing in the corridor, Croster says to Lewin that he will send a wonderful gift for his graduation. Foster denies it to his brother and says to Lewin that he will send him an even more wonderful gift than his brother. Lewin replies that the gift is fine. However, he kindly asks that they take care of what he mentioned. Croster tells him not to worry about anything and to focus on his graduation. Fortunately, the princes were satisfied with the fact that he would not side with either of them and left for now. Additionally, he has made his loyalty clear by confirming that he would not leave the kingdom. However, he did make a few requests. Afterward, he asked for approval of the plans Ardell is currently pursuing. He requested military support to coincide with the timing of the subjugation. Everything is progressing smoothly. Lewin wonders if this is the power of authority. Foster says to everyone that Lewin Ardell is the future and the treasure of the kingdom. Croster says that he will appoint Lewin as the protector of the royal family. Everyone, show him the respect he deserves. This was not part of the plan, but that is how it turned out. As the closest figure to the royal family within the kingdom, no one can look down on him. Although it is unofficial, since the princes have acknowledged it, it is practically official. Anyway, he is relieved it all got resolved without any issues. The two happily wave their hand to say bye to Lewin. In the academy, many guys gather around him. Then, a guy tells him that he is truly remarkable to be appointed as the kingdom's protector. Another guy says that, indeed, it is really impressive. Jason pushes the people away and tells them to move over. The guys are keeping them from going to class. Lewin thinks that now that the princes are gone, it's finally time for the classmates to get together. A guy says happily that it looks like it's going to get noisy again. The Garhill family has monopolized the position of protector until now. His friend tries to quiet him and says to look over there so Mikl can come. Mikl clenches his teeth and asks them if they are talking about him. He again asks who is saying what about whom. He asks them if they have forgotten that he is from Garhill. No matter what, after graduation, they will all be under him. Mikl Garhill was subjected to an expulsion review after using banned substances during the midterm exams of the first semester. He was able to avoid expulsion with a severe punishment of 30 days suspension. Thanks to his family name, Ardell, the magic world of the academy, no, even the magic world of this royal palace, is now practically under Ardell's control. After thinking about that, Lewin stands in front of him and says that it seems like that is not what the princes want. Long time no see, Mikl. After seeing Lewin, Mikl says to him that he thinks he has won. He turns his face to the other side and says to him, just wait and see who will be the last one laughing. Jason puts a hand on his shoulder and tells Lewin that Mikl is just jealous, so do not pay too much attention to it. Mikl's expression was really something to see when he won the grand tournament. This whole situation with the princes probably affected him more. After listening to him, Lewin thinks that jealous type things are not even worth his concern. The tarnish of Mikl's reputation in this matter is directly tied to the honor of his family. He might already be plotting something. Now, there is a special lecture class for graduates starting now. Then, the guys are ready to attend. The opponent is the vicious Ardell, after all. Lewin says that the graduates are coming to the academy to give a class, and he wonders who is coming. Jason says that he hopes it's someone decent. Somehow, this ominous feeling never turns out wrong. When Lewin and Jason enter the classroom, he feels surprised to see that all the students look at them suspiciously. Jason asks what this is. The teacher stands over there and asks what is going on. He wonders why the atmosphere is so strange all of a sudden. The senior smiles and asks if it is Lewin Ardell. Then the senior says to Lewin that it is nice to meet him. Lewin wonders if that person is Mikl Ardell. The second semester of the graduating class focuses more on practice rather than theory. As mentioned earlier, there will be classes related to knights, and the alumni will come to the academy to share stories about current magicians, a so-called lecture. It is a well-intentioned lecture, but somehow, that ominous feeling never seems to be wrong. Especially since the invited alumnus for the lectures is the older brother of Mikl, Mikl Ardell. He tells the students that today, the story he will tell them is about the relationship between the Ardell family mages and court magicians. Everyone already knows that among the 14 court magicians chosen last year, 11 are from Ardell. As a senior from the academy, let him share one truth they need to succeed. There is nothing in this world that he alone can claim as his own, so the weaker ones must band together even more. From now on, they will focus more on reality than on ideals. Moreover, he says to the students that just because they praise the student representative, Lewin Ardell, it does not necessarily mean their life will unfold like this. After listening to him, Lewin does not say anything and stays quiet. Seeing his facial expression, Mikl calls Lewin and asks him what he thinks. Jason angrily starts to insult him, but Lewin stands up and tells Mikl that he can tell him this. Even if 10 idiots come together with determination, a masterpiece would not be born. At best, it will just become a massive pile of idiots. Mikl asks him if he is talking about him. After listening to their conversation, many students backbited about them. Mikl says that he has heard a lot about him from his brother, but he is really an unlucky guy. Lewin says that he guessed he had not listened to the other stories about how the unlucky guy thoroughly beat him up. After listening to him, Mikl curses at him. At this moment, they both know that the rivalry between Lewin and Ardell will never easily come to an end. In see the appearance of Mikl, the atmosphere at the academy began to change rapidly. The saying that anyone can join Ardell if they wish dazzled students with lower grades, and the unique, realistic, and honest rhetoric of Mikl proved to be quite effective. A guy clenches his teeth and asks him if he heard what Senior Mikl said. If they work for Ardell, they can succeed as well. His friend angrily asks him whether he thinks Ardell cares about him, so he doesn't show pride at all. He would never work under Mikl, who uses fraudulent tactics to manipulate people. Eventually, the students of the academy were divided into two factions, Ardell and Ardell, with Ardell's petty attempts to humiliate him and his growing anger in response to such childish provocation. The atmosphere at the academy grew more heated with time. However, not long after, an opportunity arose to put Ardell in his place. After that, at tea time, Lewin visits the room of the dean and asks him permission to enter. The dean agrees to him, and then Lewin asks him how he has been. The dean smiles and replies that he is okay. After drinking tea, the dean says to him that as he is the student representative, they can discuss official matters. The dean asks him how life at the academy has been. Lewin replies that it is the same as always, except for one thing, there is a certain troublemaker messing things up. The dean puts the teacup on the plate and says that he has a feeling he knows exactly who he is talking about. He is not particularly fond of the Garhill family and asks him what he can do now. Every wizard in the kingdom is somehow tied to them, so the academy is no exception. However, unlike last year, this year, they have only assigned them courses that don't directly impact grades. Even so, they have been quite noisy both inside and outside the academy. Lewin says that it is because of him. It seems there is quite a bit of resentment towards him. Lewin asks the dean about the senior Jekyll Garhill. The dean replies that he was extremely popular with his good looks and had a way with words. His interpersonal relationships seemed smooth, and his academic performance was excellent. At the age of 23, he became the youngest chief wizard in the kingdom. However, behind the exterior, there lies a massive snake living inside him. He has a strong desire for power and deep ambition, and his personality drives him to achieve whatever he desires at all costs. On the outside, he seems fine, but inside, he is completely rotten. He will use any means necessary to obtain what he wants. That is who Garhill is. After knowing this, Lewin clenches his fist and thinks that, at this point, there is more than enough reason to strike. He wonders what pretext he will use to do it. The dean says that he would like to discuss the upcoming special lessons with him since they are already here. Lewin seems suspicious about listening to the special lesson. The dean talked to him about the upcoming classes. He has a good idea. Lewin thinks that it is a good thing, but maybe Jekyll will not agree to it. He had already inquired, but their reaction was mostly adverse. After that, Lewin moves towards the classroom and wonders what would happen if he asked him directly. The door opens, and the student seems suspicious to see him there. Jekyll is also surprised to see Lewin here. Lewin says that as a lovable junior, he is here with a request for him. He will ask Jekyll directly for a request. After that, Mikl points towards Lewin and says it was only a matter of time before he said something like that. Lewin looks at Jekyll and says, "Don't get him wrong because it is that kind of request." He heard that he was offered a proposal from the dean about the linked night classes next week and that he rejected it. So he came to make the request directly. Please allow the graduates and them to have a joint class. After listening to him, Jekyll does not reply to him. A joint class is a session where the graduates who come as special lecturers will participate as students in the class together. In other words, it could also be an official opportunity for Jekyll to compete on an equal footing. The students seem surprised to listen to him. The students gossip that it means they will finally get to see his skills of Jekyll. He and Lewin could be on the same stage facing off. Well, the dice have been rolled. Now, this decision is up to Jekyll. After thinking about it, Jekyll says that their graduates are seasoned experts who have been in the field for years. There is no need for such a class, and frankly, it is a waste of time. And it means he really does not think a little of them. Lewin expected him to respond like this. Then Lewin says that sounds a bit ridiculous and asks him if the purpose of senior visits to the academy is to teach them. Jekyll seems surprised to listen to him. Lewin says that he is dismissing the joint class, so the best opportunity to impart knowledge to juniors is that kind of class. He kept emphasizing Garhill as one group. Then, Lewin asks him why the change happened in this academy, or if there is any other reason. Jekyll laughs to listen to him and says that even if he wins the grand tournament, he is still just a student with limited experience. In front of a real blade, he would not be able to do anything but cling to useless stubbornness and ask him why they even needed such a troublesome class. The students say to the senior that they want to see his skills, too. Another student says that the skulls are honed in real combat, so they are dying to see them. Then Mikl put his hand on the table with full force and asked him what he was waiting for. This is the perfect chance to crush that guy in front of everyone completely. Mikl says to his brother that he has to accept the deal. Then Mikl tells Lewin that he is going to regret this proposal for a long time because his brother is a truly powerful wizard. Lewin thinks that is how it should be, so their respected senior would not be able to refuse anymore. Then Jekyll sighs and says that if it is a linked class, the training of the Foldren people, then knights will likely come. He rejected the proposal because he did not want to take away his opportunity to shine as the student representative in the class. Lewin tells him that he should not do that because he is requesting that he do it. Lewin moves his hand toward Jekyll and says that as a junior at the academy, he wants to see his skills, too. After listening to him, Jekyll also shakes hands with him and says that if that is the case, then there is nothing else he can do, so let's do their best. After Jekyll clenches his teeth because Lewin holds his hand full of force. Lewin hugs him forcefully and says to him that he will leave this matter to him and prepare to be amazed. 3 days ago, the day Foldren's senior knights arrived at the academy. Lewin remembers the time when he met with the dean. The dean said to him that he thought of pairing graduates with students as a team for the lesson, but most refused. However, if he asked him directly, as a senior, he would not be able to refuse. The dean told him that the student representative had asked what he thought. At present, Lewin thinks that the dean is quite cunning, too. Coming up with a plan senior simply could not refuse. After that, Lewin points over there and says to everyone that they are the trainee knights of Foldren. Golter looks at Lewin and seems happy. He asks him how he is. Lewin casually replies that, of course, and asks him about himself. Golter replies that he is the same as ever. He heard the news a while ago. He won the grand festival. Lewin agrees to him and thanks him. Golter moves forward and tells Lewin that he is headed to the dean, so now, please guide the kids for him. Lewin understood him. Lewin nicely says to those members that it is nice to meet them. He is Lewin Ardell, the academy representative. Lewin asks them if they could tell him who the trainee knight representative is. That guy looks behind and replies to him that their current representative is busy right now. Some guys call that guy Maltiv, move aside, and tell him that he is scaring the kid. Lewin says that no one will care, even if he dies. Lewin becomes shocked to see this is Hans. Lewin looks at that guy and asks him what he is doing right now. He replies that he is that famous Lewin Ardell. He has heard a lot about him. His name is Maltiv Jegan, and he represents Foldren. Vengeras Jegan, the commander of the Golden Knights, the one and only 7-star knight, asks him if he hears the name of this guy. Maltiv says that that man is his father. After listening to Maltiv, Lewin wonders why the father is suddenly in the introduction. Lewin again wonders if he is trying to prove that his father is the same kind of person. After that, Lewin said that he would appreciate it if he could answer his question first. Maltiv suspiciously asks him the reason. Looking at Hans, Maltiv says that he asked what he is doing right now. Maltiv looks at Hans and says that this kid has not been listening lately, so he is training him personally. Maltiv asks if there is a problem if he personally trains this commoner. He tells Lewin that he is rude, showing interest in a commoner while exchanging greetings, then asks him if he knows him. Lewin clenches his fist, then says that he is a friend and asks if there is a problem. Maltiv laughs and says that it looks like commoners understand each other better. Well, the Ardell family is not very different from commoners, after all. The representative of the academy is from such a low background that it suddenly feels disgusting talking to him. Lewin asks him what he is trying to do now. In the meantime, he looks over there, and his brother appears there. Lewin turns around his face and becomes shocked to see that Maltiv calls Jekyll his brother. He has finally realized why this stranger is so hostile towards him. Jekyll waves his hand to greet Maltiv and asks him why a training knight like him would be here. Well, it looks like birds of a feather really do flock together. Even if he was not acquainted with Hans, they were bound to clash eventually. After a while, Golter says to everyone who gathers around, as they all know, today they will be conducting a joint training session. Before they begin the main lesson, let's pair up. Each group will consist of 2 academy students and 1 training knight, making a total of 50 groups. Maltiv says that he did not want to come to this and asks why he even has to train with these little idiots. Jekyll says that it has been ages since he graduated, and he does not even understand what he is doing here. After listening to him, Maltiv smiles and asks him if they should stick together and get this over with. It is obvious they will win no matter what. Jekyll replied that he knew his idea worked. If they include Mikl, they will be a group. Maltiv says it sounds good and they can crush these weaklings easily. Hans is standing there sadly and thinks it means no one is going to pair with him. He is known as the lowest scorer. All of a sudden, Lewin appears there and says to Hans, "Let's be in the same group." Hans asks him if he is really okay with being in the same group as him. Lewin says that he is his friend, and that is why he decides to be with him. Hans smiles to listen to him. In the meantime, Jason appears there and says that if they are going with friends, then he should be included, too. Jason points toward himself and says to Jason since he is friends with them, it means he is his friend, too. Lewin thanked him and said that he had seen Hans looking troubled, so he thought he would step in first. Jason tells Hans to talk casually from now on. Hans happily agrees with him after Lewin tells everyone that their goal here is not just to get a good score. Jason asks him what else is there. Lewin looks at Jekyll and his company and then says that they have to deal with that annoying guy. Once the team formations were done, there was a moment for a brief break. While walking in the corridor, Lewin talks to Hans and asks him if he is okay after being hit like that. He can take him to the infirmary if he wants. Hans says that he is fine and he does not need to go. More importantly, it is really nice to meet him, but it is probably not good to act like he knows him. Lewin asks him the reason. Hans says that, like he saw earlier, there are a lot of people who dislike him. Lewin disagrees with him and says that, as he said earlier, he is his friend, so he does not need to be wary. Looking over there, Lewin says to Hans that the guy from before, who was harassing him at the training center, then asks if he is the one. Hans agrees with him. The system shows a status window and tells Lewin that the name of this guy is Maltiv Jegan, so he is a 4-star knight and apprentice sword Perito. The potential of this guy is very high. After that, Lewin wonders if he understands why Hans is scared. A 4-star knight like Maltiv Jegan must be quite skilled. But a blue aura surrounding the body of Hans as he stabbed the gang leader to death with a single strike is not an unforgettable skill. The system tells Lewin that Hans is a 3-star knight, and his potential is very high. Even though the status shows 3 stars, he has already met the 4-star requirements, and with such high potential, there is plenty of room for growth. So after thinking that all, Lewin says to Hans that he is thinking of taking care of that Maltiv guy soon. Lewin asks him if he is just going to keep getting beaten. That intense gaze he had when protecting his sister, then asks what happened to that. Hans asks him if he can really win. Lewin says that he can easily win. In the meantime, Maltiv says that he cannot hear this Hans idiot anymore. Maltiv asks how it is possible that this Hans idiot beat him up. Then he calls to Hans and orders him to move towards him. Hans clenches his teeth and angrily denies to him. Maltiv curses him and says that it means he must have gone insane. Standing next to Lewin does not make him anything special. Seriously, there are only idiots sticking together here. Maltiv holds his sword tightly and asks him if he went crazy after getting beaten up all the time. If he does not move towards him, then he will kill him today. Suddenly, Hans draws out his sword to fight Maltin and save him. Lewin moves forward and says to Hans, "Don't fight with that idiot." Hans asks the reason to him. Then Lewin says that he is not like that. He should not act the same way as that fool. The day he fought him is not today. Please wait for the right opportunity to wipe him out, so leave it to him today. After listening to Lewin, Maltiv angrily runs towards him by holding his sword. All of a sudden, someone kicks the face of Maltiv and orders him to move out of the way. Lewin panics to see that Lord Golter has appeared there and looks at Maltiv angrily. After that, Golter angrily looks at Maltiv and asks him what is the meaning of this. Maltiv replies that he did not do anything wrong, but those guys started this fight first. Golter asks him why he drew out his sword to cut someone down. As of today, his position as the lead knight of the training academy is revoked. The deputy will assume the role temporarily, and disciplinary actions will be implemented immediately upon his return to the academy. Maltiv becomes shocked to listen to him and says to him that if he removed him from his position, then his father would not stand for it. Golter says that, yes, he is sure that he would not, but when he finds out his only son drew a sword at the academy and tried to cut someone down, Sir Vengeras Jegan might very well faint. Maltiv sadly says sorry to him. Lewin thinks that he is acting on his own, but he is scared and stiff of his father. Then he thinks it seems like he has gotten himself noticed. This is the first training session of the joint exercises. The very first lesson of that training was combat and defense training. Sir Golter Perante taught them how to exploit a weakness of the mage, their casting timing, and to neutralize them. Professor Heidel demonstrated how to predict the movements of the knights and effectively escape their attack range. Each group practiced these techniques accordingly. On the battlefield, a guy says to his companion, "Hold on so he gets hit." The other guy agrees with him and says that he should try attacking again. Maltiv says to Jekyll angrily that he is already furious at Lewin, and now he has to train in a place full of guys like him. Jekyll consoles him and says, "Let's just not do it. They already know all this stuff." Maltiv asks him if they should do that. Jekyll thinks that he said that and wonders how he is supposed to train here. In front of all these students, he wonders if they are expecting him to reveal his skills to everyone. There is no way he can do that. On the other side, Hans feels tired and says to Lewin, "Let's take a break for a bit." Jason says to look at this guy. He should not be tired at all. He is already terrified, and he has not even faced anyone yet. Lewin looks at Jason and says to him that he does not know, but he feels like he is just getting warmed up. They both become shocked to know this. In the meantime, Sir Golter appears there. He smiles at them here and says that there is something he would like to confirm. Lewin asks him what he means by that. Golter says that the level of swordsmanship in such a short time could not have been self-taught unless they had a very capable mentor. Lewin thinks that Sir Golter is sharper than he looks. Golter says that he would like to ask him for a favor, and then he points his sword toward Lewin. He says that he wants to spar with him in a swordsmanship duel. Lewin wonders what is going on all of a sudden. All the students gather around them suspiciously. A guy asks how it is possible that he is soaring with the representative of the academy. Another guy wonders why the commander is acting like this all of a sudden. Lewin says to Sir Golter that he must be joking. He is not even a knight, and he asks him how he could possibly defeat him. Besides, he has only been learning for a week. Golter says to him that he is not asking him to win. He is asking him to teach the students here. Because there is no one here with swordsmanship skills superior to him. Lewin thinks that suddenly being the center of attention like this is overwhelming. But this is a good opportunity for him. If he performs well here, he could use this chance to establish dominance, which would not be a bad idea. After thinking that all, Lewin points his sword towards Golter and says that he looks forward to learning from him, so Golter smirks and says that his stance is impressive. Then, he takes a high jump toward Lewin to attack him. A guy looks at the commander and wonders what kind of speed he is. Another guy calls Lewin a commoner and asks him if he is taking this a bit too seriously. But Lewin actively puts his sword against his attack and saves. He thinks that if that hits him, he will not even be able to pick up his bones. Everyone is surprised to see that Lewin blocked his attack. Then Lewin pushes him away with full force, and everyone surprises him. Golter says that seeing it again, he can hardly believe his skill. Then, he asks him where he learned that swordsmanship. Golter wonders if it is perhaps a name he cannot reveal. Lewin thinks that it looks like he should tell him. It is not like that person is hiding or anything, so it should be fine. Lewin says to everyone that he learned swordsmanship from Sir Bolvar Peyton. The guys also know about him, who is the legendary spearman. Another guy says that he heard he was dead. Golter looks at Lewin and asks him if he could tell him a little more about it. Then he again asks him how he came to know him. Lewin replies that Sir Bolvar retired and has been living in Ardell ever since. He is someone he has been with since he was young. All of a sudden, Maltiv says to Lewin that he does not have to lie. Lewin suspiciously looks at him and asks him the reason. Maltiv points towards Lewin and says that he is lying because his father told him that Sir Bolvar is dead, and he cannot even prove it. Lewin asks him why he would need to approve something like that. So, he should not call someone who is clearly alive or dead. Golter smiles and says that if what he is saying is true, it does not matter. After all, the strongest person in his kingdom is his father. The officially recognized strongest knight of the kingdom is none other than the father of Maltiv, Sir Vengerus Jegan, a commoner of the Golden Knights. But if the legendary knight Bolvar is still alive, then the official hierarchy might be overturned. Lewin thinks that it means that is what he is worried about in the end. Lewin tells Maltiv that he has to think about whatever he wants. Maltiv suspiciously looks at him. Lewin looks at him and says that he should go ahead and think whatever he wants about the strongest in the kingdom. Because Sir Bolvar does not care about such petty rankings. After listening to him, Maltiv holds his sword to draw it out and angrily asks him how he insulted his father. Lewin Ardell is challenging him to a duel, so bring a real sword right now. Come at him to fight each other. In the meantime, Golter hits his head and asks him if he is saying a duel right next to him. It means he wants to fight Lewin again. Then Golter says that the first match in tomorrow's group sparring class will be the group of Lewin and the group of Maltiv. Then, Golter asks them if there is any objection to one of them. They both agree with him. The next day, everyone gets ready for the match. Both teams are standing against each other. As Golter mentioned yesterday, the first sparring match will be the group of Lewin against the group of Maltiv. Jekyll looks at Lewin and asks him if he has prepared well. Lewin asks what the sudden question is. Jekyll smirks and says, "Let's do well in this sparring match." Then, the announcer loudly announces that the match starts right now. Jekyll runs towards Lewin actively to grab him, but he jumps to the backside quickly. Lewin wonders to see his quick speed. There is no way anyone could be this fast. He wonders how desperate he must be to win. Lewin sees through a system that Jekyll is a 5-class mage, that his potential is high, and that he possesses 6 hidden artifacts. Lewin becomes surprised to read his status. The night before, a person asks who they had here. The other guy laughed and replied that it had been a while. That was the commander of the Golden Knights, Venger's Jegan. He said that he heard about Jekyll. He was invited to give a special lecture at the academy as a representative of the graduates. That was Josh Gardahill, the senior commissioner of the Council of the Ledian Kingdom. Josh smiled to listen to him and said that Headmaster Tyrion Ignit personally invited him, and then he asked him whether Maltiv did his well. Venger's replied that, yes, though he caused too much trouble, he sent him to Sir Golter to be disciplined. He should be at the academy by then. Josh said that he was there because of the representative of the academy. Venger's said that it seemed like he was talking about Lewin Ardell. The rumors spread so widely that he did not even remember the name. He heard he won the grand tournament and even caught the attention of the empires. An idiot from a little area like Ardell should not be walking such a smooth path. Josh smiled to listen to him and said that they must stop such a person from ensnaring the princes, who are loyal subjects who truly care for this country. After that, Venger's asked him if he had a plan in mind. Josh replies that at that time, his sons and Maltiv were on the same team, and they would be facing Lewin Ardell. Then asked why not hand over an artifact to Maltiv. If he left that necklace behind, he would make sure Maltiv got it. Venger's asked him if he was suggesting they had committed fraud. Josh put his hand on his shoulder and replied that was not what mattered that time. If they wanted to crush that idiot before he became even more troublesome, they must do whatever it took. He had already given his own children artifacts. The name of Bolvar rang a bell. Venger's asked him why he was bringing up that name all of a sudden. Josh replied that he heard he was still alive, and apparently he taught swordsmanship to Lewin in Ardell. Lewin, already favored by the princes, just so happened to have learned swordsmanship from Bolvar, the Shining Knight. If he went on to defeat their children in the upcoming duel, their positions would be finished. Then Venger's gave that necklace to Josh and said that he hoped this brought good results. Josh smiled and agreed to him. They both shook hands to each other happily, and Josh told him that all of this was for the sake of their kingdom. After thinking about that all, Jekyll laughs. Then he uses his green aura and lifts up the other guys. Jason and Hans also shout. Lewin think that he did expect them to try something, but he never thought they would stoop this low. Jekyll asks him what he is just standing there for. It seems that he has shown off his fantastic strength. As long as Jekyll holds Lewin's hands, he curses at him. All of a sudden, Maltiv takes a high jump to attack Lewin, and then Jason calls Lewin and loudly says to him that he has to dodge. In the meantime, the fire flaming magic shines in Maltiv's sword. Then he attacks Lewin, but he jumps back actively and saves. Lewin wonders how a wooden sword is sturdy. The artifact Maltiv Jegan received from Sir Venger's is the Amulet of Fortitude. This artifact was designed as a necklace for easy carrying, enhances weapons, making them sharper and more durable. Then Maltiv again takes a high jump towards Lewin at full speed and says that this time, he will kill him. Lewin thinks, so it's hard as steel. Then, Lewin uses the Steel Breaker skill. If something is made of iron or steel, it can be destroyed unconditionally once. That is why Lewin holds his powerful wooden sword and breaks it instantly. Seeing this, Maltiv wonders how that is possible. Then Lewin applies a punch to his face and throws him away badly. Jekyll seems shocked to see this. He also wonders if this is even possible. Even though they are wearing artifacts, he is not being pushed back at all. Looking at his hand, Lewin says that he was planning to go easy on him if possible, but that is clearly not going to work. Since it comes to this, so he will take him on seriously. Then Lewin uses the Will of the Chieftain, which is a unique skill. Until the very last moment of his strength, the first chieftain of Sky Mountain, Kunkin, will stand behind him. The spirit of humans appears above him, moving in sync with him. Professor Heidel seems shocked to look over there as well. Jekyll gets shocked to look over there. They all see that a powerful orc appears behind Lewin, and high-intensity energy spreads everywhere. They all get frightened to see this and run to the other side to save themselves. Jekyll also seems afraid. Then Lewin stands near to him and says, "Let's end this now." He means 6 artifacts don't seem to be enough for him. Jekyll becomes shocked to listen to Lewin. Then Lewin grabs that necklace with his single finger and breaks it easily. All the students are shocked to see that Sir Jekyll used the artifacts. Many guys say that he used the artifacts against the junior. After listening to the students, Jekyll gets furious. He looks at Lewin angrily and asks him how long he thinks he can last. Garihil would not just sit back and watch. Lewin angrily replies that Garihil would not let him be. First, Mikl, then their eldest son, Jekyll, and asks him who the next is. Lewin asks him if it could be Lord Josh himself. Jekyll angrily starts to run towards Lewin. After that, Lewin points towards Jekyll and uses his yellowish magical powers. Jekyll is being too noisy, so Lewin lies him down with powers for a bit to get fainted. Strang asks him if he is sure about this all. Lewin asks her about it. Strang wonders if it is really okay for him to reveal an orge like this to everyone here. Take a look at the face of his headmaster, who looks completely shocked. Lewin replies to her that it is not like he can hide it forever. She agrees with him. Jekyll is down, and it looks like Mikl fainted in shock after seeing the orge. That means that the winner is decided. Golter coughs slightly and agrees to announce the winner. All of a sudden, a guy stops the knight by requesting to him. Hans appears there and says that the duel is not over yet. He throws the sword towards Maltiv and says that his sword is broken. So, he picks it up for a duel with him. After listening to him, Maltiv angrily asks him if he is seriously out of his mind. The sword Hans starts to shine in a bluish color, and the name of this skill is the Sword Perito. Everyone is shocked to see this thunder power. A Sword Perito is a knight who is of 4-star rank or higher, meaning one who has mastered aura manipulation. 4-star knights have a blue aura. 5-star knights has a red aura. From 6 stars onwards, the aura shifts closer to the purple. Beyond that level, the aura is no longer bound to specific colors. It manifests according to the traits of the knight. The average skill level of trainee knights is around 3 stars. Everyone considers it impossible. Maltiv asks how could someone as weak as Hans could have this aura. In other words, even among official sword knights, many have yet to reach the 4-star level. Strang asks him if he should not stop this. The duel is over anyway. Lewin disagrees with her and says, let's watch a little longer. Lewin thinks that he can see Hans's looks in his eyes. Maltiv holds the sword and says that he would not accept this. He jumps high and attacks Hans, but Hans actively stops his attack. Maltiv angrily says to him that it is not possible that a weakling like him could be on the same aura as he. That is why Maltiv pushes back at Hans with full force and says that he just stays on the ground where he belongs. A guy says that Maltiv is still clinging to it, which is nonsense. After listening to that guy, Motiv angrily looks back and says he is just some lucky idiot who happens to be born into a good family. Then Maltiv also uses his blue aura and tells Hans that if he gets a death wish, he will make sure he gets what he wishes for. Maltiv takes a high jump by holding his sword towards Hans to kill him. Lewin runs towards Hans and says to him that he has to watch out. They all run towards Hans to save him from Maltiv. Then, a blue power blast happens there. Lewin becomes shocked to see that Hans counterattacks Maltiv, who falls away severely. Maltiv feels pain in his body, and he curses at him. Hans arrogantly sits there. The friends of Maltiv see that he is still conscious but unwell. Many guys wonder what just happened. That was way too fast. They all call Hans and ask how it is possible that he beat Hans. Lewin ran towards Hans and asked him if he was okay. The Lewin suspiciously says to him that he has to look at his wooden sword. Hans turns around his face and sees that the aura is red. At night, while walking in the corridor of the academy, the dean tells Lewin that he is incredible. She had a feeling, but he did not think he would even defeat a senior graduate. Lewin says to him that it was he, the headmaster, who called out Jekyll in the first place. Lewin asked him if he had not already anticipated this outcome from the start. The dean replies that he has been found out. He wanted to use this opportunity to teach Garihil some humility, but instead, it seems he has only ruined his trust for revenge. Lewin suspiciously asks him about revenge. The dean tells him that this duel rumor has already spread all the way to the capital. Since he defeated the elder son of Garihil, nobles are already whispering that this could be the downfall of the Garihil family. Josh will do anything to reclaim the honor of his family, which means he might soon find himself in danger. As headmaster, he cannot allow any harm to come to one of his students. That is why they came here. Lewin says that it seems that the staircase leads to the underground of the academy. The dean tells him that a few days ago, Kingram awakened from hibernation. The first thing he said upon waking was that he smelled the scent of his kin. They just now need to head down. Kingram is waiting for a gift from him. Lewin asks him why he is not asking about it. The dean suspiciously looks at him. Lewin says that he suddenly showed up with an ogre on his back. Lewin tells the dean that there is no such magic in this world and asks him if he is even curious about it. The dean looks at him and replies that whether he showed up carrying an orange or the head of the goblin on his shoulder, Lewin Ardell, he knows, is still someone he can trust. That is the only thing he needs. Lewin smiles to listen to him and thanks him. Then, the dean orders Lewin to go down on his own. Kingram has been eagerly waiting for him. After that, Lewin looks at the door and then opens it. He starts to walk on that pathway. Then Lewin smiles to look over there. Kingram is sitting over there and calls Lewin a little destroyer and says it's been a while. Kingram says to him that he still cannot believe it. He can smell the scent of his skin from the Sky Mountain. He can even feel his father, Mumkan. Kingram asks him if he can tell him what happened. Lewin agrees with him and says he will tell him everything. He tells Kingram about what happened in Sky Mountain and how he crafted an artifact using Kunken's molar. Kingram laughs to listen to him and says that his arm wrestled against 100 ogres. Lewin says that is not all, so he wins every match. Kingram says that his kin must have had a great time. He thought he would be trapped in this artifact entirely and just vanish, but he thought he would get to hear news of his homeland again. So he thanks Lewin because he is his blessing and his savior. The system tells him about achievement unlocked. Lewin looks at the screen, which tells him the title of the Friend of Ogres has been upgraded to Ogre Lord. Due to the Ogre passive effect of the Lord, strength has increased by 1000. Avatar of the Strength. Strang has reached 5 stars. Humanoid transformation is now available. Due to the unique skill companion, strength has permanently increased by 500. Kingram tells him that he is the avatar of Draka and his benefactor. So the only human, the ogres of Sky Mountain, trust, which is his gift from him. Lewin thinks that it means that his strength reaches 7,000 instantly, and Strang hits 5 stars. After that, Strang smiles because he also feels powerful. She reached 5 stars much faster than expected. She jumps down the floor and says that she has been stuck in this useless baby form for too long. She asked him if she knew how boring that was. All of a sudden, the high-intensity light starts to shine and spread around. That peaceful energy spreads around. Lewin wonders what this is. He sees a girl appearing there. She looks at Lewin and asks him if it is not amazing. She happily looks at him and says that this is what she longed for so much. Lewin thinks that it means this is the human form of Strang. From his reunion with Kingram, he received 2 more gifts. The authority of a chieftain, allowing him to command ogres as a lord. Ogre summoning is a special privilege to summon Kingram, who is bound to the academy for life, to his location just once. When they parted, he told him to summon him only if his life was truly in danger. After that, Strang jumps happily and says that transformation into human form is the best. Pointing towards her, the dean looks at Lewin and asks him who that young lady is. The moment Strang transformed, others could see her. In the basement, Lewin asked if she was really a girl. Stood there angrily, Strang asked him how many times she had to tell him. Lewin thought she was lying. The dean says that only 1 person went underground, yet 2 came out and asked him if he could explain this. The dean looks at Strang. The dean says that with his limited knowledge, he can only assume she is a spirit and asks her if that is correct. Strang replies to him that he is close enough. To be exact, she is an avatar. Lewin wonders if this explanation really works. After that, she looks aside and tells the dean that she and Lewin share a symbiotic relationship, so they cannot be separated. Lewin calls her and says to her that she should not talk to the headmaster immediately. Strang replies that she has lived dozens of times longer than him. Lewin agrees to her seriously. The dean says that since she came here through Kingram, the esteemed avatar of Lewin, he will make arrangements for her to stay at the academy. She becomes happy to know this and asks him if he has a good plan. The dean happily replies that of course. The next day, in the Ignite Academy, the students are shocked to see Strang there as a cousin of Lewin. She laughs when she listens to them. Lewin tells them that she is in the same graduating class as them. Jason says that he said earlier that she is younger and asks him how it is possible that she is their classmate. Lewin says that she skipped grades because she is a genius. After that, Jason kneels in front of her, moves his hand towards her, and says that it's nice to meet her. He is Jason Damon, best friend of Lewin. Jason asks her if she would like a tour of the academy if she has not seen it yet. Strang arrogantly denies to him. Lewin smiles to listen to their conversation and thinks that he guesses it's fine as long as things work out. After that, Hans calls Lewin. He tells Hans that he knows that today is the day he is leaving. Hans happily agrees to him and tells him that he is here to say goodbye to him. Lewin says that it's a shame they have to part again. He will visit Foldren sometime. Hans says that he would love that, so he is welcome anytime after he graduates from the training center, and asks him if he can come to Ardell. Lewin agrees with him and says that he can visit anytime. Hans says that he does not mean to just visit, but he wants to become a knight of Ardell. Lewin asks him if he is serious about it. Hans smiles and replies that he wants to do something meaningful, such as protecting Ardell, who he will lead, so please allow him to do so. Lewin agrees to him happily and thanks him. In the meantime, someone appears there and asks them if they are going to keep this just between themselves. Jason jumps on his shoulder and says that he wants to go to Ardell too. He will help with the dishes and clean up, but he will be with Lady Strang. After listening to him, Strang feels angry. Lewin never said that he was allowed. Strang seems annoyed to listen to him. Jason angrily taunted Lewin. Then Lewin thinks that his friends are moving to Ardell after graduation, and this is actually a great idea. The future of Ardell is getting more and more exciting. On the other side, this is the capital of the Ledian Duchy, De Ledian. A guy cries and loudly says that it's over, so everything is ruined. He looks at Sir Vengeras and then asks if he knows how much money he has invested. Still, a commoner knight in training defeated Maltiv. He says that it is the same with Garahil. Even their eldest, Jekyll Garahil, was defeated by Lewin. The era of Garahil is over. The Garahil family maintained their prestige as a house of magic, and Vengeras Jegan was revered as the strongest knight in the kingdom because they had the support of the nobles, so this was continued, and he wonders what if that support disappeared. So, for now, he may still be the best, but when their children become the pillars of this nation, he would not stand a chance. Vengeras replies that the solution is obvious and that they should switch sides. They must switch sides immediately to Ardell. That guy says that the head of Ardell, Delin Ardell, does not accept money. Vengeras asks who in this world does not like money. All of a sudden, someone appears there and asks them if they are talking about him right now. Commissioner Josh appears there. He says that the guys are having an amusing conversation and asks who is going to side with whom. That guy says that he misspoke, not knowing that he was listening. Josh says they would have gone on about this nonsense all night if he had not been here. So now listen carefully to everyone. Since the founding of Ledian, Garahil has always been in power. History does not lie, so the worries they have will never come to pass. Vengeras nicely says that they will keep that in mind. Josh clenches his teeth, curses Lewin, and thinks that he intends to use him as a stepping stone to elevate the name of Jekyll and Mikl. But he completely crushed their honor into the ground. He will kill Lewin no matter what it takes. Another important class for the second semester is visiting the capital. A guy sitting on the train says they get to enter the Mage Tower. His friend replies that the court magicians sound amazing. It is a great class to visit the Mage Tower and the Royal Palace directly, where they can observe and learn from the current magicians. But once again, the problem is that the purpose of the class is great. Strang talks to Lewin about Josh Garahil and asks him if that means they will finally get to see the face of that guy. Lewin agrees with her. Recently, the head of the Garahil family must be filled with resentment for him. Going to the capital means entering the enemy territory where he can easily deal with the court magicians. Lewin thinks that in that situation, there is more than enough opportunity for him to target him. Strang asks him if Josh is strong. Lewin replies that, according to rumors, he is a 7th class mage, just like the dean. She says that if she was in her old state, she could easily take him out with just a finger. Lewin looked at the dean and thought that he was not sure how strong Strang was back then. But a 7th class mage was not something to underestimate. The dean, who is at that level, cannot confirm any information through the eyes of the players. Lewin tries to see the status by the system, but it tells him that it is not available for viewing yet. Lewin thinks that he cannot let his guard down even in the capital. The next stop is the Ridian, which is the capital of the Ridian kingdom. After that, they all arrived at their destination. The dean walks beside Lewin, and they all happily move forward. A guy says that, as expected, the capital is different. Another guy says that it is grand and truly the best. Looking over there, Lewin says that the capital is huge. It's all just flashy grandeur, ultimately unworthy of a small kingdom like this. In the meantime, a guy appears there, calls the dean. and says to him that it has been a while. The dean turns around his face and asks him what brings them all the way here in person. This is Chairman Josh, who looks at the dean and asks him is not asking why he is here a bit harsh question. When the new sprouts who will one day lead the kingdom are visiting the capital, he should at least come out to greet them as a guardian of this country. Josh moves near to Lewin and says that there is one more reason he is here. He wanted to see just how well the sprouts had grown, to confirm how he managed to utterly crush their sons. Josh looks at him with his shiny red eyes and says that he is Lewin Ardell. After that, Lewin thinks that it looks like a snake wrapping around his body, but something feels off. The Josh Garhill he knows is a 7th class mage, but the system tells Lewin that he is in the 6th class. The eyes of the players are saying that he is a 6th class mage. Lewin wonders how he deceived everyone. Lewin looks at his body suspiciously and wonders if it could be all the artifacts he wore. Lewin smiles to look at him. Josh asks him what is so funny. Lewin turns his face to the other side and says that it is nothing. Josh grabs his hand tightly and asks him where he is going. He has not finished speaking yet. He asked him what was so funny. Lewin can feel the jealous heat that comes out of his body. The dean looks at Josh and says to him that Lewin is still a student, so please stop. Josh says to the dean that he has to remain silent. He may be the dean of the academy, but now that the students have set foot in the capital, managing them is his responsibility. After listening to him, the dean says that if that authority is used as a tool to intimidate innocent students, he will never accept it. He will take students and return to the academy immediately. Josh laughs to listen to him and says that their noble dean, Tyrion, has always been like this. Then Josh looks at the dean and asks him if he thinks he did not know. It was his intention to embarrass his son in front of the entire school by luring him out. Josh asks him if he is still upset that he was appointed as the guardian instead of him. After listening to him, the dean becomes furious, and because of this, the fire flaming high, intense yellowish aura comes out of his body and spreads everywhere. All the students can feel this high-intensity aura. Josh says that it looks like he wants to go all the way with this. Lewin looks at Josh and says that it is just fascinating. Josh becomes suspicious of listening to Lewin and does not understand. The reason he laughed was because it was fascinating. He has never seen someone wear so many rings before. Mikl and Zakul, his seniors, also love accessories, so he guesses the rich are all the same. After that, Josh said that there was no particular reason. He guesses it's just that they happen to have too many accessories. Lewin says that he sees, of course. Josh looks aside and calls to the dean, Tyrion, to step aside for this tour. From today, he will be conducting all the classes under his authority. The dean suspiciously looks at him but does not say anything. Then Josh leaves this time. The capital tour turned out to be far from a tour. Josh Garhill, who declared he would be involved in the entire tour schedule, disappeared without a trace as soon as they arrived at the palace. Instead, an elderly wizard guided them. However, despite the lackluster tour content, the atmosphere was not that bad. Everyone feels happy to see the magic tower. All of a sudden, Strang looks at Lewin and says that it seems like he felt something weird. Lewin replies that he noticed it right away. They have been blatantly watching him. On the moony night, Lewin sits in the room and looks outside the window. He says to Strang, who looks over there. She also suspiciously looks over there. She asks him if he is not the guy who has been staring at them since earlier. Lewin agrees with her and says that he has been there ever since they entered their quarters. She says that she thought something was off earlier and asks him what his plan is. Lewin replies to her that it is an illusion of magic. Lewin says that he can feel very faint mana in the surroundings. He is creating an illusion around here using illusion magic. The scenery over there and even the people walking by are all fake. On top of that, he is using barrier magic to cut off this place from the outside world. Strang says that she can't believe she did not notice such magic. Even though she succeeded in becoming human, she is still far from her original power. Lewin expected this, but to think Josh would come after him so quickly. All of a sudden, Lewin feels that the same guy is running. But he understands that this guy is trying to lure him out. If they fought in a cramped space like the quarters, he would have the advantage. But he knows he cannot let the other students get hurt, so he has no choice but to fight outside. Lewin knew the status of that guy. His name is Hazen Garhill, and he is a 6th class mage. It is a level that one person can handle, but this scale of illusion magic is not possible with just a 6th class mage alone. There are 2, maybe 3 enemies, maybe more, behind him. If all the enemies are 6-class mages, his chances of winning are slim. And if Josh Garhill himself joins the fight, maybe he will not win. Lewin thinks that now he has to use something else to fight in this condition. Strang asks him if he is going right now. Lewin replies that he has to go down. Tonight might end up being quite a long one. A few hours earlier, Josh hit his hand on the table, which was full of force, and asked if this was everyone. He was the one who personally called for this meeting, and yet they were telling him that was all who showed up. A guy said that everyone seemed to be deliberately avoiding this gathering. Josh said that Lewin was finished off today. And yet, they were still so afraid of Ardell to even attend. Normally, every seat would be filled with people standing due to lack of space. But today, only 4 people showed up. Josh clenches his teeth and thinks that idiot Lewin ruined everything. He sighed and said that they would regret it soon enough. He assumed the matter he assigned to them had been handled properly. Vengeras said that the Knight of the Capitol Guards were entirely their people now, so even if there was some commotion, there would not be any issue. Josh asked him what task he had entrusted to the captain. Vengeras replied that last night, they received confirmation that the assassins had arrived in Ardell. Once midnight passes, they will infiltrate the estate and take Delin Ardell's head. At least the father and son would not have to be lonely in death since they would die on the same night. Another guy said that not just father and son, Delin Ardell had a young daughter as well. And Bolvar must have disappeared as well. There should only be one sun in the sky. At present, Bolvar walks in the garden and thinks that it's eerily peaceful. Recently, the victory of the young master over the eldest son of Garhill has drawn the attention of most nobles to Ardell. But the Garhill he knows is not the type to give up so easily. Bolvar remembers when the Lord told him that if he noticed something suspicious, then he had to report it to him. It seems the Lord shares his concerns, so he needs to stay alert. In the meantime, Bolvar sees that a servant comes out of the house holding a box. Looking at him, Bolvar says to him that it seems like he has finished up business for the day. The servant laughs and replies that he has just finished packing up and is about to head home. Bolvar says that he wanted to ask if he noticed any suspicious individuals among the visitors of today. The servant thinks about it and then says that there were 5 merchants, but oddly enough, he never actually saw them selling anything, and he never saw them leave either. Bolvar thinks that it means that it's common for assassins to disguise themselves as merchants, and now they have completely vanished after entering the territory. The servants also tell him that they are armed with swords, so he should be careful, too. All of a sudden, Balver takes a high jump and runs in the other direction. The servant suspiciously says that he guesses there is no need to worry. On the other side, the masked men enter Lewin's house and look at his father. Looking inside the room suspiciously, a guy asks if the Lord has caught on. He has not returned to the estate yet. Another guy says that he saw the atmosphere of the town, and they have not noticed anything. He will be back soon, so they just have to wait for the right moment. The first guy says that he should not be worried because they still have the time. All of a sudden, they see that someone has attacked their companion, who has died. They see that Bolvar stands over there. After that, Bolvar angrily looks at them and asks them if they even realize what they have just walked into. A guy looks at Bolvar and wonders how he knew that they were there. As expected of a 7-star knight, stealth tactics do not work on him. But this might actually be best for him. They were going to kill him. So, he orders his companions to attack him. That is why they all take a high jump to attack Bolvar. Assassins hired by Vengeras Jegan. These infiltrators hiding in Ardell were all at least 6-star masters. Bolvar, a 7-star knight, had long set aside his spear in favor of a fishing rod. Because of this, the people of the territory assumed his skills were no longer what they once were. However, that was a grave mistake. Bolvar draws out his powerful spear and says to everyone that all of them come at him at once. Bolvar swings that spear and attacks many masked men. He kills many of them. One of those guys falls against the wall badly. The leader seems shocked to see this all and thinks that he can expect this kind of attack from the 7-star knight. He wonders how that looks anything like a 7-star. They have already taken down more than 10 7-star knights from the Empire. After a while, Bolvar arrogantly stands in front of the leader and asks him if he knows why he stopped honing his spear techniques. The leader thinks that it seems he is an 8-star knight. Bolvar says that no matter how much he refined his spear, he had already reached the limit of what technique alone could teach him. In the meantime, another masked man took a high jump to attack Bolvar, and that is why blood drops spread around. Bolvar penetrates his spear in his head and kills him. Seeing this all, the leader frightens and curses Vengerus. He says that Vengerus' idiot lied to them about the strength of the target. Even if he had paid them 5 times the original fee, they would have never taken this job. After listening to him, Bolvar says that it means it was Vengerus. Bolvar moves near to him, grabs his neck tightly, and then tells him to go back and tell Vengerus never to set foot in Ardell again. On the other side, Lewin appears there. Looking at Lewin, Hazen says to him that he has come to him of his own will. But it seems he did not come alone. A companion for his journey to the afterlife is standing beside him, which is amusing. Lewin says that they do not worry and they have no intention of dying here. If only everything in the world went according to one's will, but reality does not work that way. Lewin looks aside and thinks that there are 7 members, quite the number they have gathered. Hazen gathers his powers in his hand and says to him that as someone who has lived far longer than him, let him give him a piece of advice. Keeping a low profile is the best way to extend his lifespan, but he has only one future left now. Those guys gather their magical yellowish powers and attack Lewin at a time. Hazen says that it's a pity to see that he accepts death quietly. This is a fate he brought upon himself, so don't hold too much of a grudge. All of a sudden, Hazen was shocked to look over there. Hazen asks him how he is still standing after taking that attack, so he should be dead. Strang saves Lewin from this attack. Lewin smiles, looks at Strang, and says to him that there are beings like that, which can never die. Avatars are entities that neither perish nor vanish. The only way to render Strang completely incapacitated is to kill Lewin, the binder. The status window appears in front of Lewin and tells him about his unique skill. Until his last breath, Kunkin stands behind him. That is why that fire-flaming ogre appears on his back. Lewin arrogantly says to Hazen that, as he told him, he has no intention of dying here. Lewin uses that powerful skill, punches Hazen, and throws him away with full force. Hazen screams and feels away. Lewin thinks that at this level, he can win without overexerting himself. All of a sudden, Lewin feels something weird. He looks aside and sees that someone says to him that he did not expect him to be this strong. But no matter how powerful he is, let's see if he can survive this. Hazen holds his leg and uses his aura. Lewin understands that Hazen uses dark magic to deal with the water. There are those who practice the forbidden dark magic shunned by all wizards and warlocks. Among them, the water seal is a spell first devised by the original warlock of water, and it never lets go of what it touches till it drains all life from it. It is one of the most infamous dark magic spells. All of a sudden, Lewin feels that something is weird. He clenches his teeth because someone is using his powers to hold his shoulder with full force. This is dark magic that he never expected these idiots to go this far. Looking at Lewin's condition, Hazen says to him that it's a pity, and now that he has seen this magic, he will have to die. He was planning to kill him anyway. And now that his friend, who tried to interfere, is completely helpless too, this just got a lot easier. They force Lewin to kneel him down. Lewin angrily curses at them. Hazen says to him not to be too resentful. At least his journey to the afterlife would not be too lonely. Lewin asks him what he means. Hazen says that his father and his little sister must be all dead now. Lewin seems shocked to know this. Hazen says that it seems like he does not know about it, but if he had, he would not still be standing here. Hazen asks him why he rebels against the commissioner. Lewin asks him if he really thinks he could win. All of a sudden, Lewin grabs his head with force. Hazen seems frightened to see the conditions of his companions. Lewin presses his head with full force and smashes it. Because of this, blood drops spread around. All the guys seem frightened to see this. Lewin smiles and says that it does not matter what he said. The status window appears and tells him about the unique skill that Kingram gave to him. He summons Kingram to the caster location once. That is why Kingram appears there. He tells them that those idiots crossed the line which they should never have crossed. Do not hold too much resentment. Kingram is standing on his back, and he feels more powerful this time. He brought this upon himself. In this fleeting moment, only one thought echoed in his mind, and that thing was to kill everyone. Just like the world destroyer Draka once did, he will annihilate them all. Kingram calls Lewin a little destroyer and asks him for what purpose he has summoned him. Lewin arrogantly repels that he wants them all slaughtered. Not a single one shall be spared. After listening to him, Kingram agrees with Lewin and uses his powerful weapon to kill them all. Kingram swings his weapons and attacks on those guys. In the meantime, Lewin also runs toward the other guys who are trying to escape. Lewin uses his powerful hand to attack them, and thinks that he can never forgive them all. He penetrates his hand into the core of that guy's body. It does not matter what his fists are destroying, but he has to kill them all right now. Then, he kills many other mages. The blood spreads around, and this scene seems really terrible. His eyes shine with full of anger, and he wants to kill the remaining guys. All of a sudden, Strang puts her hand on his shoulder and tries to stop him. She says to him that that is enough. In a very bad situation, a guy says to him that it seems like he was a complete lunatic all along. He asks him how he is different from them. After listening to him, Lewin looks at the guy angrily and says to her let him go, so he is going to kill that idiot. Strang asks him why he is acting like this. Nothing has ever happened to Ardell yet. Trust in that knight, Bolvar Payton. He is far stronger than he thinks. Get a grip, so if he loses himself to that power, he will end up like Draka. She asks him if he remembers how Draka spent his final days. She wondered why he thinks Draka was called the World Destroyer. He went mad with limitless power and ended up destroying the world itself. But he is not Draka, so he has to think about it. Lewin agrees with her and says that he is sorry for making her worry. He looks over there, calls that person, and says to him that he has to tell him everything. Then he asks what is happening in Ardell. That guy replies that he is going to regret hearing it. He smiles and asks if he has heard of Myongden. It is an elite assassination group composed solely of warriors ranked 6 stars and above. 5 of their assassins have already arrived in Ardell. By now, his father and sister would already be dead. When he tells everything to Lewin, in the meantime, someone stabs his spear in his body to kill him. Josh appears there, and he kills that guy. Josh smiles and says that he came just in case. He looks at this mess. He called them like fools and said that the elite of Garahil could not even handle a mere idiot like Lewin. Lewin becomes furious and asks him how he tries to lay hands on his family. Josh controls their bodies by using his magical powers and trying to kneel them down. Josh says to him that they should just keep their head down and quietly attend the academy. Josh asks them why they had to provoke them. Lewin understands that he uses dark magic. Lewin angrily says to him that it means he is a dark mage, too. If this gets out, he is bound for prison, at the very least. Josh laughs to listen to him and says that it would not be a problem if he died right here. He is just a worthless idiot, after all. Lewin clenches his teeth because he cannot move at all. He knows that the duration of Kingram has ended, and he has already disappeared. Josh uses his black magic circle and says, let's finish this all. Because of this black magic, many arrows are drawn out by the magical circle. Josh throws these arrows towards Lewin and says that this is his time to die. Lewin is shocked to see this and thinks he cannot let it end like this, and this time, he is so helpless. All of a sudden, a bluish energy blast burst there. Lewin seems shocked to see that the Dean appears there and creates a bluish shield in front of them. Josh seems angry to see the Dean here and asks him how he is here. The Dean gets furious when he hears him, and a high-intensity bright light comes out of his body. Josh can easily feel this high-intensity power. This fabricated world, created by the 6 class mages under the command of Josh Garahil, ensures that no one outside can perceive what happens within. However, that only applies to ordinary individuals. A mage of Tyrian is capable of swiftly detecting the presence of unnatural mana. Moreover, the fatal flaw of this magic is that if a higher tier spell is cast by someone stronger than the caster, the illusion can easily be dispelled and destroyed, just like this. Josh calls Tyrian Ignit and asks him if he is planning to destroy the entire capital just to take him down. The Dean disagrees with him and says that the only one getting hurt here is him. He has already set up a barrier to prevent any damage to the capital. Not only has he dabbled in the value of dark magic, but he even harms his students. For that crime, he will carry out the punishment himself. That is why the Dean throws a high-intensity light towards Josh to kill him. Feeling this powerful energy, a considerable blast happens there. After the smoke, Strang says that, as expected, with such a difference in class, the gap between them was clearly evident. This was an overwhelming victory. Looking over there, Lewin agrees with her and says that he feels the same way. The difference is at another level. The Academy headmaster, a 7-class mage, is on a level so far beyond him that he would not even challenge him. He thought he was fairly strong, but he still had a long way to go. Then the Dean looks at Lewin and asks him if he is alright. Lewin replies, yes, and thanks to him for saving him. All the students look down from their windows and wonder what's going on. They all ask why there was all this commotion at this hour and what that wind was. Jason seems suspicious to see the dean down there. Jason wonders why Senior Commissioner Josh is in that state. All of a sudden, two guys appeared there. Croster and Foster reach there with their forces. Lewin seems shocked to see princes there. Foster says that they heard that Garhill had taken full control of the security of capital. Croster says that the only person in the capital on an official visit who Garhill would target is none other than Lord Lewin. They both move towards Lewin and ask him if he is alright. Lewin replies he is fine. Croster angrily says to Lewin that the entire way here, he kept fearing something might have happened, so his mind went blank with worry. Foster replies, same here, so his heart was pounding the whole time. After listening to them, Lewin thinks that it means they have not changed. They see that the dean is here as well. Foster says that he is the one who collapsed over there. Lewin talks to the princes about Josh, who attempted to use dark magic against him, but was stopped by the headmaster. After listening to Lewin, Croster seems furious and asks how Josh targets his precious Lord Lewin. This is an act of treason, a direct challenge to the royal family. He will go to his father at once and demand that Garhill be arrested for conspiracy. After listening to his elder brother, Foster says that he completely agrees with him, so this is treason. Now that they have confirmed he practiced forbidden dark magic, every last member of the Garhill family must be arrested. Lewin says that before that, he has a request. Croster asks him about it and says that he will do anything for him. Lewin says that he needs to confirm the safety of his father and younger sister. To receive news from Ardell as quickly as possible from the capital, they had no choice but to send a request to the nearest trade city, Monzo. The nearly half day waiting for the news was probably the longest time in his life. After a while, a soldier appears there holding a paper and says that they have received information from Monzo. Fortunately, everyone is safe. The Lord had already been wary of potential assassins, and Sir Bolvar successfully neutralized all 5 assassins. After listening to this, Strang looks at Lewin smilingly because she already consoled him because of Bolvar. Moreover, they managed to extract the identity of the mastermind behind the assassination. Looking at that soldier, Croster asks him if it is not obvious that Josh was the mastermind behind that all. The soldier agrees with him and says that he has accomplices. Sir Vengeras Jegan, captain of the Golden Knights, is the one most deeply involved. After learning this, Croster puts a hand on his face and says that corruption runs deep. The soldier says that, as of this moment, Sir Vengeras has been officially dismissed from his position as captain of the Golden Knights. Furthermore, all titles and authorities held by Josh, including his position as Grand Counselor of the Aging Tower and his role as Guardian, are hereby revoked. That soldier calls to Foster and says that considering the significance of the positions those two held, he must also appoint interim successors along with their dismissals. Foster replies that the vice captain will take charge of the knight captain's duties for now. He looks aside and says that as for the council seat and guardian authority held by Josh Garhill, then he looks at the dean and asks him if he would be willing to assist them for the time being. The dean tells them that he is old now, so maybe it's quite difficult for him to do so. Foster says that he is well aware that he has no interest in politics, perhaps better than anyone. Croster says to the dean that, as he can see, the situation right now is far from ideal. He requests this just until a suitable successor is appointed. It was widely known across the land that the princes had long sought to bring the headmaster to the capital and were investing great effort to do so. However, the dean had consistently rejected every proposal but firmly believed that an educator had no place in politics. After that, the students happily tell the headmaster that they truly believe that position suits him perfectly. There is no one more fitting than him. They all request the headmaster. After listening to them, the dean smirked and said that if that was the will of his students, then he would comply. But only until a suitable successor is appointed. After listening to him, both princes seemed happy. At this rate, a new successor might never be found for years. Lewin is just glad everything wrapped up well. Once this capital tour ends, the graduation exam period will begin. The long yet fleeting time at the academy will soon come to an end. The capital tour, which had been rocky from the very first day, led to a discussion about whether the remaining itinerary should be cancelled. However, in the end, it was decided that all remaining schedules would proceed as planned. As a result, they ended up staying in the capital for a few more days. After that, a student asks if he has heard that Mikl is withdrawing from the academy. His friend is suspicious of knowing this. Rumors spread throughout the palace that Mikl had dropped out of the academy. His father, Josh Garahil, was imprisoned in the underground dungeons, and the mages of the Garahil family, whom he had trusted and followed, had all scattered, so it was hardly surprising. Lewin looks aside and hears another guy say that he heard that Jekyll has gone missing, too. He heard rumors that he had joined the Anti-Kingdom Fervana faction. The name Garahil had vanished without a trace. With the fall of Garahil and the Ardell triumph, banners bearing these words began appearing throughout the capital. The news spread not only among the nobility, but throughout the entire kingdom. After a while, in the palace, someone says to the servants that he told them he cannot be here and leave at once. The servants say that they just need a moment to get permission. Jekyll appears there and says to the guards that he swears it will take only a moment. All of a sudden, the crown prince appears there, looks over there, and says, "What is all this commotion?" The guards tell him that this man kept trying to force his way in. Jekyll kneels in front of the crown prince and says to him that he sincerely apologizes for arriving unannounced. He is Jekyll, the eldest son of the Garahil family. It is an honor to meet the crown prince. He understands that he may have acted discourteously, but please know that it was never his intention. The crown prince says that this is enough and asks why he has come here. Jekyll says that he has come to seek asylum in the Empire. It is not just himself, so his younger siblings and the mages of his house are also with him. In total, more than 40 of them seek refuge in the Empire. Then, the crown prince asked him the reason. Jekyll replies that they did that all to serve the side of His Highness, the great crown prince, and to contribute, even in the snake's way, to the boundless glory of the future empire. In the end, the crown prince says that he has just come for breakfast and asks what crime he has committed. Jekyll does not understand what he wants to ask. The crown prince says that Garahil, once the most powerful noble house in his kingdom, is now fleeing and seeking asylum in the empire. He asks the reason for that. Jekyll says that they did an assassination attempt. The crown prince says that it means that Garahil turned against the royal family over something so trivial. Unless he attempted to assassinate a member of the royal family, Jekyll says that is not it. The crown prince says that no matter how small the kingdom of Ledian may be, granting asylum to Garahil, who has committed crimes and fled, would be an act against justice. In fact, turning him over would likely benefit his reputation. So, he sees no reason to accept his request for asylum. Jekyll panics to listen to him. The crown prince turns his face to the other side and says to Jekyll that he has to return home now. He will not grant his request, but neither will he have him arrested. Jekyll says that they attempted to assassinate Lewin Ardell. The crown prince asks him again about what he said. Jekyll tells to him about Lewin. The crown prince turns around and says that he would like to hear more details about this assassination attempt. The crown prince smiles and asks him if they should have some tea.